This kid is completely zoned out, staring at these two absolute strangers babbling pure gibberish in front of him. At that moment, all Diablo Volfir could think was, what in the world is happening? Why can't he speak, and why are the only sounds coming out of his mouth Abu Abu? 66,666 years ago, a legendary battle broke out between the Dark Archmage, Diablo Volfir, and the 12 gods. In the end, good triumphed over evil. Covered in wounds, Diablo Volfir lay defeated right in the center of the 12 gods' magic circle. Just before being sealed away, he screamed like a madman, "Go ahead and seal me, but when I wake up, I will drown all of you. You will live a life worse than death, and you will eventually beg me to end your miserable lives." After Diablo Volfir finished his grand speech, the 12 gods sealed him away, but just as he predicted, he would eventually make his return. After wandering through the endless void for 66,666 years, he finally found a rift in space. He slipped through that rift and was reborn as Jamie Welton, the eldest son of a count family in the Saffron Kingdom. Since then, Diablo Volfir grew up under the identity of Jamie Welton, living a life of true nobility. It has now been 9 years. Jamie silently sighed, staring out with a cold, distant look. It was yet another exhausting day for him. The old maid walked in with a bright smile. "Good morning, young master." "Good morning," Jamie replied politely. Jamie responded with a friendly smile. Since he woke up early again, the maid asked him why. "I just wanted to watch the sunrise and appreciate its beauty," he said. That smooth-talking response, which Jamie had been practicing for the last 9 years, left the old nanny in absolute awe. She then helped him change so he could meet his parents. Standing in front of the dining room door, Jamie took a deep breath, preparing himself as if heading to a battlefield. And his battlefield was none other than these 3 people. Every single one of them was staring at him with eyes full of pure, overwhelming affection. "Good morning, sweetheart. Good morning, mother." Jamie immediately replied with the brightest smile he could muster. The Count and Countess looked at their 2 children and couldn't help but gush. "Oh, our babies are just too adorable. I think they're cute because they take after you, my love." This loving mother was Searsbell Welton, the only daughter of the great Bell family. As for Jamie's father, he was the genius swordmaster, Count Argino Welton, one of the top 5 swordsmen in the entire kingdom. He was cold on the outside, but a sweet, ideal husband to his wife and kids. And so, at every single meal, Jamie had to stomach an extra side dish, his parents' sickeningly sweet PDA. The final member of this loud household was his little sister, Sarah Welton. The adorable little girl fed Jamie a piece of meat. He ate it happily and patted her head to thank her. Then, to keep up his perfect performance, Jamie fed Sarah her favorite food right under the adoring gaze of their parents. Jamie quickly turned away to hide the expression on his face. Seriously, this was incredibly annoying. Jamie was just counting down the seconds until breakfast ended, so he could go back to his room and be his real self. A notorious dark mage like him could never get used to this sickeningly sweet, loving family dynamic. Thank goodness his body had grown enough for him to speak smoothly, unlike those early days when he had to baby talk just to act cute. Still, Jamie actually liked living in this mansion. He had the freedom to do whatever he wanted, and he even had a massive private library. The real problem was that he was currently weak as hell, with none of that terrifying power he possessed 66,666 years ago. At most, Jamie could only summon this tiny, pitch-black shadow beast, Black. He often squeezed it so hard it popped like a water balloon. Right now, those brainless gods were still alive, leeching off their devoted followers like a bunch of parasites. In this current era, dark magic didn't even exist. The only thing Jamie could do was summon Black to run small errands for him. Just thinking about those hypocritical 12 gods made Jamie's blood boil. They'd better watch out, because once he got his strength back, he'd take them down one by one. "Young master, it is time to read children's books with the mistress." The maid poked her head in to announce, looking a bit confused when she saw Jamie just sitting there. Within a split second, Jamie switched right back into his perfect, obedient son persona, though he was swearing up a storm on the inside. Damn it. Staying sealed and finding a way out later would have been way better than forcing himself to act like a cute, precious little kid every single day. In the family room, Jamie's mother and Sarah were waiting for him. Jamie immediately put on a painfully adorable face to win his mother over. "Which storybook are we reading today, mother?" The 2 of them stared in awe at Jamie's angelic face, and out of sheer instinct, they lunged forward to hug him. They squealed like die-hard fans meeting their favorite idol, while Jamie could only grit his teeth and bear it. After that, his mother pulled out a book about the great sage Hermes to read to them. Sarah fell asleep almost instantly, and even Jamie's eyes began to drift shut. But the moment his mother closed the book, Jamie forced an excited look, acting as if he had been hanging onto every word, and said, "I want to become a great mage just like sage Hermes." His mother smiled and cheered him on, not just out of motherly love, but because Jamie was truly a prodigy, so much so that he had already run circles around his 3 magic tutors. Jamie, however, suspected she was low-key teasing him for driving away all 3 of the teachers she had hired. But that thought quickly vanished when his mother gently patted his head to comfort him, adding that his father was already out looking for the absolute best mage to teach him. After finishing their chat, Jamie asked for permission to go to the library. But before he could leave, his mother reached out for one last, tight hug. Jamie let out a heavy sigh for a fraction of a second, then closed his eyes, held his breath, and ran into her arms just so he could finally get to the library. Sears hugs Jamie tightly. "Oh, our little Jamie is just too adorable. Come on, sweetheart, play with me. Stop locking yourself in that library all day." Jamie's inner thoughts scream out, though we are the only ones who can hear him. "Damn it, please stop already." Fortunately, he is finally let go and escapes back to his room filled with books. He has studied every book on mana here, and even this last one proves to be completely useless. Just thinking about the upcoming dinner time exhausts Jamie. He really wishes he only had to eat 1 meal a day with the 3 of them. On his way to the dining room, Jamie runs into a silver-haired mage. The old man is wandering around the estate, marveling at how Jamie's father displays ancient masterpieces as simple home decor. Jamie has no idea who the guy is, but he can feel an immense reservoir of mana radiating from him, like a raging storm. He must be at least a Class 7 mage, but how did he get in here without an escort? Could it be teleportation magic? Or maybe the old geezer just snuck in. Yet, here he is, strolling casually through the estate of a master swordsman. Finally, Jamie speaks up, asking for his identity. The old mage is sizing Jamie up as well, unable to help but marvel at him. Like father, like son, Jamie is undoubtedly a prodigy. But getting ignored only annoys Jamie. If this were 66,666 years ago, this old geezer would have been on his knees in a heartbeat. But now, he has no choice but to talk to him. This old man's smug, punchable attitude and his blatant attempt to probe Jamie's mana really tick him off. Channeling mana into his hand, Jamie gets ready to give the old geezer a piece of his mind. The old mage continues to observe Jamie closely. Seeing a mere 9-year-old kid with such a vast amount of mana and a straightforward attitude makes him curious about the boy's actual power. So, he begins to channel his own mana, eager to clash with him. Jamie loses his cool and swears under his breath. Is this bastard really trying to test him? Let's see if he can beat Diablo Volfir, the man who once almost brought down the gods themselves. Age-wise, this old man calling him ancestor wouldn't even be an exaggeration. Boom! Jamie fires a concentrated beam of pure magic straight at the old mage, but the old man doesn't even get a scratch. Jamie feels incredibly embarrassed. He knew the old man was stronger, but what the hell? His magic didn't do a damn thing. On the other hand, the old mage is absolutely thrilled by the raw power of a 9-year-old child. He immediately strikes back with 10 times the mana Jamie had gathered. Jamie bites his lip, cursing in his mind. That old bastard didn't even get covered in a speck of dust. But it doesn't matter, because his magic won't touch Jamie either. The old mage is stunned when Jamie doesn't even blink, and right at that moment, Jamie's dad steps in and slices the old man's attack right in half. Argino fumes. "You've gone way too far, old man. How dare you lay a finger on my precious son?" Seizing the moment, Jamie immediately plays the weak child, sniffing and tearing up. "Dad, I'm okay." Argino freezes up seeing how pitiful Jamie looks, then shoots death glares at Marquis Linmel. Watching Jamie secretly flip him the bird after tattling to his dad, Marquis Linmel bursts into laughter. He has never met a kid so brazen and entertaining in his life. That obnoxious laughter makes Argino's blood boil, and he immediately drags the old man into a private room to talk. The moment he sits down, Jamie's dad warns the Marquis about touching the heir of Welton, and more importantly, his sweet little boy. I know, Linmel replies casually. Taking a sip of his tea, the Marquis remains totally unfazed. Seeing him play dumb while knowing exactly what he did, Argino releases an overwhelming wave of bloodlust, forcing Marquis Linmel to stop joking around. The old man finally gets down to business, focusing on Jamie's talent. Argino grumbles. He had invited the old man to teach Jamie magic, not to attack him. He definitely had some shady motives. But Marquis Linmel flatly refuses Argino's request. After 3 previous magic tutors were utterly humiliated by Jamie, Argino had personally sought out Linmel, one of the strongest Class 8 mages, to teach his son. Yet, now that Linmel is refusing to teach Jamie, Argino has to seriously reconsider just how gifted his son really is. Sensing his thoughts, Linmel explains his reasoning. He admits that he simply isn't qualified to teach Jamie. Argino can hardly believe his ears. If even a Class 8 mage can't teach his son, who on earth is he supposed to find? But the next piece of news is even more shocking. Linmel reveals that Jamie could read through every single spell he cast. Since the boy was absolutely certain the magic wouldn't reach him, he didn't even bother to move or blink. According to the Marquis's assessment, if Jamie's physical body were only a bit stronger, he would already be a Class 4 mage. But for now, Jamie can only self-teach his way up to Class 3. Jamie is a total monster. He doesn't need a teacher as long as Argino supports him. Jamie will perfect his magic on his own. This could very well be the birth of a legendary Class 9 mage. Argino stands there in a daze, his mind completely consumed by the thought of Jamie becoming a Class 9 mage, not even noticing that Linmel is packing up to leave. Before making his exit, the old man adds that the entire world might be turned upside down by Jamie's incredible talent. To the Marquis, this is extremely thrilling, but Argino remains silent, leaning back in his chair with a heavy sigh. Meanwhile, someone else is also sighing in exhaustion. None other than Jamie himself, who has finally been let go by his mother. Upon hearing what Linmel had done to him, Sears completely lost her mind, frantically checking every inch of his body to make sure he wasn't hurt. That whole ordeal felt even longer than the time Jamie spent sealed away. Even so, he feels satisfied because he finally got to encounter a genuine high-ranking mage. Now that is real magic. If it existed in your era, it would definitely be incredibly powerful. But best of all is your dad, Hino. Being that badass is the only way he's worthy of being called dad by a 6,000-year-old geezer like you. What's so funny? Old man Lin Mi's voice echoed from right behind him. Jamie looked back at him with a judging glare. There was no way in hell he expected this old geezer to sneak all the way into his room without him even noticing. Jamie yelled right in his face, "What the hell are you doing in here?" The old man let out a hearty laugh at Jamie's shocked expression. Now, this is exactly how a 9-year-old kid is supposed to react. Realizing that Lin Mi had teleported in made Jamie annoyed. He honestly thought his dad would have beaten the crap out of the old guy. Then again, the old man had to be pretty strong to teleport like a pro. Lin Mi gave him a devious look, still unable to believe a kid like Jamie could be such a good actor. Jamie dusted himself off and stood up. Obviously, he had to treat his own family differently than a rude stranger like him. Lin Mi cracked up again, then looked at him with a hint of regret. If only he were stronger, he would have loved to smack the kid's head. Jamie felt a shiver run down his spine at his gaze. What a total creep. Was this old geezer planning to kidnap him and sell him off to some shady human traffickers? But instead, Lin Mi handed him a magic book, bluntly telling him that his magic was completely outdated. What the actual hell? Jamie felt so humiliated, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into and hide his embarrassment. That grimoire contained all the original magic developed by Lin Mi, and Jamie was going to be the very first person to learn it. Hearing this, Jamie couldn't hide his excitement. It was his first time owning a grimoire written by a living high-tier mage. Before taking off, Lin Mi made sure to let Jamie know he had high expectations for him. He hoped that by their next meeting, Jamie wouldn't need Hino to shield him from attacks anymore. Jamie realized that meeting the old man wasn't a waste of time after all, and now it was time to master this book inside out. According to Lin Mi, mana absorption was a breathing technique where you inhale through your mouth and draw mana directly into your heart. It was known as the most effective method out there, but in reality, it came with a massive limitation. Since Lin Mi had called his magic outdated, Jamie was actually looking forward to the old man's technique, but it turned out to be far beyond his wild expectations. The technique was brilliant, but it was also incredibly difficult to pull off. You had to feel every single mana particle and absorb them right through your skin. And of course, it had to be done with absolute precision. Jamie lay on his bed, wondering how many people could actually pull that off. Replacing his old technique was going to be tough, but Jamie already met both of the requirements for this new method. And besides, he was the great Diablo Volfir. It looked like old man Lin Mi had opened Jamie's eyes to a lot of things. Now, it was time to put it into action, one step at a time. Snap. Jamie snapped his fingers to summon his little sidekick, Break. Its job was to break down the mana particles, which was the very first requirement of this technique. This was pretty tricky since he had to adjust the size and position perfectly, but Break had it all covered thanks to the soul contract it shared with him. As for the second condition, that was even easier. Since the heart can only absorb a limited amount of mana, Jamie could simply store it in other parts of his body, meaning he would have absolutely no limits. The next morning, Jamie was taking forever to come down for breakfast, so his nanny called Hino up to check on him. The two of them stood outside the door, watching this mind-blowing sight in pure curiosity. Jamie's mana was swirling around him with absolute precision. Heno already knew Marquise Linmi had given Jamie some pointers, but seeing this in person felt totally unreal. He never expected his sweet, adorable little boy to possess such a god-tier talent. Hino told the nanny to leave Jamie alone so he could finish focusing. To make things easier, he assigned a few servants to wait on him. The nanny nodded in agreement. She couldn't actually see Jamie's mana, so she just assumed he was in there playing with himself. Hino walked away with a heavy mind. He was honestly a bit bummed that his only son wasn't going to be a swordsman. But then again, inheriting his mother's side's genes wasn't bad either. Yep, that's definitely my boy. Haha. Hino proudly imagined the day his family would boast a level 9 mage. Their family name would definitely be etched into the Empire's history forever. Half a day later, Jamie finally opened his eyes and snapped out of it. He jumped up in sheer excitement, shouting, "I actually did it! Haha!" Jamie spent the most time on the step of separating the mana elements. It was incredibly tedious and complicated, like 8th grade chemistry. But hey, if it didn't work the first time, he was ready to try 100 times until it did. Either way, Jamie felt like he was on a whole new level now, completely different from the Jamie of yesterday. You could say he had already become a level 4 mage. Talk about frustrating. He was so close to reaching level 5. Jamie's complaining piqued Break's curiosity, but Jamie wasn't going to completely rebuild his physical vessel since it was already naturally frail. Break hopped onto Jamie's shoulder, as if trying to comfort him. Jamie knew he was still young and there was no need to rush. He just had to take his training one step at a time. Jamie was planning to go see Hino, so he cast an invisibility spell on Break and warned him to keep his mana locked down, since he didn't want his dad finding out about him. Looking at the results of his level 4 invisibility spell, Jamie felt pretty proud of himself. He could barely even spot the little black fluffball himself. Jamie had planned it all out. With his magic level, there was no way in hell his dad would be able to see Break. From now on, he could summon Break absolutely anywhere. Meanwhile, in the drawing room, Henna was talking with a suspicious member of the Genis cult. The cultist spoke with him, wearing a sneaky, devious smirk on his face. Argino allowed this cult to operate because he believed it would bring great comfort to the people in his territory. He planned to turn Zenith into the largest cult, starting right from this territory. The ambitious priest was secretly trying to assert his dominance over Argino. Facing Argino's warning, even the priest got cold feet. He had heard the rumors, but experiencing this suffocating tension in person was a whole different story. After their chat, Argino let him leave, not forgetting to throw some shade by wishing him a safe journey home. It was nothing but a fake act between the two. The moment the priest stepped out, Argino's warm smile vanished, replaced by a cold, murderous glare. Jamie was on his way to greet his father when he spotted the Zenith cultist. He immediately recognized the symbol on the man's hat, a crescent moon with a golden cross in the middle. Jamie had overheard their entire conversation. He could not understand what the hell the Zenith cult was doing right here on his father's land. Jamie bit his nails, lost in thought. He could not wrap his head around why his father had allowed them here, and of all things, why it had to be Zenith. If he wanted to make a move, his only choice was to rely on Argino, since his dad was the ruler of the entire territory. Jamie needed to investigate first, then get his old man to kick those Zenith bastards out. Since his dad would handle the heavy lifting, Jamie just had to keep playing the part of the perfect, obedient son. In the tea room, Jamie was cheerfully reporting his training progress to Argano, who was just as thrilled to hear it. One thing was for sure, Argino knew Jamie absolutely loved magic. Still, as a father, he wanted his son to grow up and live like a normal boy. Jamie was a brilliant kid, but Argino knew better than anyone else that a genius's life is the most exhausting thing in the world. When a prodigy grows up, everyone ends up envying them. Once they mature, the world will attack them relentlessly. Argino worried whether his precious little boy could withstand that kind of pressure. That is why he told Jamie that he did not need to push himself too hard, and that while he would always support him, he did not want his son to lead a difficult life. Jamie laughed to himself, thinking, "You do not need to worry, Dad. Your son is actually a 6,000-year-old geezer who used to throw hands with literal gods. Seeing that, Argino felt a bit more relieved. But then, he finally noticed the terrifying mana flow around Jamie, and to his shock, the kid was continuously absorbing even more. He froze for about 2 seconds. In theory, mana could only be stored in the heart, and there was supposed to be a limit. Argino hesitantly asked Jamie, "Did you already finish learning everything from the book Marquis Linmel gave you?" "Yes, father," Jamie replied. Not only had he mastered it, but he had also upgraded it to a far superior version. Argino broke out in a cold sweat. He had no idea what the hell the Marquis did to his son, but in just one day, the kid had turned into a literal mana-absorbing furnace. Realizing this, he genuinely began to expect his son to become one of the legendary rank 9 mages. He chuckled self-deprecatingly. As a father, his own talent did not even amount to 1/10 of Jamie's. Watching Argino laugh like an idiot, Jamie was totally bewildered. Was his old man having some kind of internal monologue? Suddenly, Argino burst into laughter. "I am so incredibly proud of you today, son." To show his affection, Argino reached out and patted Jamie's head. Jamie gritted his teeth and endured it. Damn it, he was old enough to be the great-grandfather of Argino's ancestors, yet here he was, getting patted like a puppy. It was so humiliating. "By the way, is that your summoned spirit?" Argino pointed at Brake and asked casually. Jamie and Brake both jumped, their hearts skipping a beat. What the hell? He was absolutely sure he had turned Brake invisible. How on earth could Argino still see her? While the two of them were completely panicking, Argino happily described Brake's fluffy body, saying she looked incredibly cute. Completely defeated, Jamie lied and said he had made her look like a bat. But on the inside, he was screaming in terror at his father's sheer power. Don't tell him his dad had already figured out he was using black magic. But contrary to Jamie's fears, Argino suddenly pulled him into a tight, proud hug. "Oh my goodness, my son is an absolute genius. I am so proud to be your son. Whoops, I mean, your father." Somehow, Jamie managed to escape that absolute hellhole of a room. This house was getting way too troublesome. That night, Jamie decided to slip out. He had to find out the real reason those annoying Zenith bastards had crawled all the way here. Sprouting pitch-black wings thanks to Brake's transformation, Jamie quickly soared away from the Count's mansion. Meanwhile, in a dark alleyway, 2 young men were sitting and whispering to each other. They both belonged to the criminal organization Rival. Philip, the purple-haired guy, was busy praying to his ancestors for protection, while his partner, Jans, was looking extremely annoyed. Jans had realized that their boss was exploiting half of their organization for his own personal gain. Even though he was a criminal, he still had a conscience. He just could not turn a blind eye to human trafficking, just for some quick cash. Philip muttered, "If we are lucky, maybe we can get away with this." "Yeah, right," Jans snapped back. They both knew Count Welton loved kids and was incredibly protective of his own children. If the Count ever found out they were trafficking children right under his nose, they would be eating a beatdown for dinner. Philip remained stubborn, arguing that the boss assured them they would not get caught. But Jans was still terrified. The Count is a literal swordmaster. No matter how much Hanny backs us up, there is no escaping Welton's wrath. Philip sighed. "Look, are we in or out? Just say the word. I am running away." Jans asserted. "Fine, I am coming with you." Philip added, "That is how the underworld works. If it is too risky, we bail." With that, the two began planning their escape, knowing full well the organization would hunt them to the ends of the earth. Philip said, "We have to risk it all and go down fighting, rather than just standing around waiting to be taken out." Instead of doing absolutely nothing, Jans scoffed. "Seriously, what kind of kid came up with this shady kidnapping operation here anyway? Do they have rocks for brains or what?" Their conversation didn't escape Jamie's ears. He stepped out of the shadows, making both of them jump up on high alert. Who the hell are you?" "Funny question. Honestly, I don't even know myself," Jamie replied with a wicked smile. "Keep quiet, and you're dead meat." Jans and Philip lunged at Jamie, but he vanished instantly, leaving them looking around in utter confusion. We were going hand to hand. Why the hell did he bring magic into this? That is so cheap. Now, what interesting things were you two whispering about? Jamie's chilling voice sent shivers down their spines. Before they could even react, they fell right into his mental trap. Just like that, the two guys fell to their knees to beg for mercy. Wait, scratch that, to spill the beans. Jamie seriously wondered if these guys had any brains at all. They must be eating dirt instead of food to dare run a kidnapping ring right on his father's territory. Jamie gritted his teeth first, the Genis gang, and now these idiots. This was getting incredibly annoying. He wondered what kind of garbage their boss had swallowed to actually greenlight a plan like that. Didn't any of these fools know the rumors about his father? Suddenly, Jamie got a really bad feeling about this whole situation. He immediately brainwashed the two, ordering them to march straight to his family's estate and confess everything. Jamie figured this was the quickest way to shut down their little operation. With that settled, he could go home, get some sleep, and enjoy the show tomorrow morning. Jamie summoned Break, telling it to turn into a pair of wings and fly him straight back to bed. But just as he turned around, a body came crashing right past him. It was Philip, covered in blood and tears. There was a massive, gaping hole right through his chest, while Jan's was charred to a crisp. Both of them collapsed right in front of Jamie. "Ha ha ha, you absolute morons." A booming laugh echoed through the air, while the other henchman frantically told him to keep his mouth shut before the guards showed up. Jamie was furious. Some random lunatic had just ruined his perfect plan, and that was absolutely unforgivable. Jamie immediately brought the souls of Jans and Philip back to their bodies. He would keep them breathing just a little longer. They had to finish their damn mission before they were allowed to leave this world. The lunatic, who was laughing like a madman, finally showed up. It was that scarred bastard Hanny, who had been hunting down Jans and Philip. Completely ignoring Jamie, who was busy healing them, Hanny ordered his men to drag the two guys away to be dealt with. Philip shed a tear, unconsciously whispering, "Save me." Jamie snapped, "You've got to be kidding me." Boom! A sudden explosion blasted Jamie right in the head. Hanny laughed hysterically as he continuously rained down attacks, blowing holes right through Jamie's body. "Go to hell, you little midget." He madly unleashed his magic until the spot where Jamie stood was reduced to nothing but a smoking pile of black ash. One of his lackeys seemed to notice something off, but Hanny immediately turned around and barked at him. He was absolutely sure he had vaporized Jamie with his own hands. "Are you sure about that, buddy?" Jamie whispered right into his ear, wearing a terrifyingly twisted smile. "I just wanted to ask, did it feel good taking out your own men?" Hanny's eyes nearly popped out of his head, wondering what kind of monster he was dealing with. How was this kid still breathing? On top of that, a dark, ominous aura was swirling around him. When did Jamie even get in front of him? Hanny was just a third-rate mage, yet he was acting like some high and mighty mob boss. "You little brat, I'll tear—" Even though it couldn't compare to his idol Megumin's explosion magic, he was confident it would burn Jamie to a crisp. A massive blast went off, kicking up a huge cloud of dust and light. But when the smoke cleared, Jamie's arrogant voice echoed, "Ah, youth, always so hopelessly naive." Everything was completely under Jamie's control, and there was absolutely no way he could lose. Old man Hanny, completely drained of his spirit, collapsed face first onto the ground. Seeing their boss get taken down so effortlessly, the rest of the lackeys turned tail and ran. Running away was their best option, and Jamie didn't even bother to stop them. Right now, his main focus was brainwashing this pathetic old bastard. A dark, shadowy mist wrapped around Hanny. In just 1 second, Jamie had completely rewritten his mind. He walked over and grabbed the long-haired man by the head. He was now a complete puppet, bound to obey Jamie's every single command, no matter how small. After interrogating Hanny and getting the answers he wanted, Jamie turned his attention back to the two unfortunate guys. They looked up in disbelief, never expecting that the person who completely dominated them was just a 9-year-old kid who probably still listened to bedtime stories from his mother. Annoyed, Jamie warned them to watch their mouths, or he'd send them to the afterlife for real this time. This was a soul contract. Whether they liked it or not, as long as this contract was active, their souls and lives belonged entirely to Jamie. That is the power of dark magic. Jamie suddenly remembered something and quickly told them that he wasn't some kind of demon. No, he was actually a dark mage who had been asleep for over 6,000 years. Thinking back, that brainless conversation with scarred Hanny had been a total waste of time, especially since Jamie could easily report this whole kidnapping business to his father himself. So now, Jamie was stuck wondering what the hell he should even do with this scarred puppet. He was a level 3 mage, so normally Jamie would just turn him into a mindless zombie to do his bidding, leaving his soul to rot away. But the main issue was that a zombie's appearance looked absolutely hideous. He'd look no different from a filthy street beggar, which was totally useless for sending out on missions. So, the only viable option left was to consume him entirely. Jamie's smile twisted into something chillingly inhuman. He thought to himself, let's see what kind of tasty treat tonight's late-night snack has to offer. After completely devouring Hanny's magical energy, Jamie wiped his mouth with elegant grace. Even though it was full of impurities, hey, it was still better than nothing. Turning back to his two new puppet pals, Jamie saw they had been up and running for a bit, but he knew they probably wouldn't last very long like this. We've got to call on the almighty break. After all, those two poor guys still have to sell their souls to corporate greed even after kicking the bucket. It's been a long time since Jamie last used his necromancy skills. Sure, it's used to resurrect the dead, but in reality, they're just empty shells that move on instinct. Besides, bringing the dead back to life completely goes against the laws of nature anyway. Looking at the two corpses before him, Jamie declares, "You two might be dead. But as of this very moment, you're not. From now on, you will serve as my loyal slaves and live once more." Then, it was Brake's turn. He unleashed a strike of lightning down on Jans and Philip. Defy the Reaper and rise. Jamie grit his teeth. Since it had been so long, the souls of the two young men had already wandered deep into the spirit realm. Jamie had to channel even more dark magic to drag them back to the mortal world. You could literally feel their agony just by looking at Jans and Philip's faces. Next came a deafening explosion, accompanied by their agonizing screams. Jamie waited for the results. Jans and Philip knelt down respectfully. "How may we serve you, master?" Wait, what the hell? Something felt seriously off. It wasn't just because they were almost as tall as him even while kneeling, but because both of them were practically oozing dark energy as clear as day. Did he skip a step or something? Brake thought Jamie was blaming him, so he let out a pitiful squeak. Annoyed, Jamie snapped at him. "I didn't even say anything to you." Brake rolled right into his hand, acting all obedient. But of course, he couldn't just escape his mistake that easily. Jamie stretched the black fluff ball to vent his frustration. He knew there'd be some minor glitches, but man, thinking about it still made him so salty. Brake's mouth was stretched completely out of shape, and he said he wasn't blaming him. Seriously, men are nothing but trouble. Looking back at his two glitched-out idiots, Jamie had no idea what to do with them. Should he just donate them to some human traffickers or what? It was all because of the dark energy radiating off them like toxic body odor. Otherwise, they would have looked pretty decent. Suddenly, Brake looked around and bit Jamie's neck. Jamie tossed him aside. "Holy crap. It's not like we're dating. Why are you trying to give me a hickey?" But Brake only wanted Jamie to pay attention to what he was about to do next, which was sucking up all the dark energy surrounding those two guys. Jamie was shocked that his little minion was this overpowered. Brake devoured every last drop of the dark energy until his cheeks puffed up from being too full. He couldn't help but open his valves and fart non-stop, but luckily, there was no smell. Now that they were all cleaned up and no longer reeking, Jamie decided to put the two of them to work. With the farting finally over, Jamie checked on Brake, who was now just a lump on the ground because of his bloated stomach. He gently patted his round, bloated body. "Amazing. Good job, buddy. The next ritual after summoning is naming." He decided to just stick with the names Jans and Philip for convenience. Now, awaken. The two men gasped as if waking from a long, deep slumber. They both looked around, completely dazed and confused. Hearing Jamie's voice, Jan started trembling violently from the overwhelming mana radiating off him. He felt exactly like one of those legendary fairy tale villains he used to hear stories about. A literal god of death. Jamie's sheer presence alone was enough to turn a tough guy into a scared little kitten. That was exactly what Jans was thinking. "Is there a problem?" Jamie asked, his entire body radiating an intimidating, dark aura. Philip swallowed hard, summoning every ounce of his courage to shout, "I don't care if you're a god or a demon, but you don't feel human at all." Well, this guy is pretty interesting. Philip's attitude definitely wasn't how a slave should behave. Jamie must have messed up the spell recipe somehow. To correct that cocky attitude of his, Jamie lightly flicked his finger, and Philip's entire body slammed face first into the ground. A loud cracking sound echoed. It was hard to tell if it was the floor tiles shattering or Philip's jaw cracking. Jamie stepped closer and warned him. "This is your first and final warning. A dog does not bark at its master." What mattered more right now was their mission. Jamie only needed the two of them to investigate the Janus Church and gather some intel. On top of that, they had to kidnap someone from the human trafficking ring and bring them back for some shady business. Jans and Philip bowed their heads respectfully, not daring to make a peep. Just like that, Jamie vanished without making a single sound. Both of them let out a massive sigh of relief after he left, and their eyes locked. They instantly knew it was time to get to work. Pwee, pwee, Brake squeaked, frowning as if questioning Jemmy. Jemmy assured him that he had put a tight leash on them, so those two wouldn't dare rebel. As for the human traffickers, his father would handle them. But if they kept pushing it, he'd end up taking matters into his own hands sooner or later anyway. While he was rambling, someone suddenly bumped hard into him from behind, startling him. More importantly, he hadn't even sensed their presence. Jemmy spun around, irritated. Are you blind or what? Wait, it was just a kid. The boy lying on the ground snapped back in frustration. You're just a brat yourself. Jemmy let out a dry laugh. He had completely forgotten that he was currently in the body of a 9-year-old noble boy. Brake was nesting on top of Jemmy's head to cover up his hair color, the only signature trait of the Welton family. Either way, Jemmy didn't feel like bickering with a 9-year-old kid, so he decided to just walk away. The boy sitting on the ground muttered behind his back. Damn, why is that kid acting like such a grown-up when he doesn't even have a single gray hair? Suddenly, Brake pulled Jamie back, leaving both of them completely frozen in place. Jemmy had no idea why his little buddy had suddenly gotten so stiff. Was it because that brat insulted his pitch-black color? Jemmy was annoyed. It looked like he'd have to go home and teach this little guy Brake a lesson. How dare he stand in his master's way like that? Watch your mouth if you don't want to get logged out of life immediately. Jemmy gave the little guy a warning glare. It got so scared it almost wet itself and bolted. Jemmy sighed. This brat Brake was even more of a handful than him, yet Jamie had to play along just to get shipped home by air. How frustrating. The moment they got back to the room, it was time for Jemmy to give this shiny black fluff ball a piece of his mind. It seemed genuinely remorseful. Jemmy threatened that he'd never summon Brake again if it kept acting up like this. Once the scolding was over, Brake was back to its cheerful self, even promising to do it again next time. Jemmy collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. This body was just too weak to handle using so much magic. After all, Jamie was working hard to secure a carefree life, preparing for his journey, when the last god made their appearance, Genus. Just thinking about Genus made Jamie boil with anger. But it's fine. Even if they bring their entire crew here, he'll drive every last one of them away. Where's my big brother? Jans returned to the lair and started hunting down Honey. The purple-haired guy looked at him like he'd seen a ghost, because Honey had claimed he'd personally taken care of their entire group. A powerful punch shattered the wall right behind Pep. Jans didn't feel like wasting words, spill it, or go to bed. I mean, go to the slammer with me. Pep was terrified by Jans's sudden spike in power, but more importantly, the other members would go wild if they saw Jans back from the dead. Based on Pep's guess, it was likely that everyone had already been wiped out. So, he immediately threw his hands up in surrender, claiming he had no idea where Jans's brother was locked up. Seriously? Then came a voice that terrified Pep even more. It was Philip, the guy who was supposed to be dead. Pep did his best to keep from shaking. Oh, of course. You can ask anyone. Philip was annoyed. He needed the ringleader to complete the mission Jemmy had assigned them, since that guy held all the local intel, which likely included the Genus Church. With a voice straight out of hell, Philip questioned Pep about Honey once more. Pep swallowed hard and thought fast. He had to choose his words carefully, or his head would roll. Pep quickly made up an excuse, saying Honey was obsessed with booze and girls, so he was probably partying at some bar right now. Jans found that believable enough, so the two decided to head to the bar. Pep let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had passed the test. But a split second later, Jans planted a solid punch right in his face. Jans wondered why they shouldn't just bring this Pep guy back to their tiny master. If they did that, they'd have to hide Pep from the organization. Philip decided to lock Pep in their warehouse to keep him secure. So, the two left with Pep as their prize. Meanwhile, a small figure was entering the house, which was now filled with corpses and blood. He shivered, noticing that everyone seemed to be asleep. He had thought he'd get beaten up for missing his quota yesterday, but there was no one left here to beat him. Taking this chance, the little boy ran as far away as possible before he could end up on the suspect list. The next morning, CEO Jamie woke up in the middle of his 200-square-meter bed. He sighed not from exhaustion, but because it was almost time for breakfast with his loving family. On his way there, Jamie decided to unsummon Brake, knowing his great father would easily see right through it. Taking a deep breath, Jamie stepped inside. Father, Mother, did you sleep well? Henno greeted him with a warm smile, but Jemmy felt like someone was missing. Where was his overly dramatic mother? Right here, my darling. Jamie's mother jumped out from behind the door with a peekaboo. Jemmy faked a surprised look. Oh, where were you hiding, Mother? I didn't see you at all. The truth was, He already knew her go-to hiding spots from years of experience. Did my little Jemmy get scared? A little bit, yes, but I'm so happy I found my beloved mother. Hearing that, Jemmy's mother couldn't help but gush over how incredibly adorable he was. Sarah also ran out of nowhere and hugged Jemmy tightly, refusing to let go. Moments like these made Jemmy wish he could be sealed away for another few hundred years. After a few minutes of cuddling, Jemmy was finally able to sit down at the dining table. Jemmy's mother hugged Sarah because she was just too precious. Jemmy also wanted to pinch his little sister's cheeks. They had to be just as soft as Kuin's. Ugh, damn it. He slammed his face onto the table to shake off that thought. He had gotten way too comfortable with this peaceful life. But in the end, Jemmy couldn't resist and scooped Sarah up in his arms. After all, everyone eventually succumbs to cuteness. Suddenly, bringing up tomorrow's plans caught Jemmy off guard. It turned out his mother had forgotten to tell him because he'd had her worried sick all night. Jemmy suddenly realized his mother must have been scared to tears after he frantically drained mana like he was starving. I'm sorry, mother. Jemmy apologized, looking downcast. Of course, his mother didn't punish him. She just told him that if he pushed himself like that again, she'd pass out in the hallway from sheer worry. Jemmy quickly shifted the topic to tomorrow's event, and she excitedly explained that their super cute family of 4 would be attending a massive ball hosted by Count Simon and his family. Almost every noble living in the northern part of the Seam Empire had to attend. Even though this would be the first ball for Jamie and Sarah, their mother was easily the most excited one of all. As for Jamie, his precious free time was shrinking by the day. That night, Jamie slipped out again to visit his 2 subordinates before his schedule got fully packed, meeting up at their old basement. Once again, the 3 of them gathered to plan some shady business. Jimmy asked about their progress, and Philip nervously replied that they couldn't find any information on the Genis group because the cult had only recently been established. Jamie knew that even for a member of Rival, getting solid info in just one day was a long shot. As for his remaining task, Philip handed over Pep. The guy immediately recognized the signature hair color of the Welton family. According to Philip, Pep was also a member of Rival. He knew Hanny would eventually silence the 2 of them, which proved he was an insider. But Pep didn't have any useful info. Jamie sighed, realizing that, as usual, if you want something done right, you have to do it yourself. Once the gag was pulled off, Pep started screaming like a baby. Please, spare my life. I swear I don't know anything. If you let me live, I'll get you whatever info you want. Just then, Jamie spoke up. Hey kid. A sudden chill ran straight down Pep's spine. He could feel an endless, pure, evil energy radiating from Jamie. Pep immediately started sobbing and begging. At this point, if Jamie told him to bark like a dog, he would do it without hesitation. God, this guy talks way too much. Jamie quickly cast a spell to shut his mouth, then brainwashed him, forcing Pep to go confess everything to his own father. And just like that, Pep became a mindless puppet, marching off to carry out his orders. Jamie told Jance and Philip there was no need to feel sorry for him. One way or another, Pep would be dead at the hands of Jamie's father before the organization could even reach him. Jamie then ordered the 2 of them to skip town. They obeyed without a single complaint. Jamie stared at them, suspicious. Why weren't these 2 loudmouths questioning his orders today? They both bowed, chanting in perfect unison, "The master's command is absolute. We only exist to obey." Philip had already figured out the reason behind Jamie's order. Count Welton, Jamie's father, was definitely going to wipe Rival off the map. Meanwhile, the existence of these 2 undead slaves didn't really matter anymore. More importantly, Jamie had that annoying banquet to attend in a few days, so he warned his 2 sidekicks not to steal his spotlight. Suddenly, Philip called out to him. His face couldn't hide the panic and sheer agony. What? What have we become? Philip knew deep down that both of them were already dead. He had accepted that they could never return to the land of the living, but he didn't want to exist like this either. Philip welcomed the massive power he had been given, but the only thing keeping him up at night was what kind of creature he had actually become. Jamie turned back and asked what exactly Philip and Jance were so curious about. Philip hesitated and said, "Could it be that we have become high-ranking immortals?" His clueless question made Jamie burst out laughing. He had never seen anyone adapt to being dead as fast as those 2. I mean, any normal person would be crying or asking if they were really cursed, not checking if they got a rank upgrade. Philip thanked him in a daze, surprised that his master could actually laugh so heartily. In truth, Jamie found them quite fascinating. Usually, undead thralls despise their condition because they lose their humanity and turn into mindless beasts. But these two clueless idiots were still acting like normal, living people. Looks like he had actually scored a couple of pretty valuable sidekicks. Jamie finally explained that they were just zombies, but he kept their bodies looking pristine and alive because he absolutely detested smelly, rotting corpses like the ones in webtoons. As for their power, he had buffed them to be far stronger than any normal human. Philip felt a bit let down learning he was just a low-level zombie, but Jamie didn't see it that way. Depending on how they performed, there was a good chance they could eventually evolve into high-grade undead. With that, the two of them instantly cheered up. High-grade zombie actually sounded pretty badass. On the way back, Barrick expressed some pity for those two, but Jamie found them highly entertaining. They strongly reminded him of a certain annoying guy from his past life. That night, there was a massive uproar at the Welton estate. A certain rival member, we all know who, had exposed his own organization. Due to the severity of the situation, the departure was delayed so they could pull the problem out by its roots. Consequently, only Jamie, his mother, and his sister headed to Resin, the largest commercial city in the east. Sitting in the carriage, Jamie gazed out at the passing scenery. Everything had progressed so much that it was completely incomparable to his legendary era. Frankly, he didn't even know exactly how many years he had been sealed away. The history books recorded everything that happened after Jamie died, from the demon invasion to the descent of the Demon King. But peace had now reigned for several hundred years without any major incidents, and ironically, he would probably be the one to shatter that peace. Thinking of this, Jamie was reminded of those 12 foolish gods. Even after all this time, they still hadn't formed an alliance, which would make taking them down much easier than before. Countless lives had been lost back then, but he couldn't care less. The bloodlust radiating from Jamie made Sarah stir uncomfortably. He quickly reined in his emotions and used a bit of magic to soothe his little sister so she could sleep peacefully again. For now, Jamie needed to get through this banquet in one piece before making his next move. As the carriage rolled into Resin, Jamie immediately switched into acting mode, putting on a wide-eyed, awestruck face to marvel at the city's beauty. His mother happily introduced Resin as the largest commercial city in the entire Seldom Kingdom, handling an immense flow of money that fueled the economy across the whole continent. From his research, Jamie knew Resin was the main engine behind the Seldom Kingdom's immense wealth, and one look at their lavish architecture proved it. Soon, their carriage arrived at the Simon estate. Jamie didn't forget to play his part, clutching his chest and saying, "Mom, just thinking about meeting Count Simon makes my heart race." Without a second thought, Jamie's mother pulled him into a tight hug. "Aw, my sweet baby boy is just so precious. Are you nervous? Don't worry, Mommy will hold your hand the whole time." She believed that Jamie highly respected Count Simon because he was a legendary mage, someone who had reached the 7th circle when he was only about Jamie's father's age. He was one of the 2 leaders of the Eastern noble faction alongside Areno, and also the lord of this incredibly wealthy land of Regan. Simon's magic was known as the Red Lotus, which also became his nickname. Rumor has it that his magic has claimed thousands of lives. Hearing that, Jamie grew curious about what kind of person he really was, prompting his mother to lean in with a creepy expression and say, "He has blood-red hair. What the heck?" Sometimes Jamie was more terrified of his mother's expressions than his father's. Honestly, he did not care about some Red Lotus mage or 7th circle title. All he cared about was that a single strike could wipe out thousands of lives. Jamie was absolutely determined to have a chat with Count Simon. Jamie's mother stepped out of the carriage first, calling out, "My sweet darlings, follow Mommy. Take your time." Jamie replied, "Yes, mother." Jamie followed behind, speaking in a sweet voice so sugary that even he couldn't believe he pulled it off. A servant respectfully greeted them and escorted the 3 of them inside. They were shown to a spacious waiting room to relax before the ball started. Jamie's mother was highly pleased with how incredibly hospitable the hosts were. Not only that, Jamie was even given his own private room. At his age, children rarely got their own space separate from their parents. His mother told him to come back right after unpacking. Naturally, he replied in his usual, obedient tone, "Yes, mother." Meanwhile, the maids were busy pampering and dressing his mother up. Even though he always knew his mother was gorgeous, seeing her fully dolled up like this made Jamie gasp in admiration. Hearing a compliment from her precious son made her so overjoyed that she couldn't resist trying to hug and squeeze him. The maids quickly stopped her before she could ruin her makeup and wrinkle her dress. These maids were absolute lifesavers for Jamie. By then, Sarah was also fully dressed. However, she looked pretty annoyed. Her super cute appearance drove their mother wild, and even Jamie had to admit his little sister looked just like a doll. He encouraged Sarah to hang in there for a bit. One look at her face and he knew she was miserable, wearing a dress that weighed a ton. Finally, after Jamie got himself ready, the three of them made their grand entrance into the ballroom. The magnificent, luxurious venue left Jamie in awe. This was his very first time attending a banquet since his reincarnation. Soon, a group of noblewomen flocked over to shower his mother with compliments. He cringed, knowing full well these ladies were just trying to suck up to the Welton family. Their sycophantic smiles were painfully obvious. Whether in myths or among ordinary mortals, one thing never changes: fools who desperately try to flatter the gods. Jamie felt completely disgusted by their fake acts, but luckily, his mom was no pushover. She easily brushed those annoying pests aside. Suddenly, a voice echoed, "Testing, testing, can everyone hear me?" A master of ceremonies standing in the middle of the hall welcomed everyone to the ball on behalf of the Simon family. It was Ron Banner, the man in charge of governing the Regan territory. He announced that the ball would begin shortly, asking guests to please take their assigned seats. Of course, a grand banquet could not begin without its host. Count Simon, with his striking blood-red hair, made a cold and imposing entrance. "Welcome to the ball. I hope everyone has a wonderful evening." Jamie watched him enter, completely stunned by his presence. He could not believe this man was merely a seventh circle mage. He was definitely on par with, or perhaps even stronger than, that old man Linmi. What an interesting person. Simon had officially caught Jamie's interest. He walked over to Jamie's mother first, offering a polite compliment before asking about her husband's whereabouts, since he was nowhere to be seen. Jamie's mother explained that he was handling some urgent matters in their territory, but reassured him that he would join the ball very soon tonight. Simon shifted his gaze to the two children, prompting Jamie's mother to warmly introduce her two little angels. "My darlings, greet the Count." Jamie bowed respectfully, giving it 100% of his acting skills. The picture-perfect sight made Lady Simon gasp in admiration. What absolutely precious children. Meanwhile, Count Simon began sizing Jamie up, scrutinizing his entire body. Without hesitation, Jamie showed off his mana, successfully grabbing the Count's attention. "Is your name Jamie?" "Indeed," Jamie replied enthusiastically. Even though they had just met, they looked at each other as if they were old acquaintances who could read each other's minds in a single glance. Count Simon suggested they have a chat later, then walked away. Jamie smiled, knowing his plan had worked. Count Simon was definitely living up to the hype. A private chat with him would surely yield plenty of valuable information. Besides Count Simon, one of his sons also had his eyes on Jamie. Sitting at the banquet table, the boy actively asked about Jamie right in front of Simon. Reasoning that although Jamie was still young, he would eventually lead the Welton family, the boy claimed he wanted to get to know him to maintain their house's relationship. Simon was well aware of his useless son's recent antics, playing the role of a leader among other noble kids just to win his father's approval. It was a petty, cheap trick, but he figured playing along with it wouldn't hurt. "He is a pure child," Simon remarked. Thrilled to finally get a response from his father, the boy excitedly tried to ask more, only to be met with Simon's cold silence. Lady Simon gently squeezed his hand to comfort him, expressing her hope that he and Jamie would become close friends to preserve their family's long-standing alliance. "Of course, mother. Don't you worry at all," he replied with a fake, sweet smile. But deep down, he saw Jamie as nothing more than a lowly provincial noble. He swore he would force Jamie to crawl at his feet, using him as a stepping stone to finally earn his cold father's approval. That innocent expression didn't escape his younger brother's notice, who let out a mysterious smile. Back to our country boy Jamie. His mom had told him to go around and make some friends, but like hell he was going to. He already had plans to enjoy some quality alone time. So, Jamie wandered around looking for a quiet spot, eventually stopping by Count Simon's incredibly chill garden. The peaceful, gentle scenery left Jamie in awe. Despite his cold exterior, Count Simon had used magic to create this literal fairy tale garden. He was really looking forward to talking with him. "Who are you talking to?" A voice suddenly echoed from behind, putting Jamie on high alert as he instantly conjured a sword and pointed it at them. A young, innocent girl stood trembling at the tip of Jamie's blade. He clicked his tongue and dismissed his weapon. "How could you be so rude?" Terrified to the point of tears, she screamed at him. But honestly, that is the price you pay for sneaking up behind someone. She should consider herself lucky, her head is still on her shoulders. "So, who are you, and why were you sneaking up on me?" Jamie asked patiently. Seeing Jamie's curiosity, the little girl got smug, beating around the bush instead of giving a straight answer. Her arrogant attitude irritated Jamie. Besides, he hadn't even sensed her presence earlier. I am not in the mood for games. With that, Jamie fired a magic air bullet right at her feet, warning her not to mess with him because he was packing some serious heat. His magic gun could easily blow a hole right through her annoying face. Like, holy crap, is he actually for real? The girl froze, stunned by Jamie's bluntness. More than anything, his bloodthirsty expression scared her half to death. Ultimately, she confessed her identity. She was Ash Ballet, the eldest daughter of Viscount Ballet, and a spiritist. A spiritist is a term for a mage who can communicate with the mystical forces of nature, known as spirits. Spiritists are incredibly rare. Their very existence is considered an extraordinary talent, often earning them the title of Baron. Now Jamie understood how Ash managed to sneak up on him using a wind spirit, but what really surprised him was that she looked to be around his age. Usually, spiritists start training to commune with nature around the age of 10. It seemed Ash was a natural prodigy with an innate connection. With proper training, she might even be able to communicate with the Spirit King himself. Annoyed, Ash demanded to know Jamie's identity. He could tell she was the type who hated to lose. Jamie flashed his handsome, charming face and replied, "My name is Jamie Welton, the heir to the house of Count Welton." Ash stood there in a daze. Everyone knew that Viscount Ballet's family were loyal vassals of Count Welton. Speaking of which, at that very moment, Count Welton was busy wiping out Rival. He had previously let this syndicate operate in the shadows, but this time, they had crossed the line. Human trafficking was what he despised most. Only maniacs or those with a death wish would dare commit such crimes on his territory. The gang leader wept and begged for mercy, but all he got was an order to be hanged the next day. After dealing with the Rival gang once and for all, Argino ordered his servants to prepare the carriage so he could set off to be with his wife and kids. As the remnants of the Rival gang were escorted away, a mysterious figure in a black cloak watched the entire scene unfold from the treetops. Annoyed, he spoke into a communication orb, telling them to prepare Plan B. Meanwhile, Jamie was losing his patience with the little yellow puffball stalking him. Frustrated, he snapped, "Why do you keep following me?" Even if Viscount Ballet was his father's vassal, it had absolutely nothing to do with the two of them. Besides, he absolutely loathed that whiny, tearful attitude. But as Jamie turned to leave, a hand tightly grabbed him. "Damn it, how can someone be such an obvious stalker? This is the first time I've met someone my age. So I want to be friends with you," Ash squeaked, summoning all her courage. "What the hell?" Jamie froze. He never would have guessed that was the reason he ended up with a stalker. He could have understood if she said she needed a servant. But friends, that might be a big deal to a regular kid, but definitely not to a soul who was thousands of years old like him. And above all, it wasn't his problem. Go find someone else. I don't need friends. "Wait, Jamie, you jerk!" Ash screamed in frustration. Jamie had no interest in making friends. Close relationships would only cloud his judgment. If only he had discarded those useless emotions from the start, he wouldn't have had to taste that bitter experience in his past life. Jamie felt a wave of irritation recalling those unpleasant memories. He didn't want to show any weakness, and it was all that blonde brat Ash's fault. "Jamie Welton," a red-haired boy called out. His distinct hair color made Jamie realize he was Count Simon's son. "What do you want?" he replied. The two punks tailing the redhead chimed in. "How dare you disrespect our boss, Alf, you country shorty?" Hearing his newly hired lackeys hyping him up as the heir of the Simon family, Alf nodded in sheer satisfaction. "Kids sure talk too much, don't they?" Jamie sneered. "Shut up." Instantly, the two of them lost their voices. They desperately tried to speak, but not a single sound came out. Pointing a finger at Jamie, Alf demanded, "Did you just cast a silence spell on them?" Jamie chuckled, realizing this kid was at least smarter than his two lackeys. "You arrogant brat. I'm older than you know?" Alf is getting annoyed. He'd probably lose his mind if he knew Jamie's soul has actually lived for thousands of years. But Jamie has no interest in wasting breath, so he tells him to just get straight to the point. Alf clears his throat, his attitude doing a complete 360-degree flip the moment he sees Jamie cast a silent spell. Instead of trying to bully him, he suddenly acts like he and Jamie are long-lost brothers. "Brothers, my foot." Jamie is sick of his mindless chatter and flat out tells Alf to get lost. That ticks Alf off. "Hey, do you even know who I am? I'm the son of Count Simon. Jamie just gives him a cold stare in response. Alf tries to salvage whatever dignity he has left. Using the excuse of their family's close relationship, he claims he just wants to have a friendly chat with Jamie. He quickly tries to make excuses for his rude behavior earlier, but Jamie sees right through the immature tricks of this little punk. They definitely would have ganged up on him if he hadn't shown off his magic. Alf then uses the excuse that since they are both heirs, it would be better for them to get to know each other early on. After beating around the bush for so long, his actual goal is to make Jamie his underling. Naturally, Jamie shuts him down without hesitation. This brat isn't even worthy of being Jamie's lackey, let alone a brother. This jerk is really starting to get on my nerves, Jamie thinks. Embarrassed and furious, Alf lets out an angry roar. With a smug grin, he summons his go-to magical tool that he always uses to get his way. "I'll crush your half-baked magic and force you to serve me," Jamie just scoffs. Finally, this clown is showing his true colors. Alf admits he planned to use brute force from the very beginning, but seeing that Jamie actually knew magic, he had to tweak his plans a bit. Alf's two-faced, arrogant attitude absolutely disgusts Jamie, especially since the kid is still wet behind the ears. Count Simon and the Welton family definitely wouldn't sit by and let Alf bully Jamie like this. But Alf believes everything is already under his control. He pulls out a magical orb, creating a barrier that completely envelops them. This illusion-type magical artifact actually piques Jamie's curiosity. Alf lifts the silence spell from his two idiotic lackeys, finally unmuzzling them. They immediately start trash-talking Jamie, since their mouths are the only weapons they have. But Jamie only has eyes for the illusion barrier, thinking to himself that this little toy is actually pretty interesting. Interesting? You still haven't realized what kind of deep trouble you're in, have you? Alf says arrogantly. A second later, dark magic envelops all three of them, and blood begins to pour from their noses and eyes. Jamie gives them a sly smile. "Don't deactivate the artifact, or everyone will see you guys writhing in excruciating pain." Having dealt with these annoying punks, Jamie takes his leave. Alf gasps in sheer agony. He can't comprehend how Jamie has already reached the level of a Class 4 mage, while he is stuck at Class 2. The Welton family is clearly known for their swordsmanship, so this makes no sense. He absolutely loathes the word talent, something he doesn't have, and he simply cannot accept this reality. A dark, wicked thought begins to brew in Alf's mind. No matter what it takes, he is going to crush that talent. He will make sure Jamie Welton can never cast magic again. Alf leads his two lackeys as they sneak around the mansion, searching for a powerful magical tool. His two lackeys hesitate, too scared to go through with it. If they get caught, they are all toast. But Alf doesn't care. "Shut up and just follow me," Alf snaps in frustration, unable to comprehend how he ended up with two such cowardly lackeys. "Big brother." A sweet voice, so cold it sends shivers down his spine, makes Alf jump. His younger brother, Lennon, pokes his head out with a bright smile, waving at them. Alf wonders why his devious little brother is showing up right when he is about to pull off his dark scheme. Lennon just smirks. "You're really hurting my feelings, big brother. How could I just sit idly by when I see my own brother injured?" With that, he hands Alf a magical tool crafted by their father. Needless to say, Alf is absolutely stunned that Lennon managed to swipe it so easily. Lennon continues to manipulate his thick-headed older brother, urging him to go teach Jamie a lesson. Alf completely loses his mind to rage. Where Lennon got the magical tool from doesn't even matter anymore. What matters right now is reclaiming his dignity from Jamie. That night, Count Welton arrives at the Simon mansion for the banquet. Count Simon is already waiting, raising his hand to welcome Argino, who responds with a friendly greeting. Damn, did the sun rise in the west today? He never expected this stubborn redhead to actually take the initiative and welcome him. Count Simon leads Argino to his office to chat, and the topic of their conversation turns out to be none other than Jamie. Just listening to Simon makes it obvious he is a doting father, and the polite nature of the Welton children only makes him jealous. Argino, on the other hand, knows a thing or two about Simon's own two little troublemakers. Just thinking about them gives Simon a massive headache. Simon quickly changes the subject back to Jamie's incredible talent. Knowing Simon's beating around the bush attitude all too well, Argino cuts straight to the chase. It seems Argino's prized son has caught the eye of yet another high-profile figure. Simon asserts that Jamie doesn't just have talent, the kid was born to stand above everyone. In all his life, Simon has never seen anyone as brilliant as Jamie. Argino politely thanks him for the high praise. Simon's words perfectly echo what the old Marquis Linmel said. Argino has known about Jamie's talent since the day he was born, but he never expected his son to be this insanely awesome. He believes someone with the gift of magic should become a mage, even though Argino once dreamed of Jamie following in his footsteps as a swordsman. Yet, Marquis Linmel flatly refused to become Jamie's teacher. Simon completely understands why. Jamie is so brilliant that no one is worthy of teaching him. He only needs his own enlightenment to reach the level of a Class 9 mage. To be honest, Simon is even a little jealous that Jamie's natural talent far surpasses his own, but he was also curious about how far the power of a supreme mage could reach. Argino was utterly taken aback by Simon's declaration, but Simon's point wasn't entirely without merit. Humans are incredibly fragile. They might think they've built a great civilization, but that's just their own narrow perspective. Compared to dragons or high elves, human magic simply doesn't hold a candle. It was only thanks to skilled swordmasters like them that peace was maintained. But if a legendary Class 9 mage existed, even dragons wouldn't dare raise their voices in front of Jamie. Simon's raw ambition was written all over his face. Simon constantly craved for humanity to rule the world, whereas Argino viewed that as pure arrogance. Simon didn't care about whether it was arrogant or not. He reminded Argino of a forgotten era, a secret known only to a select few on the continent, the sudden erasure of history 10,000 years ago. Those transcendent entities looked down on humans and refused to share their secrets with them, which is why Count Simon was determined to acquire the power to break free from their control. He wanted to prevent the collapse of human civilization and stop history from repeating itself for unknown reasons. After returning from Simon's office, Argino went to check on Jamie, who was fast asleep. He felt a deep sense of worry being the father of a child with such transcendent talent. But in Argino's eyes, Jamie was still just his sweet, adorable little boy. He resolved to do everything he could to let Jamie grow up like a normal kid, knowing the path of a genius is never smooth. The next morning, another lavish banquet was underway. Jamie was sitting in a corner, deep in thought. What on earth was his father brooding over last night to look so downcast? "Hello, Jamie." Seeing her pop her head out to greet him just made Jamie exhausted. He flatly told her he had no interest in hanging out with her. "Well, I do," Ash said brazenly, before turning around to call out for her older sister. Jamie grimaced. One of them was annoying enough, and now she was calling backup. He needed to get out of there before he ended up with a bunch of hangers-on. Ash called out to stop Jamie, arguing they should at least introduce themselves, given the relationship between their families. "Ash, that's incredibly rude of you," a gentle voice chimed in. It was Rebecca Ballet, the eldest daughter of Viscount Ballet, stopping her tactless little sister. Jamie suddenly froze on the spot. He muttered the name Jane, the woman he had loved more than life itself, who had been sacrificed to the gods. The very reason Diablo Volfir had turned into a demon. But the crazy part was that Jane was now standing right in front of him as a little girl. Just as he was lost in a total daydream, Alf suddenly showed up. "There you are." Jamie stared at Rebecca, his mind a chaotic mess. She stared back at him, completely puzzled, while Ash stood between them, overflowing with curiosity. "Jamie, did you seriously just fall for my sister?" Ruining this emotional moment, Alf had to butt in, using a magic tool to launch a fire spell straight at Jamie and Ash. Rebecca didn't hesitate to rush toward her sister. "Don't interfere," Jamie said coldly, dispelling Alf's magic right before his bewildered eyes. The kid couldn't freaking believe that Jamie could easily nullify a Class 6 Phoenix spell created by his own father. But running away was out of the question now. Jamie was absolutely furious. The only thought in his head was to crush that red-haired pest like a fly. An ice spell froze Alf solid, leaving him completely paralyzed. Once the reality sank in, agony ripped through every single cell in his body, and he screamed in pain. Jamie's eyes burned with sheer hatred and pain. At that exact moment, a large hand wrapped around him, accompanied by a familiar voice. Jamie snapped out of it, realizing his father had arrived without him even noticing. Argino comforted him. "It's Dad. You're safe now, my boy." Seeing that Rebecca and Ash were completely unharmed, Jamie finally let his guard down and slowly lost consciousness in his father's arms. Count Argino looked down at his sweet son, unable to believe that the boy had truly harbored a genuine intent to kill just moments ago. At first, they thought it was all just a misunderstanding, but there was no way it was. That brat Alf could have literally met his maker right then and there. Simon, on the other hand, didn't care about his son's safety at all. He was entirely hyper-focused on Jamie's talent, seeing him as someone who could fulfill the dream he himself could never reach. "Darling, that kid hurt our son. Are you really going to let this slide?" Lady Simon wailed as she held Alf tightly. But Jamie's mother wasn't about to let that woman frame her own child either. Everyone knew her spoiled brat of a son had started the fight, and the proof was the magical artifact still gripped in the little devil's hand. Lady Simon kept desperately trying to whitewash Alf's actions, which only fueled Jamie's mother's fury. Luckily, Argino held her back in time, or she would have grabbed that woman by her hair. Lady Simon was desperate. She needed someone to stand up for her son, and that was when she looked up at Simon. She believed that despite his cold exterior, he would never place some outsider above his own flesh and blood. It seems my son has deeply offended you all on such a joyous occasion. I am truly sorry, Lady Welton. Simon immediately spoke up, utterly shattering his wife's hopes. Though Jamie's mother let it go on the surface, she was still burning with resentment inside. The Welton family decided to leave to tend to Jamie. After Simon announced the end of the banquet, the guests departed, leaving only the couple behind. Lady Simon shrieked in frustration. "Alf is our son, that Welton brat. Shut up." Simon glared at her so coldly that she immediately went silent. Family matters had to be dealt with behind closed doors. That night, Simon confronted Alf directly. He knew that the boy just wanted his attention, but his foolish actions were heavily damaging the relationships among the nobles. Alf knelt on the floor, trembling. He feared his father more than any demon, yet he desperately craved his approval. "Who gave you the phoenix soul?" Simon growled. Alf hesitated, but Simon's terrifying look made it seem like he was about to rip his mouth open, forcing the boy to spit out Lennon's name. A moment later, Lennon appeared at the door. He was incredibly annoyed by his useless older brother, but for now, he had to play the innocent victim to fool Simon. Lennon bluntly admitted he gave the phoenix soul to Alf, claiming he couldn't stand seeing his brother lose to some kid. "Lie all you want, but you just wanted to manipulate your own brother," Simon said coldly. This kid must have forgotten who raised him. Did he really think he could outsmart his own father? Needless to say, Alf couldn't believe his own little brother had played him like a fiddle. That was when Simon finally gave them the answer they had been waiting for. He knew his sons were constantly begging for his attention, but he couldn't bring himself to care, because despite sharing his blood, they acted like complete idiots. Still, that didn't mean he didn't know exactly what was going on inside their tiny brains. "If you want my attention, start acting like sons worthy of my name, instead of running around playing stupid games." Before leaving, Simon ordered the two of them to apologize to Jamie at sunrise, and to stay there until they were forgiven. Naturally, Alf absolutely hated the idea of facing Jamie. Honestly, he was now more terrified of that kid than his own father. Meanwhile, Lennon just stood there, completely frozen. Alf assumed his fake innocent little brother was in shock after their father exposed his true colors. But in reality, Simon's challenge to prove their worth was the only thing echoing in Lennon's mind. He was so thrilled he couldn't even hide his sinister smile. At that very moment, Jamie's mother was still watching over his bedside. She had clearly sensed Jamie's bloodlust toward Alf. But how could her 9-year-old boy, who still listened to her bedtime fairy tales, ever harbor such dark thoughts? At first, she thought it was just kids playing around, but looking back, if that artifact had functioned properly, Jamie would have been burned to a crisp. At that thought, Lady Welton clenched her fists in pure rage. Even if Simon personally came to apologize, she could never forgive his son. Just then, Jamie stirred, pulling her back from her thoughts of revenge. She shouldn't complicate things further. "Are you okay?" Argino asked, placing a comforting hand on his wife's shoulder. Right now, he was ready to do whatever she asked. Jamie's mother calmed down a bit. After all, they had to take the power of the northern nobles into account. Besides, old Simon had already apologized in person, and that brat Alf had been scolded until he cried his eyes out. With that in mind, the couple shared a soft laugh. Deciding the matter was settled for now, they slipped out of the room to let Jamie rest. Once the room fell completely silent, Jamie, looking like a little puffball, finally poked his head out from under the blankets. He knew his parents had been worried sick. He had truly lost control back there, but what shook him the most was Jane, his lover from a past life. He never expected her to be reincarnated. It wasn't entirely surprising, but did she really have to be reborn in the exact same era as him? Though, unlike him, she didn't seem to retain any of her past life memories. Was this a cruel twist of fate, or a conspiracy of those 12 bastards? Black immediately manifested to dismiss Jamie's wild theories. If those scumbags knew you'd been reincarnated, they wouldn't have just sat on their hands. Ugh, what on earth was he thinking? Jamie tried to calm himself down, but the memory of her death still felt like it happened yesterday. He decided he had to go see Rebecca Jane's reincarnation in this lifetime. In a dark, secluded corner, a suspicious figure in a black cloak was tying a message to a carrier pigeon. The letter was all about Jamie Welton's extraordinary magical talent. This piece of news was bound to send massive shockwaves through the entire magical world. The next day, Jamie took a stroll through the gardens of the Simon estate, soaking in the crisp, fresh air. Little Black popped out to chill with Jamie, earning a playful, sarcastic chuckle from the boy. Since today was the final day, almost all the guests had already packed up and left. That was the only reason Jamie was able to find such a beautiful and peaceful spot. Along the way, he kept brainstorming ways to meet Rebecca. Suddenly, a faint pattering sound echoed in Jamie's ears, even though the sky was crystal clear without a single drop of rain. Sensing danger, he looked around warily but couldn't spot anything. Jamie focused, expanding his mana to scan the surrounding area. Guided by his mana, Jamie finally located the source of the sound. It was a young girl sitting by the lakeside, chatting with Undine, a water spirit. Detecting an intruder, Undine vanished instantly. Rebecca turned around and, upon seeing Jamie, quickly stood up to greet the young Lord of Welton. After all, her father, a viscount, served directly under Jamie's father, Argino. Standing in front of his crush, Jamie started stammering like an idiot. What was your name again? Rebecca let out a soft giggle. She politely introduced herself as Rebecca, a water elementalist. Jamie fell back into deep thought. Why were both of them water elementalists? Jane's final words began to echo in his mind. Diablo, please don't forget me. Seeing Jamie staring blankly into the distance, Rebecca gently called him back to reality. Why do you look so incredibly sad, my lord? Jamie, or rather, Diablo, was still deeply drowned in the sorrow of his past love. Worried, Rebecca assumed he was still in shock after yesterday's terrifying incident. It's going to be okay, she murmured, pulling Jamie into a warm, comforting hug. Jamie knew full well that this feeling was just a remnant from his past life, but he still wanted to enjoy it for just a little bit longer. Afterward, the two of them sat down by the lakeside to chat. Rebecca happily shared that her father had told her that tough times would pass quickly when you share your burdens with others. It seemed Rebecca was extremely proud of her father, Viscount Voller. Rebecca took the initiative to express her regret for not being able to talk to Jamie yesterday. Coincidentally, Jamie felt the exact same way. Looking at the energetic girl in front of him, Jamie realized that his past life lover had truly moved on and reincarnated. She was a completely different person now, and he had to accept this painful truth. Jamie then subtly probed about forming contracts with the wind spirits of the Vaylor family. Although it was a long-standing tradition, Rebecca had a really tough time with it. She was naturally attractive to the wind spirits, but they all refused to contract with her after meeting her, until one day, that water spirit came and contracted with her, which was probably fate. Still, Rebecca felt guilty for making the contract on her own, without telling her father. Hearing this, Jamie recalled the Spirit King's contract, a soul bond sealed with each other's lives. The moment her soul reincarnated as Rebecca, the Spirit King must have noticed and sought her out. Rebecca could sense Viscount Vaylor's disappointment, yet he still supported his daughter. That made him truly special. Jamie said, I've never seen a spirit actively approach someone and ask to form a contract. Even though it wasn't a wind spirit, Rebecca had been chosen by a water spirit, which proved her true capability. Hearing these words, which no one had ever said to her before, deeply touched Rebecca, making all her inner turmoil instantly vanish. Rebecca smiled with pure satisfaction, thanking Jamie for showing her the way. It was finally time to head back, so Jamie took his leave, leaving a reluctant Rebecca behind. She wanted to talk to him more, but Rebecca immediately blushed and denied it. Oh boy, it looked like they had both fallen head over heels in love. On the way back, Jamie asked Black about his own behavior. There was no way a normal 9-year-old kid would talk as maturely as he did. But then again, Jamie felt that Rebecca was pretty mature herself. Feeling refreshed, Jamie returned to the mansion. Hearing someone call his name, he turned around. It was the two red-haired brothers of the Simon family. Alf hesitantly scratched his head, then mustered up all his courage to shout, I'm sorry. Jamie was utterly shocked. He had no idea what possessed this brat to apologize on his own. But then, it clicked. The kid probably got a good beating from his dad last night, which was why he dragged himself over here to beg for forgiveness. Being called out like that made Alf blush furiously, dying of embarrassment. Jamie, however, didn't give him the time of day. Jamie looked over at the boy with an eye patch next to them, and Alf quickly introduced his younger brother. Why did you bring him along? Were you too scared to come apologize by yourself? Jamie mocked. Lennon then confessed that he was the one who gave the artifact to Alf. Ah, so this little punk was the mastermind behind it all. Jamie gritted his teeth, realizing that both of the Simon brothers had tried to play a trick on him. Lennon put on an innocent, saintly face and introduced himself. Jamie immediately sized him up. It looked like the younger brother actually had a brighter future than the older one. Just looking at his face, Jamie could tell he was a sly, cunning fox. Even so, Lennon still couldn't satisfy the demands of that old man, Count Simon. Jamie wondered just how deep the Count's ambition went. Lennon kept running his mouth, saying, "Fortunately, nothing bad happened. You've heard the apology. Can we leave now?" Lennon asked. No way in hell, Jamie thought, giving a sinister smile. Compared to a soul that was thousands of years old like his, this little puppy was still incredibly green. During yesterday's chaos, Lennon hadn't shown his face at all. The kid probably thought that no one besides his father was superior to him. If Jamie just let Lennon's twisted mindset slide, it would only lead to trouble down the road. Might as well deal with him right now. Jamie pointed at the two troublemaking brats. With the Simon family having two sons, the two of them would definitely have to fight over the inheritance. Alf bristled, insisting that their brotherly bond was tight as thieves. Jamie stepped forward and whispered into Lennon's ear. If you're brave enough to do it, you'd better be prepared to face the consequences. If Count Simon won't teach you, then I will. Before Lennon could even process what was happening, darkness suddenly enveloped him. He felt his body turning ice cold, as if he were freezing to death. Lennon fell to his knees before a demonic eye that looked ready to swallow him whole. This is your last chance. Jamie only subjected Lennon to a brief illusion before letting him go. Tears and drool messed up Lennon's deathly pale face. Even if it was just an illusion, Lennon couldn't stop shaking uncontrollably. He clutched his head and screamed in terror. Suddenly, he remembered something someone had just told him this was his final chance. Lennon looked up, only to meet Jamie's smile. I'm sorry, Lennon muttered repeatedly, as if possessed. The only thought in his mind right now was that he had to bow down before Jamie. That afternoon, as the Welton family prepared to leave, Jamie found himself looking forward to this day for a very long time. He felt that staying peacefully at home and getting showered with hugs and kisses from his mom was way better. He had almost ruined the reputation of a great dark mage who was thousands of years old. It seems you're in a great mood. Count Simon finally found the chance to speak with Jamie. His eyes couldn't hide his astonishment upon seeing the boy again. Jamie immediately put on a sweet, innocent act as he replied, "I'm just happy to finally go back to my own nest. There are nothing but attention-seeking brats here." The two of them had planned to have a serious talk, but things didn't go quite as they had expected. Simon wondered why Jamie didn't stay longer, but Jamie jokingly asked if Simon wanted him to stick around just so his two sons could play more dirty tricks on him. Simon forced a bitter smile, utterly clueless as to how his genes could have produced two sons who loved playing such stupid pranks. However, he warned Jamie that the magic world had already started keeping an eye on him. Naturally, Jamie had already figured that out. As they walked, Jamie asked about the unfortunate Lennon, whom he'd scared half to death. Simon had already figured out that Jamie was the culprit. Lennon had been walking around like a soulless zombie since yesterday. Jamie was actually surprised to see that Simon wasn't even a little mad about his son being punished. Simon answered as if it were the most obvious thing in the world, saying if you do something wrong, you get punished, and there's nothing to argue about. Exactly. Now Jamie understood why those two redheads were so terribly spoiled. He noticed that Lennon actually had a lot of potential in magic, yet Simon completely ignored him. It turned out the Count couldn't see a single good quality in his second son, even finding his cunning personality distasteful. Jamie didn't even know what to say to that. It wouldn't hurt to at least give the kid a chance, but old Simon was just too lazy to bother. There was no way Lennon could show his talent while being suppressed by everyone else, and the one majorly at fault was this incredibly indifferent father. Simon was completely blindsided by the accusation. It was his own neglect that drove his two sons to run around acting out just to get some attention. Sure, Alf was a bit of a dummy, but Lennon had massive potential. Simon was stunned. Had his own eyes really misjudged his son's true worth? An 8th-class magician didn't even have eyes as sharp as this 9-year-old child. Simon felt as if a legendary archmage was standing right before him, giving him guidance. Jamie then continued. Who knows? Maybe his son's help would be the key to helping him break through his own limits. Simon was absolutely astounded when Jamie saw right through his deepest ambitions. Right then, his loving mother called out for him to get ready to leave. Jamie happily trotted off, but after lecturing the Count like a little old man, he delivered a parting shot. Just let my words go in one ear and out the other. After all, it's just a child's rambling. Talk about asking for a beating. Simon turned back inside, wishing with all his heart that Jamie was his own son. Later, on a clear, breezy night, Jamie sneaked out again with Black. He grumbled, calling out his two subordinates who were always running late and making him wait. Philip quickly apologized, explaining that Jans had been busy grooming himself to look good for their long-absent master. Jamie could only sigh, completely speechless at these two. Seriously, are they humans or zombies? But getting down to business, Philip had been keeping watch for the past 2 months. The Zenith Church had been doing good deeds all over Hayer without accepting any reward. They provided food and shelter to the homeless. Thanks to that, they built a stellar reputation and successfully opened up an orphanage. According to their investigation, the Zenith followers started making their moves right after Count Welton defeated Levin, which was about 2 months ago. They visited and helped the poor while preaching their holy teachings to them. At first, the locals didn't pay them much attention, but through their sheer persistence, they won the hearts of the people in the territory, and they quickly became devout believers. This caused the Zenith Church's influence in Hayer to skyrocket. Now, the Zenith Church is widely revered as the most benevolent and respected temple in the region. Jamie couldn't believe they had successfully brainwashed the populace. The Zenith bastards would never act out of the goodness of their hearts. Do you guys believe peace and war can coexist? Jamie suddenly asked, leaving his 2 zombie subordinates completely dumbfounded. But Philip believed they were deeply connected. After all, that was the very essence of Zenith. Peace reigning over mountains of blood and corpses. War is precisely when his divine light shines the brightest. So, what the Zenith priests are doing right now goes completely against their despicable god's philosophy. Jamie was certain that their charity work was just a front for a much darker scheme. He ordered Philip and Jans to keep close tabs on them and uncover their true motives. Sometime later, at the Zenith Church's orphanage, a young boy named Ricky was happily sweeping the courtyard, filled with gratitude toward the priest he called father. The reason was simple. The church had given him food and a warm place to sleep. For an abused beggar kid like Ricky, this place was absolute heaven. Ricky was an orphan who had arrived at the Zenith orphanage a month and a half ago, along with his younger sister Anna, who was blind. Once their parents realized her condition, they abandoned both siblings and ran away. To protect Anna, Ricky had resorted to doing all sorts of bad things. Yet, the street life remained brutal, and the adults they encountered were always heartless. Just when they were on the brink of death, a warm hand reached out to save them. In Ricky's eyes, it was the hand of God itself. They gave the 2 siblings a fresh start in life. From that moment on, Ricky's dream was to become a priest so he could share this miracle with others. As Ricky was taking his sister out to play, the other kids excitedly ran over to tell him the news about Shino, the one favored by their god, who was about to enter the main cathedral to become an official priest. Ricky was astounded. That had been his ultimate dream for the past month as well. Later that night, Jamie was out on patrol using the wings he borrowed from Black. Just as he was about to land, his eyes caught sight of a young man collapsed on the ground. Jamie landed immediately to inspect him. This guy's energy felt incredibly strange. It was so repulsive that it made him feel sick. The guy had holy energy, but he didn't look like a priest at all. He seemed to be a holy knight, but why on earth was a knight sleeping right in the middle of the road like this? To be honest, Jamie had never been a fan of these self-righteous gods anyway. Jamie wondered if he should just take this guy out tonight. But suddenly, the man grabbed his leg, giving Jamie a mini heart attack. What the hell? The holy knight mumbled. Jamie raised an eyebrow. You what? I'm starving. The guy gasped out his last breath and completely passed out. Seriously? Jamie was speechless. Jamie didn't even need to lift a finger, since this idiot was on the verge of starving to death anyway. Still, he was pretty annoyed that the guy had managed to scare the absolute crap out of him. Jamie walked away without looking back. But how on earth did that same guy end up sitting at his family's dining table the next morning, acting all cheerful and friendly? Everyone at the table was having a great time, except for Jamie. If he had known this would happen, he would have slit the guy's throat last night. As it turned out, the patrolling soldiers had found his shriveled, starving body and carried him straight to the mansion. Once the knight got some food in him, his energy was fully restored, and he began rattling on like a machine gun without taking a single breath. Jamie couldn't hide his annoyance. Why did his parents have to be so nice to this pathetic, washed-up knight anyway? Argino questioned Lars and learned that he belonged to the Church of Pyro, which worships the goddess of mercy and punishment. The Count and Countess were surprised to meet someone from the Church of Pyro here. She asked the knight if he knew the bishop, and upon hearing that name, Lars guessed that Jamie's mother came from Aeon. But the moment she mentioned she was from the Bell family, Lars immediately bolted upright. Everyone watched him in confusion, wondering what had gotten into him. He immediately dropped to one knee, right in front of Jamie's mother. "It is an absolute honor to meet someone of your noble standing." Jamie was completely dumbfounded. He knew the Church of Pyro operated in the Bell family's territory in Aeon, but a holy knight kneeling like this was a gesture reserved only for bishops or those of higher rank. What on earth was going on here? So, Jamie pulled out his ultimate weapon, acting cute, and begged Argino to explain it to him. Meanwhile, his soul was screaming internally. He couldn't freaking believe there'd come a day when a thousands of years old ancient mage like him had to play the part of an innocent 9-year-old brat. But to his dismay, his father didn't give him an answer right away. Jamie felt like he'd been hit by a bolt of lightning. Damn it, his cute act didn't even work. How embarrassing. Still, one thing was clear. If the Bell family was deeply connected to the Church of Pyro, it meant his own mother might end up being someone he'd have to eliminate. After the meal, Count Argino summoned Lars to his study for a serious talk. The Church of Pyro had no business in the eastern region, so could they be trying to expand their influence? Lars quickly waved his hands in denial, explaining that he was actually pursuing a target. Specifically, those who were conducting horrific. Hearing this news, Argino's killing intent instantly exploded. First human trafficking, and now chimeras? Who on earth dared to run amok in his territory like this? The knight bit his lip, hesitating. Since this was top-secret church business, he couldn't just blab about it, but he offered to share a few details if Argino agreed to help. It turned out the knight had come to the Welton estate to beg for the overwhelming power of the swordmaster himself, Argino. Argino fell into deep thought. This was no minor issue. On the surface, a chimera is just an artificial creature made by fusing the strengths of various living beasts. But in reality, almost all chimera creators are branded as vile criminals, because their main ingredient is the human body. Only a rare few have managed to avoid using humans, but so far, there hasn't been a single exception. Anyone caught making a chimera deserves to be thrown in chains. Still, given Argino's high standing, he couldn't promise to back the knight on every front. But since this involved the connection between his wife's family and the Church of Pyro, Argino couldn't just turn a blind eye. He decided to help. Overjoyed, the knight practically jumped for joy as he thanked Argino. But Argino cut straight to the chase, asking for the specifics. Why didn't the Church of Pyro ask the kingdom for help? The knight hesitated again. He explained that they couldn't involve the kingdom because their own reputation was on the line. Worse yet, the target they were hunting had already sacrificed 10 priests, meaning he was using holy power to breed these chimeras. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Jamie was nervously walking into the garden. He couldn't believe there'd actually come a day when he looked forward to this annoying tea time. Seeing Jamie arrive, Sarah cheered with absolute joy. Usually, he'd drag his feet and show up late, but today was different. This made his mother curious. What on earth could make her usually mature son so impatient? Jamie didn't waste any time asking why that knight was kneeling before his mother earlier. On top of that, the guy looked so starstruck, like he was meeting his absolute idol. Jamie's mother burst into laughter. She had a feeling he'd be curious about the connection between the Bell family and the Church of Pyro. Smiling gently, she explained, "Your great-grandfather, my grandfather, was actually the savior of the Church of Pyro." Hearing this, Jamie felt like he'd been struck by lightning. This news was even more shocking than the thought of the Demon King Croatoan's reincarnation. She went on to explain that a long time ago, an extremely precious relic of the Church of Pyro was stolen. That was when his great-grandfather stepped in to help. It was during the infamous Pyro Garden incident. Followers of the Demon King had tried to summon his power using the church's sacred relic. Fortunately, their dark ritual failed. But during the battle to stop them, her grandfather, the Marquis, tragically lost his life. In his honor, the Church of Pyro appointed him as an honorary archbishop, promising to treat the Bell family with the same respect as bishops for the next 100 years. Looking at her, Jamie could see the deep sorrow lingering on his mother's face. Your mom must have been really close to your great-grandfather. Besides, those heirs of the Veo family demanding compensation from the bishop, that is just completely absurd. But then again, it's probably because the stolen item was their only holy relic. He'd destroy Zenith eventually, but first, he'd milk them for all they're worth. Just thinking about this wicked plan gave him chills of pure joy. Jamie, sweetie. His mother's voice snapped Jamie back to reality. He instantly switched back to good boy mode and continued their tea time. That night marked exactly 1 week. It was finally time for little Sino to be transferred to the main cathedral. A grand farewell party was held. Ricky stood in the distance, eyes sparkling as he looked at Sino, making sure to wave goodbye to his friend before they parted. They seemed pretty close. Sino said he would wait for him at the main cathedral so they could become outstanding priests together. Watching the carriage leave, Ricky resolved that one day he would also become a priest just like Sino. Meanwhile, after less than half an hour of traveling, Sino and his escorts arrived at their destination. Sino was quite surprised by this so-called main cathedral. It didn't look like a church at all, so Sino hesitantly asked the priest accompanying him, "This is the place. Now, follow me." The priest led him inside and ordered Sino to go down into a basement. The long staircase leading into a pitch-black abyss sent a shiver down Sino's spine. On the way down, he passed a room with a bizarre creature inside, making him jump. He kept voicing his concern to the priest, but the man ignored him, dragging him right in front of the bishop. The cunning face from the early chapters slowly emerged from the shadows. Sino burst into tears, sobbing, "Wasn't I chosen by God? And there's definitely a monster here. I want to go home." "Sino, you are indeed the chosen one," the bishop said with a fake, sweet smile. Sino screamed back, "Then why was I brought to this creepy place instead of the main cathedral?" "Because this is where we have achieved the unimaginable." The bishop spoke with a sinister grin. He wanted to see what an innocent, pure child like Sino would turn into. He summoned someone. A deformed man walked in, his hand grabbing the trembling Sino. "You're going to make a beautiful chimera." The next morning, in the peaceful heist territory, Jamie was guiding the knight along Belbus Road, the largest thoroughfare in the estate. The knight laughed, recalling that this was the very road where he once collapsed from hunger. Jamie didn't like the guy one bit, but his reason for showing him around was simple. Earlier that morning, during his relaxing tea time, his respectable father, Argino, had assigned him the task of playing tour guide for that blockheaded knight. From that moment on, Jamie knew his day was going to be a total pain. While Jamie was silently seething, the knight was amazed by his memory, which was even better than a professional tour guide's. "Jamie?" the knight said with a bright smile, genuinely grateful that Jamie had agreed to show him around Heiss. The knight reached out to hold his hand like close brothers, but Jamie wanted none of it, giving him a look that said, "Put your hand down, buddy." Dismayed, the knight pulled his hand back, waiting for Jamie's next question. He was curious about what the knight and his father had discussed last night. Whoa. The knight didn't expect him to ask that. Usually, kids would ask him what knights do. So, the knight quickly changed the subject, using it as an excuse to praise Jamie's good looks. Jamie grimaced. That was obvious, no need to even talk about it. He knew the guy was totally bullshitting him. The knight chuckled nervously, thinking, is every kid around here this mature? But he still insisted that last night, the two of them only talked about Jamie. Failing to get what he wanted, Jamie walked away in annoyance. If you don't want to tell me, just say so. Only a toddler would believe that kind of excuse. Knowing he was seen through, the knight stopped lying, but he couldn't exactly tell a 9-year-old about chimeras. Jamie's eyes sharpened. He guessed there was something hidden in Heiss, which explained why the knight wanted to look around. But what exactly is it? Jamie wished someone was here to help him. Meanwhile, seeing Jamie ignore him, the knight thought the boy was sulking. Suddenly, Jamie remembered there was one place they hadn't visited yet, Gina's church, a place he had been wanting to check out for a long time. On the way, the knight was still worried Jamie was sulking, which only irritated him more. Ricky was hard at work sweeping the yard when he looked up. His eyes caught Jamie walking gloomily alongside a brainless blonde guy. Ricky instantly recognized Jamie as the black-haired kid who had bumped into him that night. The Holy Knight wondered, "Is that your friend?" Jamie grumbled internally. "Don't tell me it's the kid who bumped into me that night." Then changing my hair color was completely pointless. Jamie walked away decisively. After all, he didn't even know Ricky. Ricky, of course, wouldn't let him go. He rushed straight toward Jamie. "Did you dye your hair? I almost didn't recognize you." Laughing, Ricky ran across without realizing there was a carriage speeding down the road. The coachman shouted, "Get out of the way!" In front of Ricky, 2 massive horses were about to trample him. Honestly, idiots exist in every era. Night Ross dashed at full speed, reaching his hand out to Ricky, who stood frozen, tears streaming down his face, muttering, "Am I going to die?" Tch. Jamie clicked his tongue in annoyance. He wanted to play the villain, yet here he was, forced to save someone. He summoned a barrage of chains, launching them toward Ricky. Night Ross managed to pull Ricky away just before the hooves struck. When Ross turned around, he couldn't hide his shock. The chains summoned by Jamie's magic had blocked the carriage, allowing Ross to save Ricky in the nick of time. After the shock, Ricky was still dazed, but it seemed luck was on his side today. He rushed over and hugged Jamie tightly, overwhelmed with emotion. "Thank you so much." Sob. "Only family gets to hug me though." Jamie irritably pulled away from Ricky. Only Lars stood still, deep in thought. He was recalling the moment Jamie used his magic. It was on a completely different level compared to any mages he had worked with before. He couldn't believe a mere 9-year-old kid could possess such terrifying power. In just a few years, Jamie might become an existence so powerful that even Lars wouldn't be able to look him in the eye as an equal anymore. Seeing Lars standing there dazed, Jamie called him to come inside. Lars was still completely clueless. "Wait, go inside, where? What do you mean inside?" "The Zenith Church, obviously." Jamie sighed in exhaustion, making Lars feel like he was being totally looked down on. Ricky enthusiastically volunteered to lead the way for the two of them. Along the way, the boy excitedly introduced the orphanage, his new home. A nun appeared and called out to Ricky. She was curious about Jamie and Lars's presence. Ricky immediately introduced them as the saviors of his life. The nun looked worried upon hearing that Ricky had almost met his end under a carriage. She bowed her head in deep gratitude to the two of them. But the moment Lars mentioned he was from the Pyro Church, her expression completely shifted. Lars didn't miss the chance to brag about Jamie's talent either. "It's all thanks to his magic. Otherwise, we would have lost 2 lives, not just 1. The nun then asked about his identity. Jamie didn't hesitate to reveal his Welton lineage. Basically, his dad ruled over this entire territory. The nun immediately apologized for not recognizing the signature green hair of the Welton family. This reaction made Jamie suspicious. Anyone born in Heiss would know the distinct features of their lord. She then asked if Lars had come to take Ricky to Pyro. Lars quickly waved his hand in denial, using a simple tour as an excuse to enter the Zenith Church. Hearing this, the nun told Ricky to show Jamie around, while Lars the knight would go with her. Jamie felt irritated, immediately seeing through the nun's obvious attempt to separate him and Lars. She might be planning to eliminate him right then and there. Either way, Jamie knew he had to keep his guard up. Jamie put on a friendly face to say goodbye to Lars, not forgetting to tell him to come over for dinner with his mother. Lars caught the hidden meaning in Jamie's words and waved back, signaling he understood. Now that Ricky knew Jamie was the Lord's son, he became extremely tense, not daring to speak freely anymore. Jamie rolled his eyes and told him to talk like he used to. He couldn't care less about status or anything. Ricky instantly brightened up, looking like he was about to hug Jamie again. He eagerly ran ahead to lead the way. Jamie couldn't fathom which nerve in this guy's brain was fried to make him so hyperactive. After touring the orphanage, Ricky brought Jamie to the room he shared with his little sister. Naturally, Jamie had absolutely zero interest in their room. Ricky swung the door wide open and introduced his new friend to Anna. The little sister quietly stood up to greet them. The moment Jamie saw Anna, he froze. The girl in front of him was born with the qualities of a saintess, especially those eyes brimming with divine power. Saintesses are messengers sent from heaven and capable of channeling the power of their God far more easily than anyone else. They are blessed with immense divine power, concentrated in a specific part of their body. Right now, young Anna was blind precisely because of the overwhelming divine power residing in her eyes. But once she grows up and awakens her powers, Anna will be able to see the flow of the world through those divine eyes. In all likelihood, Anna would become a troublesome enemy for Jamie in the future. Yet, he couldn't just eliminate her right now. If Jamie could notice it, that priest definitely knew about Anna's potential too. Killing her now would do nothing but alert the enemy. Seeing Jamie standing there like a statue, Ricky looked at him suspiciously and started teasing. "Wait, did you just fall for my sister? What on earth are you talking about?" Jamie snapped. But before he could even do anything, Anna delivered a precise smack right to her brother's head with the book in her hand. "There's something I don't understand in this book. Can you explain it to me, brother?" And just like that, Ricky obediently sat next to Anna to read, while Jamie plunged back into his thoughts. He wondered whether she was born with Zenith's divine power or that of another god. Either way, he had to keep an eye on these siblings. Watching them engrossed in the book, Jamie quietly let himself out. Ricky volunteered to escort him back. Along the way, his mouth kept running, giving Jamie a massive headache. It was like this guy was born just to talk. Intrigued, Jamie asked Ricky what he wanted to do for a living. Caught off guard, Ricky teased him with sparkling eyes. "Oh? Is that a question you only ask real friends?" "I'm so touched." "Get lost, you freak," Jamie muttered in annoyance. Realizing he should stop joking, Ricky began to open up. At first, Ricky thought just living with his sister was enough. But after coming here, he had a new dream to be chosen by Zenith and become an outstanding priest. He mentioned how Sion had been chosen and sent to the main church before him. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Jamie's mind. The pieces of the puzzle, the church, human trafficking, Revol, and the chosen ones all clicked into place. Jamie quickly pressed Ricky, asking where he had been before coming to the orphanage. The boy innocently replied, "On the streets." Already in a hurry, Jamie grew even more irritated. I mean, before that. Ricky then honestly confessed that he used to be in the Revol organization. Now, everything made perfect sense. Jamie let out a smug grin. It seemed Zenith had been planning this all along. Meanwhile, Lars had finished his conversation with the nun. She offered to lead him back to Jamie, and Lars the knight gladly accepted. The moment her back was turned, his polite smile vanished, replaced by an annoyed scowl, since he couldn't squeeze a single drop of information out of that old hag. He had a strong feeling that these people were somehow tied to that Chimera incident. Meanwhile, Ricky and Jamie were already waiting for them at their usual spot. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed. Well, it seems an esteemed guest has dropped by while I was out." The bishop stepped inside, followed by a masked knight. He offered Jamie a warm, friendly greeting. Jamie immediately recognized him as the priest who had once begged his father for a church permit. Lars introduced himself as being from Firo, which prompted the bishop to put on a fake look of surprise. While the two exchanged empty pleasantries, Jamie watched them like a hawk. Lars definitely had a hidden agenda for traveling all the way to Heiss. Still, Jamie couldn't quite put his finger on it. Just then, Lars felt a bizarre energy radiating from the knight standing behind the bishop. It was undoubtedly a potent divine power, but it felt polluted, mixed with some other dark energy. Lars's face stiffened in sheer shock, and his reaction didn't escape Jamie's sharp eyes. He knew right away that there was something seriously off about that night. On their way back, Jamie noticed Lars was still lost in thought. To break the ice, he brought up how young Sino had been selected to go to the main cathedral. Lars was a little surprised that Jamie had struck up a conversation first. Suddenly, in a great mood, he started rambling on and on. He went on about how Ricky was such a model kid with a noble dream of becoming a priest, blah, blah, blah. But that wasn't what Jamie was getting at. Jamie wanted to drop a few hints for the night. So, he casually mentioned how his father had wiped out the live-in bandits for kidnapping and trafficking children. To top it off, Ricky himself had been a part of that gang before ending up at the orphanage. Lars was utterly stunned by this revelation. To deliver the final blow, Jamie smoothly added, "Do you really think the Zenith Church is just a harmless charity, Lars?" And just like that, Jamie successfully guided Lars's suspicions. Lars clenched his fists in pure rage as every single clue pointed to one horrifying truth. The Zenith Church was using children as raw materials. That night, right after dinner, Lars immediately reported his findings to Count Welton. The Count was skeptical, given the Zenith Church's positive influence on his territory. Lars then shared his suspicions about the masked knight. Although the man possessed incredibly powerful divine energy, Lars couldn't tell if he was actually one of the Zenith Church's holy knights. It was as if his holy power was corrupted. Hearing this, Count Welton's eyes went wide. If a chimera was actually wielding divine power, he couldn't just sit back and watch. He wanted to lead his knights and wipe them out immediately, but Lars advised him not to act too rashly. They needed solid proof first, and Lars volunteered to go get it himself. Count Welton, however, didn't think Lars could handle this alone. What were his chances of survival in a solo mission where he could be outnumbered 50-1? But Lars confidently assured him that he held the upper hand in this kind of stealth mission. Even so, the Count insisted on sending 3 others with Lars. Suddenly, 3 Shadow Knights dropped down from the ceiling, taking Lars completely by surprise. He hadn't even sensed their presence. It was shocking, especially since they carried long swords but moved like silent assassins. No wonder they were trusted to guard the Welton family's darkest secrets. Just like that, an elite investigation team was born, consisting of Lars and 3 of Welton's top Shadow Knights. While the group was busy delegating tasks, a familiar little black puffball sitting outside the window recorded every single word and reported back to Jamie. So, the Zenith Church's twisted plan was indeed to use innocent, pure children as raw materials to build their abominable chimeras. Those scumbags really never change. Jamie figured that since these incomplete chimeras were already being deployed, the church must be in an absolute rush. As for why they're in such a hurry, well, the story hasn't revealed that just yet. Jamie handed a letter to Black to deliver to Philip, while he remained in his room to dive into the memories of one of his 2 undead servants. Meanwhile, Philip and Jans were waiting for their target to show up. Jans was getting restless, wanting to tear the whole village apart, but Philip remained cool and patient. His only focus was to strictly carry out Jamie's orders, leaving Jans to sigh in utter boredom. They had been staking out this place for several nights, and absolutely nothing interesting had happened. But then thud, thud, heavy, rushed footsteps immediately put Philip on high alert. A knight drew his sword and roared, "I will end you all," before violently swinging his blade straight at Jans. Jans jumped back in shock, barely dodging the lethal slash. Both of them could feel the devastating divine power the knight was wielding with zero hesitation. The knight seemed completely possessed, continuously muttering the word kill. Philip quickly urged Jans to go warn Jamie, and Jans, clicking his tongue, turned and bolted. Noticing this, the knight immediately lunged, swinging his blade right at Jans's back. Jans didn't even have time to react. "Get down!" Philip yelled, lunging forward to push Jans right out of the window. As Jans fell, he looked back and screamed, "No, brother!" Philip was slashed clean through by the knight's holy sword, but right before he collapsed, his last words were a quiet whisper, "Master, Black, speak of the devil and he shall appear." Setting up a powerful barrier to seal off the house, Jamie stepped down from the window. "I'm here, my loyal servant." Now, only 3 people remained in the room. Philip lay mangled at Jamie's feet, but luckily, since he was undead, a mortal wound like that couldn't actually kill him. Jamie couldn't help but admire his brand new toy. No one on the outside can see what's happening in here. Though, casting 6th-tier magic is a bit of a workout, the knight, having no interest in chatting, lunged straight at Jamie. He cast a 5th-tier spell, Gravity, bring it on. True to its name, the spell intensified the gravitational pull, pinning the knight to the ground so he couldn't move a muscle. Next came Death Grip, locking the knight down with a horde of summoned corpses. The knight struggled to break free, and man, his raw strength was no joke. Jamie quickly cast Sacrifice, summoning souls to trigger a massive explosion. Sensing the danger, the knight looked up just in time to see a sphere of magic energy condensing and detonating right in front of his face. As the thick smoke and dust slowly cleared, Jamie was shocked to see the knight still standing, muttering curses under his breath. He gripped his sword and charged once more, but it looked like luck was definitely not on his side today. Jamie cast Puppet Magic, wrapping magical threads directly around the knight's soul to bind and control him. Completely restrained, the knight couldn't even process the threat, let alone hold his sword. Jamie slowly stepped closer. The fragments from the exploded corpses had embedded themselves into the knight's body during the blast, meaning everything that once belonged to him was now Jamie's to command. The knight realized he was completely losing control of his body and couldn't even channel his dark magic anymore. His only option left was to run. Suddenly, a bright blue flame began to erupt from his body. Jamie's face darkened as he realized the guy was trying to self-destruct. He lunged forward, thrusting a shadowy hand straight through the knight's chest. But the explosion was still building up, and to make matters worse, Jamie's hand was stuck. With no time to lose, a massive wave of holy energy erupted from the knight, blasting Jamie backward. The entire room was flooded with a blinding blue light. Fortunately, thanks to his dark magic, Jamie managed to survive the blast. It was hard to believe the knight had actually broken through Jamie's darkness by unleashing his maximum holy energy. But every trick has its counter. Jamie's dark magic was already busy absorbing the knight's light. The knight bolted toward the window to escape, but Jamie was like, "No way." He landed a direct blow, sending the guy stumbling back. Suddenly, long, writhing tentacles and razor-sharp teeth sprouted right out of his back. Jamie realized this was the knight's chimera form, but it looked so damn disgusting, he felt like he'd never be able to eat grilled squid again. He wasted no time and whipped out chains to bind the knight tightly. The knight kept thrashing around with his tentacles. Jamie unleashed Exploding Death, a dark spell designed to shatter any type of armor with a shadowy blast. Realizing he was completely paralyzed and pushed to his absolute limit, the knight resorted to his final trump card. From a hole in the knight's back, a bizarre creature shot out, moving lightning fast as it leaped through the window and escaped. Jamie watched it go, totally annoyed. Oh my god, his true body was just a disgusting, squirming piece of walking meat, so gross. Only then did Philip get a chance to speak to him. On the floor lay the mutated corpse of the unfortunate knight, while his true form had already slipped away. Philip stood there dumbfounded. Seriously, he could just do that? He really thought they were about to have an intense, high-stakes chase. He immediately questioned Jamie, saying he was never taught that letting an enemy escape was okay. But Jamie had already anticipated this. He had planted a dark magic tracker all over the knight's body when he used his dark hand. From now on, he could locate him whenever he wanted. Meanwhile, in the study, the old bishop was sitting at his desk, practicing calligraphy. Suddenly, there was a noise at the window, and a grotesque lump of flesh with a single eye slithered inside. What the hell? There's no way he was defeated. The bishop trembled as he cradled his prized creation in his hands. That creature was the pinnacle of his research, a chimera holy knight infused with an overwhelming amount of holy power. Still curious, Philip pointed out that if the enemy realized they were marked with dark magic, they could easily trace it back to Jamie. Jamie just sighed at his clueless questions. But well, he still had to explain it for the sake of the audience too. Right now, Jamie's power was on a completely different level compared to standard dark magic. Even though he had no idea why his current dark magic felt so weak against holy energy, he was still absolutely badass whenever he tapped into his god-slaying power. It was a pure form of darkness, specifically designed to slaughter holy beings and completely erase their existence without leaving a single trace. That's exactly why those idiots wielding holy energy would never be able to track him down. Jamie then tossed the knight's body into his room through his spatial portal. Just then, Jans burst through the door, looking frantic, asking if Philip was still alive. His expression instantly shifted the moment he spotted Jamie. He really thought Philip would be nothing but a pile of bones after facing off against that lunatic of a knight. Jamie angrily pointed a finger at him. While his buddy got sliced clean in half, Jans was only showing up now. Jans just scratched his head in embarrassment. He claimed that after falling from above, he was knocked out and decided to take a quick nap. Jamie could not believe an undead could actually pass out. Bow down, Jamie ordered Jans, before casually sitting on his back as they talked. They had probably made their moves too quickly and drawn unwanted attention. From now on, both of them had to be extremely discreet. Most importantly, Jamie restored Philip's body. Even if he was an undead, it didn't mean he was immortal. If he got hacked into pieces a few more times, Jamie wouldn't be able to pull his soul back. Before leaving, Jamie warned Jans to stick close and protect Philip unless he wanted to end up all by himself. Meanwhile, the bishop was absolutely losing his mind. He couldn't believe a veteran-level chimera holy knight, fused with 4 other life forms, had been reduced back to a pathetic, squirming piece of walking meat. He carefully weighed every possibility of who could have pulled this off. The first person that came to mind was Hino, with his terrifyingly monstrous power, but he dismissed the idea instantly. If it really were the Count, this hunk of flesh would not have made it back alive. Besides, the connection between him and the knight was severed in an instant, which would require a powerful barrier. It had to be a formidable mage, lurking within this territory. His mind immediately jumped to Jamie, but he quickly shook his head. He figured Jamie could only be a Class 4 mage at best, and taking on his chimera would require someone at Class 5 or higher. Just who in the world could possibly be that powerful? While he was racking his brain, a cold blade was suddenly pressed against his neck. So, did your second plan fail too? Looks like I do not even need to hear your answer. A black-cloaked figure stood right behind him, making the bishop tremble in absolute terror as he desperately tried to deny it. Is that so? Then what the hell is that? The dark-lipped man sneered, pressing the blade deep enough to draw blood. Terrified, the bishop hurriedly explained that some troublesome pest had gotten in the way. The dark-lipped man threatened him, warning that if he messed up again, he had better prepare to donate his own body to the experiment. If the Count finds out, it is over for all of us. With that, he vanished like a puff of smoke. Only then did the bishop finally dare to breathe. That was one of the 7 knights of the Genus Church. They protect the archbishop at the main cathedral, and every single one of them is a master-class powerhouse. Furious, the bishop slammed his fist onto the table. Once his experiment succeeded, he would definitely seize that archbishop's seat and show those bastards what happens when they look down on him. Meanwhile, at the Welton mansion, Jamie was carefully examining the knight's corpse he had just acquired. Those Genus bastards are surprisingly clever, actually figuring out a way to craft a chimera infused with holy power. Now, it was time for an autopsy. Jamie meticulously dissected and examined each part of the knight's body. An insect leg, fire-resistant organs, compound insect eyes, and the most crucial, indispensable element, a human body. A total of 4 life forms were combined, granting high magic resistance and incredible speed, while the core was just a small orb containing holy power. That is how they disguised a chimera as a holy knight. But he could not grasp their ultimate goal. Regardless of the reason, though, this whole thing was utterly repulsive. The genus still view humans as bugs and disposable tools, just like they always have. Remembering the final words of his fallen comrades, Jamie could not suppress his rage. Every single one of them had died under their sheer brutality. The sole reason Jamie returned to this world after thousands of years was to wipe out the genus, those 12 bastard gods. They might have successfully sealed him in his past life, but in this lifetime, he will take back everything they stole. Meanwhile, the bishop was still stressing over his deadline, talking to the researcher who conducted the experiment. A furious voice echoed through the crystal ball. The bishop apologized profusely. I mean, who could have predicted someone stronger than their holy knight would interfere? What the hell are you doing? I am so sick of this. The researcher roared. The bishop gave a sinister smile. Failure is the mother of success. Now, we start from scratch and choose another subject for the experiment. The voice on the other end immediately jumped to Anna. She had the perfect qualities to become a saintess, but the bishop was highly sensitive to anything regarding her. He flatly refused to use a potential saintess for a chimera. Besides, he already had a target in mind. A kid who worshipped Zenith like an idol, and was the saintess's only living relative, Ricky. The next morning, a nun came looking for Ricky, instructing everyone to gather in the main chapel. At the hall, Ben was calling Ricky over to where Anna was sitting. Ricky's face completely darkened the moment he saw his buddy hovering around his little sister. He immediately rushed over to separate them, absolutely refusing to let Ben hit on his sister. Everyone was buzzing with curiosity about today's gathering. It would be so amazing if someone else got chosen. At least, that's what Anna hoped. Just then, the bishop appeared on the altar, wearing a disgustingly fake, innocent smile. Today, I have wonderful news for you all. The crowd started whispering in excitement upon hearing him speak of a miracle. Could someone else be chosen, just like Sino? The bishop chuckled warmly. Haha, you kids guessed it. This time, Lord Zenith has also chosen one of you. In reality, he could barely hide his sinister grin. To him, these orphans were just a bunch of brainwashed fools begging to be selected. But the story he spun about an orphan child becoming a holy knight certainly sounded convincing. That was a true blessing, at least in the mind of this wretched old bastard. He cleared his throat, signaling the children to quiet down before announcing the chosen one. And that person was, of course, the unfortunate Ricky. He was the next victim, doomed to become a chimera. The next day, heavy rain poured down over Heiss. Jamie was sipping tea with his beloved mother. Honestly, he was not enjoying it one bit, but he still had to force out some cheesy, sweet words. The scent of rain is so refreshing, mother. But being with you is even better. Overjoyed, Jamie's mother instantly wrapped him in a warm, blissful hug. Only we know just how hard Jamie was trying to play the good son. Just then, the butler knocked and stepped in, announcing that a commoner boy, claiming to be Jamie's friend, was at the door. The old butler was not sure if he should kick him out. Frankly, Jamie had no idea when he had ever befriended a commoner, either. But then, a certain name flashed in his mind, and Jamie quickly ordered the butler to let the visitor in. The guest was none other than the unfortunate Ricky. He nervously bowed and greeted Jamie's mother. She was absolutely thrilled to see her son actually had a friend coming over to play. Naturally, she could not miss the chance to make some friendly small talk, highly curious about how Ricky and Jamie had met. Ricky, having his buttons pushed, immediately started blabbering about that breezy, moonlit night when he went out to steal things and ran into Jamie. Of course, Jamie quickly covered Ricky's mouth before his secret night escapade could be exposed. Jamie forced a smile and told his mom to go rest first. His mom just thought he was feeling embarrassed in front of his friend. She smiled warmly and set a condition he had to kiss her goodbye. Jamie froze. That challenge was harder than anything. But in the end, he had to close his eyes and squeeze a kiss onto his mom's cheek. This sight completely petrified Ricky. Who would have thought a hot-headed, grumpy guy like Jamie would actually give his mom a kiss on the cheek? As soon as his mom left, Jamie's annoyed face returned. He demanded to know why Ricky had come here. Ricky happily announced that he was the chosen one. Since he would be leaving soon, He wanted to stop by and say goodbye to Jamie. Now, it was Jamie's turn to freeze. This news came much faster than he had expected. That afternoon, Knight Ross was feeling totally demoralized. He had turned the entire church upside down but still couldn't find that mysterious knight. Was the guy buried underground or something? Right at that moment, Ricky was leaving the mansion. Seeing Ross, the boy smiled and said, "Oh, hello there, uncle." Ross replied, "Hey, kid, you're supposed to call me big brother." Ross felt emotionally damaged by being called old. He wondered why Ricky had come to see Jamie today. Ricky eagerly bragged about being blessed with a miracle by the god Janus and how he would be leaving for the main church tomorrow morning. Ross froze in shock. So, this was how they tricked innocent kids. How could they call themselves servants of a god and not feel a shred of shame? Holding back his rage, Ross gently patted Ricky's head and encouraged him, saying he would make a great priest. Ricky remained completely clueless, completely unaware of the storm that was about to hit. Once Ricky left, Ross summoned the 3 dark knights of Welton. His face was filled with pure, murderous intent. Tomorrow morning, we're tailing Ricky's carriage. He was going to show those scumbags what a real party looked like. The next morning, Ricky was deeply touched as he held a bouquet of flowers from his friends and prepared to leave. Ben seized the opportunity to promise he would take good care of Anna in Ricky's absence. Ricky tightly hugged his sister before saying goodbye, telling her to eat well. He asked her to wait for his return not from military service, but as a full-fledged priest. It was a tearful farewell before Ricky's impending fate as a chimera. The boy climbed into the carriage and left the orphanage behind. Following silently behind was Knight Ross. Meanwhile, Jamie sat in his room, watching everything unfold through his all-seeing break lens. Now, it was time for him to find where that walking piece of meat was hiding. After searching for a bit, Jamie detected traces of his dark mana coming from inside the Janus church. Creating a holy chimera required 3 things. First, a sacrifice to serve as the raw material. Second, a chimera creator to conduct the experiment. And finally, a high priest to infuse it with holy power. Around here, there was only one high priest, none other than the two-faced bishop of Janus. Jamie believed that Ross and his knights would easily wipe out that laboratory, while he himself would handle that fake bishop. And just like that, they were all about to kick the bucket. Inside the bishop's office, the old man was absolutely thrilled that his grand plan was finally coming to fruition. His dream was to turn an orphan into a holy knight. But of course, God's blessings always come with heavy trials. Would Ricky be able to survive this experiment? The old man reached toward the two-way mirror, preparing to grab Ricky. But Jamie wasn't about to let him have his way. Tonight, the bishop would be playing with him, not Ricky. The bishop was violently pulled backward and crashed onto the floor. His old back couldn't handle the impact, making his face twist in anger as he snarled, "You bastard! Who dares to ambush me? For a man of the church, you sure have a filthy mouth." Jamie unleashed a wave of pure dark energy, catching the bishop completely off guard. But in that split second, the old man quickly deduced that Jamie must be the culprit who had beaten up his holy knight. "How dare you interfere with my plans?" He clasped his hands together to pray for power, conjuring a massive holy domain right in the middle of the room. Under the protection of his god, his power would be boosted several times over within this holy domain. Jamie frowned. If this was a bishop-level holy domain, the old man would definitely have enough power to crush solid rock with his bare hands. Shaking his wrists to look cool, the bishop declared that he would end this himself and lunged forward to attack Jamie. "I will purify you with this very fist." The bishop put all of his martial arts expertise into the punch, but it only grazed Jamie's shoulder. Jamie feigned shock, making the delusional old man burst out laughing. "Mwahaha, are you scared now?" Suddenly, a wicked idea popped into his head. He would turn Jamie into a raw material too. As long as his next attack landed on Jamie, everything would be perfect. "You call this power?" Jamie mocked. His magic instantly enveloped the bishop's fist, giving him no time to even process what was happening. "You really dare to act tough in front of a dark mage whose family has been playing the villain for generations?" He even tried summoning a holy domain to suppress Jamie's dark magic. But please, he wasn't nearly strong enough to seal Jamie's dark power. Jamie crushed the old man's arm, making a loud cracking sound that anyone could hear. Right after that, Jamie absorbed his entire grand holy domain, so it wouldn't go to waste. "This is impossible. Unbelievable," the bishop muttered. Yes, it was impossible for him, but with Jamie, absolutely anything was possible. He blasted the bishop away, sending him crashing hard into the wall. His old bones cracked even more, With a bonus side of coughing up blood, he totally deserved it. Jamie walked over. There were so many things he was curious about regarding the old man's plan. But hey, if you are going to play the villain, you have to go all the way. The bishop was not going to tell him a single thing. But who cares? Jamie did not need his permission to crack open that dog brain of his. Jamie dived straight into his memories, causing the old man bone-shattering pain that made him instantly regret not talking earlier. Meanwhile, back at the lab, the mad scientist was losing his mind because the bishop had not shown up. That damn Lincoln. The experiment is being delayed. Where the hell are you? A subordinate rushed out to check, trying to avoid his wrath. But it was too late. The scientist ended him on the spot. Too slow, you are all so sluggish. Suddenly, he felt a presence up above. As the knights stormed in, he finally realized the bishop had been followed. Russ and the Welton Shadow Army began searching every single corner. One of them felt a draft coming from behind a bookshelf. Russ glanced over and noticed a book that was suspiciously clean, so he pulled it out to take a look. Who would have thought it was actually the trigger to open their secret base? Russ frowned. Sensing something foul in the air, he ordered everyone to draw their weapons. Right at that moment, a chain shot out from the pitch-black basement at lightning speed. Russ swung his sword to block it, but the sheer force was overwhelming, sending him flying backward. Fortunately, he managed to land on his feet. This attack only proved they were in the right place. A massive chimera stepped forward, wielding a giant spiked chain. Meanwhile, Jamie had successfully hacked into the bishop's brain. They wanted to build a powerful army at all costs, all for some complete nonsense of a prophecy. Jamie ordered him to spill everything he had just uncovered, then cranked up the brainwashing power so the old man would not blow his cover. Now, it was showtime for Jamie. He finally got an adult body, but of course, it had to be this old, ugly bishop. Damn it, he almost threw up from disgust. The mad scientist was still fuming after being stood up by his partner, the bishop. Although it was a bit of a waste, he had no choice but to release this creature to handle the rest. Damn it, this was all that useless piece of trash, Lincoln's fault. He walked over to Ricky, staring at his body. If only Ricky had both the Holy Maiden's power and this vessel, things would be so different. All he really needed was a ripped, 8-pack body to complete his grand masterpiece. Sorry, I am late. The bishop's voice rang out, making him whip around and immediately scold the man for standing him up. But his tone instantly softened when he saw the bishop was covered in wounds. Jamie, acting as the bishop, claimed he was ambushed by a suspicious figure and got delayed dealing with the intruder. The mad scientist gasped in shock. After all these years, an intruder suddenly crashed the party. More importantly, they were probably in league with the pests ambushing them. Any further delay, and the experiment would be compromised. He then remembered that chatting was not the priority right now, but rather the anniversary gift, the body the bishop had promised to bring him. Even with an intruder on the loose, he could not just halt the experiment. Besides, he had already sent the specimen away, so there was nothing to worry about. Jamie had no choice but to hand the body over, but he had no clue what the scientist had sent away. That part was not in the bishop's memories. The mad scientist held his precious gift, the body that he had been waiting for so long. The final step was to fuse it with Ricky and wait for an absolute beast of a chimera to be born. What do you think? He turned to look at Jamie with deep, affectionate eyes. Jamie forced a smile. Well, it will definitely be stronger than the previous failure. Honestly, he had no idea why this guy was suddenly asking for his opinion. Hearing an answer that was not what he wanted, the scientist pouted. Why do you always state the obvious? Ignoring Jamie, he proceeded with the experiment. The final step was to inject the magic serum into the body to make it compatible with Ricky. Haha, Lincoln, you are excited too, aren't you? He spoke with uncontrollable excitement, but Jamie's indifferent response made him realize something was off. He glared at him. Who the hell are you? Wait, where did that come from? I am your Lincoln, obviously. Jamie was completely baffled. Do crazy people share some kind of telepathic frequency or what? Furious, the scientist attacked him. You cannot fool me. You are not Lincoln. Meanwhile, Russ's group had successfully taken down the chimera and its minions in the basement. Suddenly, the person behind him was slammed hard against the wall. Russ turned around, his eyes widening as a giant hand crushed his ally against the wall like a bug. They were ambushed. The red-haired girl screamed, "Everyone, run!" She slashed at the monster's arm to clear a path for Russ. Russ could sense this. Chimera was on a completely different level. Even its face had a much cooler, menacing look. The space was too cramped for Russ to launch a proper attack. Needing more room, he slipped past the creature to find a wider area. Russ unleashed his ultimate move, the Sword of Judgment, slicing clean through the chimera. It went dormant for just 5 seconds before snapping right back to life, shocking Russ. This definitely was not in the script. Because of his momentary slip-up, he could not dodge its point-blank head-on attack. Do you have one foot in the grave already? A swift slash to the chimera's claw as it lunges at Ross sends the beast whimpering. 2 dark knights show up just in time and signal a retreat. However, they have no intention of bringing the other knight back with them, as their sole command is to help Ross complete his mission. Because of that, nothing else matters to them. The female knight charges forward to buy them some time. While the beast is distracted, Roz and the other knight will make their escape. Going one-on-one with the chimera means she is definitely a goner, but they are dark knights. They only care about getting the job done. Absolute obedience to their master is all they know. Controlled by his decrees, their very lives are nothing more than tools. Ross, on the other hand, thinks sacrificing your own people just to complete a mission is absolute madness. As a champion of justice, he could never stand for something like that. Go, hurry. The female knight is doing everything she can to hold the line. After several heavy impacts, the ceiling comes crashing down. A massive pile of rubble buries them both right before their eyes. Suddenly, the chimera's arm claws its way out of the debris, making Ross and his companion's hearts skip a beat. It pulls itself up, clutching the female knight in its grip. Sir Ross, we have to get out of here, now. But Ross can't bring himself to leave her behind. The twisted chimera squeezes her tighter, and her bones begin to creak under the pressure. Ross's blood boils as he roars, "Let her go." He draws his sword, calling upon the merciful goddess of judgment, Farah, praying her holy lance will guide his strike. Ross unleashes a strike, channeling divine energy right through the chimera's massive body. The attack is incredibly powerful, but it requires the perfect moment to charge up. This time, the chimera isn't just knocked out for 5 seconds, it is put to sleep for good. Roz didn't want to resort to this, but in the end, he had to tap into the power of the sacred judicator. They are the 7 holy knights of the church, blessed with divine power by Farah, the goddess of virtue and judgment. Its duration is incredibly short and carries devastating side effects, but it unleashes a massive burst of holy energy. The knight who was ambushed finally wakes up in a daze. Nobody can believe he is still alive. Honestly, he can't believe it either. Roz takes pride in this power bestowed by Farah, using it to bring swift judgment upon the wicked and boundless mercy to the innocent. Once the power of the sacred judicator fades, all the pain they endured will be transferred directly to Ross, but he has no intention of telling them that. Right now, they have a much more pressing matter to attend to catching the mastermind red-handed. Back in the chamber, Jamie finally strips away his disguise as the bishop. The mad scientist is absolutely furious that the boy dared to impersonate his lover. To make matters worse, he completely ruined their experiment. Give me a break. I don't think someone who mutilated their own body has any right to lecture me. Jamie mocks him, but the scientist just sneers. Naturally, ordinary people could never comprehend his master craftsmanship. So, he decides to give Jamie a front-row seat to a once-in-a-lifetime masterpiece, turning humans into birds. Jamie expected some real artistic vision, but the guy is just obsessed with chimera wings. Talk about terrible taste. What did you say? How dare you insult my creation? The man snarls, gritting his teeth. But Jamie hasn't even unveiled his final act yet, as he pulls out the madman's key ingredient. The one from earlier was just a cheap knockoff. Oops. My hand slipped. Jamie uses dark magic to crush the madman's twisted body. The mad scientist's blood boils with pure rage. You filthy little brat. Jamie pouts, thinking it is ridiculous for him to get this worked up over a broken toy. What a total weirdo. Now, he is going to take him somewhere private so they can have a little chat. A teleportation circle suddenly glows on the floor. He is caught off guard, but quickly reassures himself that destroying the circle will cancel the spell. Yet, no matter how much power he exerts, the magic circle won't budge. Just like that, he is dragged right out of his own nest. Why? Why didn't it break? He demands, his teeth grinding in sheer frustration. What did you expect? You are weak as a newborn kitten. Now, it's time to have some fun in the woods. And once we're done playing, I'm making you my new sidekick. You arrogant brat. He lashes out with his tent. He launched himself up to where Jamie was. Up we go. He leaped onto a high tree branch, figuring everything down in the basement was already taken care of. He was just as curious, since he'd already sent 2 of his elite underlings to take care of the knights. Jamie was surprised, but the guy wouldn't reveal anything else. After all, Now that Jamie was right in front of him, he shouldn't be distracted by anything else. He wrapped his tentacles around his hand and delivered a devastating punch to the tree trunk. Jamie quickly leaped to another tree. He knew one of his minions had been wiped out, but since he'd already sent 2 more, there was no way they'd make it out alive. "You've completely lost your mind," Jamie said. Jamie glared at him with pure judgment. The monster floated up to his level to make talking easier. "I'm not crazy. It's called being confident." Jamie could see that this guy's body was a mashup of 9 different species. At this point, you couldn't even call him human anymore. He was a straight-up freak. Still, the way he combined those abilities was actually pretty impressive. That only made Jamie even more determined to force him into submission and make him his subordinate. Meanwhile, Ross's group had finally located the laboratory. First things first, they had to find Ricky. They had only 20 minutes left before their Holy Arbiter power wore off. Suddenly, a razor-sharp blast of energy sliced through the air, aiming straight for Ross. Luckily, someone lunged forward and pulled him out of the way just in time. A chimera capable of unleashing sword energy emerged. Man, this queen bee is massive. While Ross was still reeling from its sudden appearance, a demonic horse chimera and an oxer popped up on the other side. Their physiques were even more jacked than his own. These were high-tier monsters that even expert-rank fighters would struggle to handle. Honestly, he stood no chance against them in a head-on fight. But as a knight fighting for justice, showing fear was never an option. Ross took a deep breath and signaled his squad to prepare for battle. A few measly chimeras? Well, worst-case scenario, they'd all end up 6 feet under anyway. In another room, Ricky slowly woke up from a surprisingly peaceful sleep. He looked around, searching for the priest, but the place was completely empty. Then, his eyes locked onto a massive glass jar. Inside was the severed half of Shino's body. Ricky froze, the horrific reality finally sinking in. Is this what they called blessings from God? Calling something this sickeningly cruel a blessing was utterly disgusting. Ricky trembled with a mix of fury and terror, but he forced himself to stay calm. He had to get out of there. Leaving Shino behind filled Ricky with guilt, but he promised himself he'd return with help. The Church of Genis. Ricky would make sure they paid for this. As he was fleeing, the sound of intense fighting echoed nearby. Could it be the knights coming to rescue him? Ricky's heart hammered against his ribs as he ran past pools of fresh blood splattered across the floor. Ricky's face lit up when he spotted Ross. "Mister," he cried. Ross, desperately fending off an attack, snapped back. "I'm a young man, kid. Call me Big Brother." The horse chimera spotted a new target and charged straight at Ricky. 2 knights immediately lunged forward to intercept it, but the queen bee chimera blocked their path. Ross screamed, "Ricky, run!" But the boy's legs were glued to the floor. He couldn't move a muscle. For the first time in his life, he was facing absolute, terrifying danger. Ross finally caught up to the horse chimera, unleashing everything he had to stop it before its hooves could crush Ricky. But it seemed too late. As the dust cleared to reveal absolute devastation, despair washed over him. Even after using his ultimate move, was he still too late to save the kid? Suddenly, Ricky's hand thrust forward as a brilliant golden light erupted from his body. Though, of course, it wasn't some cliché main character aura. Even though Ricky was still breathing, Ross saw the horse chimera recovering and charging again. He roared at the boy to get over to him immediately. Ross grabbed Ricky, quickly scanning the chaotic battlefield. The queen bee chimera was running wild, and he only had about 10 minutes left before his Holy Arbiter power completely drained. There was no way he could fight off these monsters while keeping Ricky safe, so he ordered the boy to run. Ricky hesitated, but he knew staying would only make him a liability. Bolting without looking back, he ran up toward the exit. That left Ross to face the beefy horse chimera. How does a mere lab experiment end up with a physique people spend years in the gym trying to get? It was totally unfair. Ross was determined to put it down. Meanwhile, as Ricky fled, he couldn't stop thinking about the bizarre event from earlier. A mysterious barrier of light had completely shielded him from the chimera's attack. He could feel his stomach churning from a bizarre sensation radiating from that monster. It felt exactly like Levan, a skin-crawling pure malice. Just then, Ricky spotted a single door. Stepping through, he found himself back in the dense forest. Even now, he couldn't believe that salvation and faith were nothing but a massive web of lies. His little sister, Anna, had to be all alone at the orphanage. If anyone dared to lay a hand on her, he would make them pay. Suddenly, an overwhelming, ominous sensation washed over him. Somehow, his gut was screaming at him to head straight toward it. Deep in the woods, Jamie was still playing around with the mad scientist. The scientist admitted Jamie was pretty good at dodging, but declared there was no damn way he'd escape his next attack. Tentacles spiraled out like a massive tornado. A single hit would definitely send him straight to the grave. Jamie leaped through the air, amazed by the sheer destructive power. Just a brush from the wind pressure had shredded his shirt. But since the spell he'd prepared was just enough to counter it, there was no need to panic. He launched a sphere of light, but it didn't even scratch the monster. Playtime's over, you little brat. It's time to beg for your life. He raised his mutated arm, unleashing hundreds of squirming tentacles that closed in on Jamie, trapping him inside a living cage. But Jamie teleported away in the blink of an eye, leaving the villain grasping at thin air. Damn it! Where did you go? As the mad scientist snarled, Jamie let out a sigh and summoned his dark dimension. The villain realized Jamie's intention to lock him up. But did he really think a simple barrier could clip the wings of a beast like him? He unleashed a massive strike right at Jamie's hiding spot, summoning a violent storm of tentacles that rained down from the heavens like heavy stone pillars. Jamie quickly erected a magic barrier to defend himself. The more they fought, the more intrigued he became by the villain's creative method of blending chimera traits with pure magic. But that was the limit of his cleverness. If he were the main character, maybe he would have had a chance to win. You held out a lot longer than I expected, Jamie muttered. Then how about this? The villain clasped his hands together as if to pray, but in a flash, Jamie materialized right behind him, giving him a massive fright. He was absolutely certain Jamie was down on the ground, so how did he get up here so fast? Confused? This is the real me, Jamie said. In truth, there were actually two Jamies. Using Tier 4 dark magic, he had created a perfect doppelganger that possessed the exact same abilities as his original self. The clone would only disappear if the two of them looked directly at each other. Underestimating an opponent always leads to a swift downfall, especially for a putrid, rotting corpse like him. You brat, the villain shrieked, gritting his teeth in sheer rage at the insult. Jamie could easily see that the dark magic was rapidly decaying the scientist's body, but that madman didn't care about a minor setback. Once he killed Jamie, he could easily resume his horrific experiments. However, Jamie was already 3 steps ahead. He had prepared a massive swarm of dark orbs and scattered them all around his target. The moment they brushed against his flesh, the villain shrieked in agonizing pain. Those dark orbs tripled the pain on any surface they touched. It felt exactly like watching your own flesh rot away in real time. Seeing that the bastard still had enough breath to curse, Jamie used his gravity magic to slam him hard into the ground. Finally, the battle in the sky came to an end. Blackie, who had been carrying Jamie on his back this entire time, could finally rest his tired body. Meanwhile, the villain struggled to stand up, his body completely battered and broken. Jamie couldn't fathom how much the guy had ruined his own body to still remain conscious after enduring that level of sheer, agonizing pain. It seemed he couldn't turn this monster into a loyal undead puppet because the guy was completely beyond saving. At the very least, Jamie would squeeze out some information before sending him to his grave. But then, the villain rasped. My slaves. He mumbled a low command, and 2 hulking chimeras instantly materialized to shield him. Jamie had miscalculated. He didn't expect the scientist to still have these beastly bodyguards. Since Jamie had burned through way too much mana earlier, dealing with them was going to be a bit tricky. But one thing was certain. Jamie would never let this monster die in peace. He blasted a beam of light right through the villain's chest. Dying instantly would have been a mercy, but it seemed the madman was kept alive just to feel the excruciating pain. Even so, Jamie honestly couldn't believe the bastard had survived that last blow. How on earth was he supposed to put him down? Meanwhile, Ricky was still wandering nearby. The closer he got, the more nauseous he felt, yet a strange force kept urging him to move forward. Boom! A massive explosion startled Ricky, making him turn around to get away before he got caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, Jamie came crashing out of nowhere. Having run out of mana to cast a shield, he was blown away, completely defenseless against the next incoming attack. Ricky was stunned to see Jamie crash right in front of him. Meanwhile, the mad scientist was determined to finish this once and for all. If he didn't eliminate Jamie today, he would never know peace. The chimera opened its massive mouth, charging up a devastatingly powerful blast. No, Jamie. Seeing Jamie about to be blasted to pieces, Ricky lunged forward without a single thought. Get back! Jamie screamed for him to stop, but Ricky's body had moved on pure instinct to save his friend. The ensuing explosion filled the entire area with a thick, blinding cloud of smoke and dust. Jamie was left battered and bloody by the blast, but Ricky had already lost consciousness. Jamie trembled, his face turning pale as he stared at Ricky's limp body. The dark memories rushed back. Once again, someone had lost their life because of him. Everyone always died just to save him, no matter what lifetime he lived. Haha, what a touching little scene from a mere lab rat, the villain mocked. Now, I'll send you to join him, he cackled triumphantly while Jamie began to sink into absolute despair. Lovers, best friends, comrades, and disciples. They had all sacrificed themselves to protect him. Suddenly, a heavy, suffocating darkness enveloped Jamie. The villain could feel the air around the boy completely shift, and why did it feel like sad fairy tale music was starting to echo in the background? Jamie gently laid Ricky down, telling him to rest and wait while he took care of that garbage. He was about to unleash the very first power he had created, but long forgotten the ultimate magic to defy the gods. As skeletal soldiers began crawling out of the earth, the terrified villain screamed, "You bastard! Just how many more soldiers do you have hidden?" This was the army Jamie had created to wage war against the 12 gods, the ultimate forbidden magic of necromancy. The villain tried to laugh it off, thinking they were just a bunch of pathetic, low-level skeletons. But he was about to learn a brutal lesson about underestimating his opponent. These skeletons were the souls of those who had died by the mad scientist's own hands, and even in death, they were thirsty for vengeance. The undead horde lunged forward, tearing the chimeras to pieces. Even when chopped in half, they instantly pieced themselves back together because they had already conquered death. "Get back! Get away from me!" the scientist shrieked. The scientist had no strength left to resist as a cold, skeletal hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Jamie whispered, "Quiet down. This is hell. The domain where death harvests death, and this is my playground." With a brutal slam of the villain's head into the dirt, the mad scientist was put to sleep permanently. Jamie let out a long sigh, relieved that the monster was finally dead. Suddenly, a tiny seed of life was spit out from the dead man's mouth. It was an ancient artifact that kept charging itself with raw life force. Even with his body completely destroyed, this unnatural vitality was far from normal. So he was hiding something like this. This harvest is beyond expectations. With the seed of life, Jamie can finally break past the limits of this tiny body. Jamie forgot that the skeletons were still waiting for a reward, but he didn't have the budget for that. Now, they'll have to go back underground with the Manchester United fans. Because he overexerted himself, Jamie's body was at its limit. But he couldn't pass out now. He couldn't just let Ricky die. Instead of letting him kick the bucket, it would be much better to make him his minion. At least he'd get to keep living. Jamie activated his dark magic, but a sudden beam of light banished his darkness. "I don't understand what's happening," a voice echoed as a goddess appeared, shielding Ricky from Jamie's dark magic. She didn't even know who he was, yet she dared to steal what belonged to her. Jamie never imagined he'd run into Fierro here. Fierro opened her eyes and looked at him. "You know me?" Meanwhile, the bishop was on his way to the count's estate to turn himself in on Jamie's orders, but he was decapitated along the way. "You useless piece of trash, we are eliminating the heretics," said a person with silver hair and dark purple lips. "The heretic purge has begun." Ross sighed. He had barely finished within the time limit. It hurts like hell, but luckily, no one had to be sacrificed. Suddenly, a beam of light poured down. Roz was shocked, as this was the sign of Goddess Fierro's descent. Jamie was completely bewildered, wondering how she managed to descend. Even if it's just an illusion, the burden of the laws of causality is still immense. "Aren't you listening to me?" Jamie clutched his head as the holy light power countered his dark magic. "All I know is that Ricky's holy power belongs to you," Jamie quickly said. Goddess Fierro couldn't understand why he still intended to turn Ricky into an undead minion, even knowing that all he wanted was for Ricky to not lose his life. "Ha! You think being an undead means he won't die? That's an insult to the deceased." Fierro was furious at Jamie's actions. He gritted his teeth, equally enraged. "You bastards. You guys are the ones who look down on life. After sacrificing all of humanity, how dare you?" Fierro's face stiffened at Jamie's words, but she couldn't say anything to refute them. Either way, Ricky was bound to become her apostle. If Jamie turned him into a slave, Fierro would never forgive him. An apostle is closer to the holy god than anyone else. Their existence strengthens the Pope's authority, and they possess enough power to earn the title of the strongest holy knight. Jamie knew Ricky had a bit of holy power, but he never expected him to be chosen as an apostle. Perhaps that's how Fierro was able to descend. This was getting way more interesting than he expected. "I'm so sorry. How can I ever make up for this?" The darkness has already taken him over. Since Ricky was already half undead under Jamie's control, He really wanted to rile Fierro up, and just as expected, she got completely riled up. As a result, Jamie suffered a massive headache, but he still had to brace himself to face her. If he died, Ricky would go down with him. "Do you really think your threats will work on me?" Fierro said. But Jamie knew full well she only had this one apostle. If she lost him, finding another would take forever. More importantly, for a god to descend without being restricted, they need an apostle. Fierro was completely cornered, but Jamie had no intention of getting rid of Ricky since he was his friend. More importantly, the current world didn't even need apostles, as everything was running peacefully according to the plans of the 12 gods. Since it's a system created by the 12 gods themselves, why on earth does Fierro need an apostle? "Just how much do you know?" Fierro gritted her teeth. Jamie boldly made his guess. The most sacred god, the one who loves everyone so deeply that they would seize power just to rebuild evil. Perhaps Fierro has been abandoned. Fierro was speechless, proving that everything was correct. She couldn't speak lies that contradicted her own divinity, so she was forced to stay silent. "The lawless Diablo. I am his legacy," Jamie said. Fierro couldn't believe it because she was certain he had perished thousands of years ago. Yet here he was, showing up right when she was in a tight spot. Jamie offered to team up with Fierro. If she agreed, she should come to his place so they could discuss it properly. Fierro departed, leaving Ricky behind. If things went well, he would have a highly useful tool. Ricky slowly opened his eyes, and the first thing he saw was Jamie's judging face. "Are you okay?" Ricky sat up abruptly when he saw Jamie bleeding, and his eyes turning purple, while his own body felt incredibly strange. Even after what happened to him, Ricky still worried about others first. What a selfless guy. In the end, Jamie decided to tell Ricky the truth, that he used dark magic to turn him into this, sure that Ricky would resent him. But Ricky smiled and said, "All right, buddy, I get it. That's it?" His reaction was completely unexpected for Jamie, but to Ricky, being a dark mage didn't necessarily make someone evil. In his eyes, Jamie was the best person in the world. Jamie then mentioned that he once even planned to eliminate Ricky's little sister. Pushing Ricky into danger like that, any normal person would never forgive him. But Ricky was far from a normal person. After all, Jamie ended up saving him and didn't kill Anna, so in the end, he was still a good person. "Damn it, you absolute fool." Jamie was annoyed, but suddenly, the countless wounds on his body began to heal as he held Ricky's hand. Ricky had a feeling it would work, so he gave it a shot, and to his surprise, it actually did. Plus, Lars was already on his way, so they had to make a move. Jamie didn't forget to warn him to keep his mouth shut about what they'd just discussed. Ricky just laughed. He might look a little clueless, but he wasn't that stupid. The next morning, at the Heist branch of the Zenith Church, Inquisitors came to apologize to Count Welton. Due to their special circumstances, they couldn't reveal their names. "Why have the Inquisitors come here?" the Count asked. They explained they were hunting heretics on orders from above. Along the way, they found evidence proving Lincoln himself was a heretic. Once they got a confession, they executed the old man and hung his head in the town square for all the villagers to see. Lars was absolutely furious when he heard. These guys were clearly using the bishop as a scapegoat, and everyone knew it. "Enough," the Count said, gesturing for Lars to stop. While he commended their courage, their fatal mistake was daring to execute someone right inside Welton territory. "Are you trying to start a war with me?" The Inquisitor immediately dropped to his knees under the Count's furious gaze. As the ultimate judge of this land, the Count never wavered. No one could harm anyone in Heist without his permission, and the Zenith Church had crossed the line. Shaking, he begged for mercy. At this rate, he was going to lose his head, but he still couldn't afford to back down completely. Steeling himself, he looked up and raised his voice. "You are quite arrogant, Count, to turn your back on the Zenith Church. This is not a wise decision." His right hand flew through the air. "That's what you get for raising your voice at the Count." Next would be his big mouth. If he wanted to live, he'd better take his Zenith Church garbage and get the hell out of Welton territory. Clutching his bleeding arm, he trembled in shock. This was nothing like what that girl had promised him. Lars watched, thoroughly amazed. The Count didn't say a word about the Chimera, focusing solely on his authority as the lord of this land. If things kept going like this, they would definitely have the upper hand. The Inquisitor slammed his head against the floor, begging for forgiveness, and promising full compensation if the Count would just let it go. He couldn't forget that Heist was a crucial stepping stone for their expansion to the east, so they absolutely had to stay. But the Count was cold. "I will not repeat myself. You've completely lost my trust. As of today, all ties with the Zenith Church are cut." Without another word, Count Welton turned around and walked out. Seeing the Count handle business for the first time, Lars was in awe. Talk about absolutely badass. Honestly, he almost felt a tiny bit of pity for those disgusting creeps. After the Zenith Church coughed up a massive fortune in damages and packed their bags, a very special guest paid Ricky and Anna a visit. It was so shocking that the little girl actually opened her eyes. Lars knelt down and introduced himself once more as a holy knight of the Pyro Church. He told them they were destined to become symbols of Pyro as its apostle and saintess. One day, Anna would awaken as the saintess, finally able to see the world with her own eyes. He promised to welcome them warmly, and Lars would officially become their guardian. Is that really true? Ricky asked, tears welling up. Ricky was overwhelmed with emotion at the thought of his sister finally being able to see. Whether it was the Pyro Church or whatever, his entire world revolved around his little sister, Anna. The simultaneous arrival of both an apostle and a saintess was a clear warning of major trouble ahead. But no matter what storms were brewing, Lars swore to protect these two kids with his life. And just like that, their lives became completely tied to the Pyro Church. Meanwhile, poor Jamie Welton was about to face a massive challenge of his own. With the 12 gods split into warring factions, they were desperately trying to manufacture a chimera holy knight. Since Pyro was somewhat isolated, Jamie had no choice but to go and check things out himself. And that meant he had to do something he absolutely dreaded. He took a deep breath, forced his facial muscles into the sweetest smile possible, and let out a spine-chillingly sweet voice. Mommy, dearest. His little sister had absolutely no clue what kind of crazy stunt her brother was pulling at the tea table. But Jamie, shameless as ever, clung to his mom, claiming he just really wanted some tea. But don't you usually find tea boring? His mother asked, seeing right through him. Jamie was caught off guard, but he immediately shook his head in denial. Is there something you want me to do? Wow, seriously, nothing gets past a mother's intuition. Jamie slid into a chair, trying to play it cool. No, I'm just in a real tea-drinking mood today. Come on, spit it out. I'm listening, his mom said. That was exactly what Jamie was waiting for. He wanted to take a trip to Apton. Luckily, that happened to be his mother's hometown. He had to make up some lame excuse about wanting to see the mountains and the famous giant hot springs there. Inside, he wanted to crawl into a hole and die. Oh, is that so? His mom teased. Now, I want to see my little boy act cute first. She watched as Jamie hesitated, clearly hating every second of this. Whether as Jamie or Diablo, he had never backed down from a challenge in his entire life, except when dealing with his own mother. Forcing himself, he made a heart shape with his hands and squeezed out the most adorable smile he could muster. I love you so much, Mommy. Of course, I'll grant my sweet boy's wish, his mother cooed, completely satisfied. Then, she suddenly remembered they had actually already planned a family trip to her hometown next week anyway. She had totally forgotten about it, which was a blessing in disguise since it let her witness her son's ultra-cute babyish side. Jamie dragged himself out of the garden, looking utterly defeated. After this absolute humiliation, he swore he was going to make Pyro pay for forcing him into such an embarrassing situation. To make matters worse, he ran right into Lars, the ultimate busybody who always got on his nerves, and a loyal subordinate of Pyro, no less. Even though Lars had no idea what was going on, he kept cheering Jamie on with a goofy, puppy dog face. Honestly, Jamie wanted nothing more than to blast him straight to hell. But seriously, what was he even doing wandering around his family's garden? As it turned out, Lars had just stopped by to bid farewell to the Count before heading out. More importantly, he wants to meet Jamie to discuss a crucial matter. Ricky and Anna will be going with him. Lars placed his hand on Jamie's shoulder and said, "But what the hell does this have to do with you anyway? This isn't a permanent goodbye. Jamie, Ricky, and Anna will never forget you." Lars started his cheesy friendship speech again, making Jamie's blood boil. What do you mean by that? Suddenly, Lars hugged Jamie tightly, making his face go dark. Was this idiot so starved of female attention that he just hugged him out of desperation? Don't be sad, and don't lose hope. This isn't the end. Lars offered these words of comfort and walked away, leaving Jamie standing there completely dumbfounded. This is all Foe's fault. She had better worry about dealing with her own kids. That night, while talking to his wife, Argino still couldn't understand the secret letter his father-in-law had sent, instructing him to bring Jamie here. The Countess was equally clueless. She figured even her late mother wouldn't have understood what was going on in his head. Since they were departing tomorrow, Argino felt a bit anxious. But the Countess wasn't worried at all, since they were being escorted by Welton's strongest knights. Besides, who would be stupid enough to mess with her when she has a count for a husband to protect her? Argino covered his mouth and chuckled. These two are always serving up sweet public displays of affection. In addition, Lars would also escort them along with Ricky and Anna. Argino was quite surprised to learn that Lars was a holy executor. They rarely left, and the Count was more worried about Jamie than anyone. This incident seemed so serious that the Pyro Church had to dispatch Lars. As for Jamie, he was ridiculously strong, yet his physical body couldn't withstand his own power. If he loses control of his emotions and unleashes his power like before, who knows if anyone could stop him. "I don't think we need to worry about that, dear," she said. The Countess explained that she had witnessed an unforgettable look on Jamie's face today. Argino wished he could have seen his son's face too, just to satisfy his fatherly love. After all, everyone makes mistakes, but the Countess always had absolute faith in their Jamie. That night, Jamie finished absorbing the life seed by crushing it into a fine powder and inhaling it. The absorption took longer than expected, but the results were surprisingly good. His hard work of grinding it up definitely paid off. Reaching Class 6 was now only a matter of time. He still had a long way to go before reclaiming his peak power. But for now, he was already capable of taking down anyone on the same level as that mad scientist. Jamie went to the village where Jans and Philip were hiding in disguise. They bowed respectfully to him, and Jamie announced that he would be absent for a while to go on a retreat. Apton was quite far away, so Jamie would likely be gone for a whole month. The two couldn't stand disguising themselves as woodcutters and chopping wood every single day. They had practically cleared an entire forest. "Do you two have a problem with that?" Jamie frowned. They must have mistaken him for a harmless kitten. He hadn't even finished speaking, and they were already complaining. This time, Jamie decided to bring both of them along. There was one thing he had forgotten. Jamie raised his hand and summoned something reeking of dark magic, instantly terrifying them. A house materialized before them, and Jamie introduced it as his storage room. In other words, this was their new home. A house? "There's no way I'm living in a dark, gloomy place like this," Jans and Philip protested. Jamie couldn't understand what was wrong with these two. No one had ever dared to talk back to him like this. So, he kicked them right inside. Having a roof over their heads was better than being homeless anyway. Watching them grope around inside, Jamie found them to be quite an interesting duo, possessing such distinct personalities and emotions. If he nurtured them well, they would prove to be incredibly useful. Inside, thick black plumes of dark magic enveloped them. Philip noted that although Jamie called it a storage room, it was much better than he had expected. Upon coming out, the two gave Jamie their feedback on the service inside, saying it felt as though all their fatigue had melted away. "Of course," Jamie replied. This was his first domain, a space created entirely from his pure power. Any undead bound to this domain would absorb the energy and become stronger. "But wouldn't that place a massive burden on you, Master?" Philip asked, concerned that their master might exhaust his strength. But if Jamie had considered them a burden, he wouldn't have empowered them in the first place. Jans blurted out cluelessly, "Then can't you just make us strong all at once and get it over with?" "It's cooler than I thought, but it's packed with bones." Philip quickly covered his mouth before Jamie could lose his temper. But it was too late. Jamie just wanted to disown Jans on the spot. The next morning, as everyone was seeing them off, Jamie stood there with a blank expression, totally clueless about what was happening. It turned out his father was holding him up in the air like a doll. He instructed Jamie to be careful and protect his mother, sister, and friends. Jamie just sighed, totally deflated. He didn't care what his father wanted, as long as he could stand on his own 2 feet again. "I believe in you. Come back safe," Argino said, hugging Jamie goodbye by the carriage. Anna sighed, wishing they could ride in the same carriage as Lars, wondering why on earth he had volunteered for escort duty in the first place. Jamie was listening to Jack O'Brien explain the route, which was the safest but also the most time-consuming. While Sarah was sound asleep, she always fell fast asleep the moment she stepped into a carriage. Lars was guarding the rear while Jack led the way. Seeing Lars again reminded Jamie of Foe, making him wonder what she had wanted to tell him. He had even brought up his legendary name, Diablo Volfir. Yet there had been absolutely no reaction, meaning she either hasn't told the other gods yet, or she simply can't. After a deep, restful nap, Sarah stirred and woke up, only to be greeted by Ricky's completely unfamiliar face. "Hello there. Music, you're Sarah, right? I'm Ricky." Startled, Sarah burst into tears, leaving Ricky completely clueless on what to do. And just like that, the peaceful carriage was shaken by Jamie's furious shouting. "What did you do to Sarah?" 2 days later, a torrential rainstorm hit. Inside the carriage, all 3 members of the Welton family were fast asleep. Ricky stared outside gloomily. Just then, Lars rode his horse up to check on them. Hearing their voices, Jamie woke up. "You've been sleeping like a baby for about 2 hours. Ricky was keeping a close eye on you. Must be pretty boring sitting in that carriage all day, huh? Want me to tell you an interesting story?" Lars asked, wanting to share a legend of the Mayatri Mountains. Jamie wanted to say he was bored out of his mind, but Ricky's voice completely drowned him out. "Yes, please, tell us, brother. This is a story from a very long time ago, back when dragons still soared across the sky, and elves still roamed the mountain ranges. Back then, the Mayatri Mountains were actually just a single, massive peak. On a day like any other, something extraordinary happened. 2 dragons appeared, a wicked black dragon and a kind blue dragon named Mayatri. Mayatri had a human lover who was a mage, but humans and dragons were never meant to be together. Because the dragon clan couldn't accept their bond, they sent the black dragon to tear them apart. During their fierce battle, the majestic mountain was shattered into multiple ranges, and deep canyons were carved where the raging waters flowed. In the end, the black dragon was defeated, but Mayatri's lover also perished. Mayatri laid her lover to rest and hid deep within the mountains, waiting for the day he would return. And that's when the endless rain began to fall, right? Anna spoke up, startling Ricky, who had assumed she was asleep since her eyes were closed. "That is why the poets call this place Dragon's Rain." Jamie fell into deep thought. This story is real. Perhaps because dragons have faded into ancient history, people now refer to it as a myth. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning struck with a deafening boom, startling everyone. Sarah woke up and clung to her mother, who immediately comforted her. "It's all right, sweetie. Right, Jamie?" "Yes, mother," Jamie replied, but he could feel an unsettling sensation that made him highly uncomfortable. As the carriage passed through some withered trees, lightning struck a trunk, causing it to snap and crash right onto the driver's seat. The carriage shook violently, throwing both the Countess and Sarah outside. Terrified, she screamed for him to catch Sarah first. Jamie immediately used his magic to conjure ropes, binding the 2 of them. He had panicked for a brief second, but luckily, he pulled it off. Once he brought them back safely, Jamie asked what happened. But this time, he was the one who slipped and fell, making his mother's heart leap into her throat again. "I'm fine, I'll just use flight magic," Jamie called out, but he couldn't cast any spells. This was Mana Burn, a high-tier magic designed to neutralize mages. As he plummeted, Jamie heard a mysterious voice whisper, "Who are you? Are you a dragon?" Before he could even process it, Jamie crashed into the rushing water. His mother was so frantic she was about to jump in after him. Fortunately, a knight held her back. "Let me go. My son is down there." Suddenly, a warm golden light enveloped her, helping her calm down. It was Ricky. He had wanted to help, but his spell hit the wrong target. Meanwhile, Sarah was safe in Anna's arms. After the chaotic turn of events, the exhausted little girl drifted off to sleep. Lars immediately got down on one knee to speak with the Countess. He wasn't one for empty words, but he assured her that Jamie was incredibly talented and would be just fine. The rapids were indeed dangerous, but once Jamie's magic recovered, he would surely be safe and sound. Even so, Lars was still going down there to search for him. Jack spoke up, warning that even for him, the raging waters were extremely perilous, but Lars's mind was made up. He asked the Countess for 3 hours to find Jamie. The Countess knew that even for an adjudicator, it was highly risky, but she still begged Lars to bring Jamie back. "Understood. We will definitely return," Lars promised. Lars took his leave and departed. Meanwhile, inside a cave, Jamie slowly blinked his eyes open, only to realize he was bound in chains. He desperately wanted to know what was going on and who was targeting him. "So, you're awake?" A woman with 2 horns on her head appeared. She was the one who had asked Jamie if he was a dragon. "You see what I look like? Yet you still ask that?" Jamie thought. Jamie couldn't comprehend what was wrong with her eyes. She was looking right at him, so she obviously knew he wasn't a dragon, yet she was acting completely absurd. Suddenly, Jamie sensed a very faint trace of killing intent, though he couldn't pinpoint where it was coming from. Meanwhile, the woman continued, "The reason she suspected Jamie was because how could a human, who isn't a dragon, possess such ridiculous potential? Your mana flow is identical to how dragons gather mana." Jamie was also surprised to hear that his original breathing technique was so similar to a dragon's. Humans are terrible at absorbing mana. Lacking both wisdom and talent, They can't even dream of mimicking our dragon race, she said, her hands on her hips. It was her first time seeing someone like Jamie, and she couldn't help but wonder if he was a half-elf, though even high elves couldn't compare to dragons. Jamie was starting to get annoyed. This lady was talking absolute nonsense right to his face. Ha, look at this brat. For someone who just got captured, aren't you a bit too cocky? The woman sneered, but Jamie wasn't about to back down. And what do you have to be proud of? You keep mistaking people for dragons and kidnapping them just to ask stupid questions. The sudden gust of wind, the lightning bolt striking right next to the carriage, and even that mana-burning phenomenon. It was all the doing of this woman standing right in front of me. Well, I guess it makes sense that you'd think that. I just wanted to see it with my own eyes. She acted completely nonchalant while causing all of that chaos. Jamie was absolutely furious. She had almost killed his mother and Sarah, yet she stood there looking completely indifferent, without a shred of remorse. But then, Jamie suddenly froze. Why was he getting so worked up over the Welton family anyway? He needed to keep his cool. So, he let it go and stopped blaming her. Whatever, I guess it's natural for you to be curious about who I am. Just get these things off me so we can talk. No way, she replied, because she found it much more amusing to watch Jamie squirm like this. What the hell? Jamie snapped. Since when did people he just met start playing with him like this? Bullying others like this is exactly like the personality of the blue dragon, Miatra. Blue dragons are actually the gentlest of all dragons. They are exceptionally friendly toward humans, looking at them much like humans look at cute puppies and kittens. If he had run into a notoriously violent red or black dragon, or even a cunning green dragon, he would have ended up in their stomachs by now. He couldn't tell if he was lucky or not, but the real question was, why did she kidnap him thinking he was a dragon? Well, to kill you, of course. She was suddenly dripping with cold bloodlust, sending shivers down Jamie's spine. But since he wasn't actually a dragon, she would probably let him go, right? No. Her instant response made his face fall. What was her reason then? Let me make up a reason, she said. Jamie had absolutely no idea what the hell she was talking about. If she used him as raw material, she could create a master-level dragon soldier. Jamie frowned. If he became a dragon soldier, he would be way stronger, and if he had his own body as material, even he could become significantly more powerful. Jamie quickly snapped out of it. He was standing on the brink of death. So what the hell was he thinking? By the way, sister, why do you want to kill dragons? Jamie forced a friendly smile to break the ice, but it only annoyed her. He boldly guessed that it was because of her human lover. Instantly, she dropped Jamie to the ground, and her attitude turned completely cold. If you ever speak of him like that again, I will make you wish you were dead. Jamie knew right away she was Miatra. I heard your tribe never accepted him, and you betrayed them just so he could live. Miatra gritted her teeth, summoning a massive water vortex that swept Jamie away. How dare you act like you know anything? Jamie was terrified but still tried to scream and reason with Miatra. Deep down, he knew she hadn't wanted to hurt him from the very start. Even though she could have easily brainwashed him, she didn't. She was so kind-hearted that it was almost hard to believe she was a dragon. Jamie yelled. Whether it was pure luck or divine intervention, Jamie's words were identical to those of Miatra's late lover. She gritted her teeth and gave him one last chance, solely out of respect for her lover. Jamie coughed up the water in his mouth. He knew he had to watch his words from now on because Miatra was dead serious. You really are a strange human, she said. Almost as strange as him, Miatra said. Jamie didn't know who she was talking about. According to Miatra, he was the protagonist of the story she was about to tell. Meanwhile, Lars was standing in a daze, staring at the raging river. The relentless rain only made the river swell even more. Where on earth was Jamie? 700 years ago, a man named Canon lived as a dark mage. Miatra figured Jamie must be shocked. After all, who would think a creature that naturally uses holy magic would fall for a human who practices dark magic? But Canon only chose to use dark magic to seek the truth of this world. He was a true mage who had actually climbed all the way to level 9. Jamie gasped in shock. But for thousands of years, had any human ever reached level 9? I will tell you the reason right now, Miatra replied. Before meeting Canon, Miatra had already been searching for the truth of this world. After they met, they traveled through countless ruins and gradually fell in love. That was the happiest time of Miatra's life, until the day the Dragon Lord issued that decree. Because of that decree, Canon became the enemy of the dragon race, and every single dragon tried to eliminate him. The two of them fled, but eventually they reached their limit. Miatre found a ruin for Canon to hide in. It had incredibly powerful barriers that only allowed one person to enter. So Canon hid inside, while Miatre was banished for 1,000 years. To dragons, 1,000 years is nothing, but for humans, it's a lifetime. Canon tried to save her after just a few decades. Once he uncovered the truth of this world, he simply couldn't accept it. Meanwhile, Miatre could only lie still as the days passed by. For a human, that truth was far too much to bear, so it made perfect sense that Canon went mad. Canon tried his best to save Miatre, and after finally shaking off their pursuers, they hid in the vast mountains, where he eventually passed away. Miatre felt that such an end was for the best, constantly convincing herself that he was finally at peace. But the most unforgivable thing was that her tribe began to erase every trace of Canon's existence. The books he left behind, and even the people he had met, were all made to disappear. Hearing this, Jamie could finally piece together the truth the dragons had tried so hard to erase. This place held the last remaining trace of Canon's existence, the final thing Miatre was sworn to protect. That was why she stayed here. Jamie finally understood. No wonder Miatre had never heard of his own glorious past. The very first thing he did after being reborn was search for traces of his former self. Yet, not a single soul knew the name Diablo Volfir. It was completely blank, as if someone had deliberately wiped away every trace. Just like his own past, Canon's entire existence must have been erased by the dragon god Bram and his kin. Canon was a Class 9 mage who had gone so far as to master dark magic just to uncover the truth about this world. Just how much had he discovered to make them want to wipe him out so completely? "Is this Canon's grave?" Jamie asked, using the excuse of wanting to honor the life of a fellow dark mage. Miatre led him to a towering tree, at the base of which lay Canon's grave. Resting on the tomb, Jamie instantly recognized his own bracelet, the perfect cell. This was one of the 3 legendary artifacts he had forged to stand against the 12 gods. An artifact that granted absolute immunity to any disease or curse. Who would have thought his creation would wander the world after he vanished? So that was why Canon set out to uncover the truth of this world. Finding that bracelet must have led Canon to discover the existence of Diablo Volfir. But if Jamie dared to ask for it back, Miatre would probably take his life, even though he was the one who created it. "I'm here, Canon," Miatre murmured softly, paying her respects as if addressing a god. When Jamie asked about the bracelet, she explained it belonged to Canon. She said it held immense power and had saved his life countless times. Jamie noticed there wasn't a single speck of dust on it. She had even placed cleansing and protection spells over it. "Is that really all that's left of Canon?" Jamie asked. But this question instantly put Miatre on guard. He quickly put on a cowardly act to ease her suspicion. "I don't mean any harm, I'm just curious. He was the one who searched for the truth of this world, after all. So I was just wondering if he left any records behind." In truth, Canon had left a diary, but Miatre didn't want him to see it. Jamie urged Miatre to tell him, certain that she must know the truth about this world. "You are crossing the line. That is not something a pathetic human like you deserves to know," Miatre snapped, her expression turning cold. But this was what Canon had sacrificed his life to find. He might have failed at the very last moment, but Miatre was the one guarding his legacy now. Rather than keeping his work hidden away just as a keepsake, Canon would have surely wanted humanity to inherit it. Jamie's logical and convincing words left Miatre feeling deeply conflicted. Still, she didn't need physical things to remember her beloved. She had already engraved everything about him in her heart. It reminded Jamie of his own memories, making him feel deep sympathy for their tragic, star-crossed fate. In the end, Miatre handed the diary to him. She was confident a mere human like Jamie could never break its seal anyway. As Miatre prepared to send him back, Jamie opened the diary and said, "From now on, no matter what you see, don't be surprised." He then broke the seal on the diary. Miatre was stunned to discover he was a dark mage, and his power was worlds apart from the dark magic of ordinary humans. The diary detailed Canon's journey, starting from the day he first met Miatre. At their first meeting, she had called him filthy just because he was a dark mage. Yet, by some miracle, the two ended up traveling together. Miatre's carefree nature made their journey so much more lively, leaving him wondering if she was actually a dragon. Their adventure was peaceful and smooth. Canon even rode on Miatre's back to lands where no human had ever set foot. He called it the Land of Death. But one day, the Dragon Lord ordered the Dragon Clan to eliminate Canon. He didn't care about his own safety, only worrying for Miatre. She had betrayed her own kind for him, He wanted to push her away to keep her safe, but he just couldn't, because Kanan loved Mayatre too much. On another page, Kanan describes standing in front of a tombstone belonging to an anonymous warrior who had fought in some ancient war. The date written on the stone was 65,966 years prior. 2 years later, Kanan and Mayatre were still on the run, settling in a remote mountain far from the dragon's reach. Their next destination was Gaiman, to the southwest. That was the name of the place written at the bottom of the tombstone, a place that no longer existed. Reading Kanan's diary, Mayatre broke down in tears. This was the very first time she had ever read his diary. As for Jamie, he knew exactly which tombstone Kanan was talking about. Before heading off to war, as a testament to his resolve, he, or rather, Diablo Volfir, had carved words of despair for the past and hope for the future. 65,966 years before Kanan found it, plus 700 years until Jamie was reborn, meaning he had returned exactly 66,666 years after his death. But Gaiman wasn't the place he had written on the tombstone. In fact, no location had been carved on it at all, meaning someone else must have discovered his tombstone even before Kanan. Truly commendable of them. Who would have thought Kanan could uncover the truth that the 12 gods had hidden behind such flawless barriers? Even though 60,000 years ago, humans were stripped of their dignity and turned into mere slaves to the 12 gods, there is absolutely no need to despair, because Diablo has been reborn on this earth once again, and those 12 gods will soon be wiped out. Humanity will be free once more. Moved to tears, Mayatre tightly hugged the diary to her chest. Inside its pages, Kanan had actually confessed his love for her, even though he had never said those words to her face, only ever calling her annoying and clingy. Did you not say you still hold on to all your memories? I believe he is still alive inside your heart, as long as you never forget him, Jamie said softly. Hearing this, Mayatre burst out laughing. Who knew a little kid like Jamie could say such sweet things? Jamie sighed deeply. When on earth would he finally get to scream to the world that he was not just some little brat? Mayatre wished with all her heart that she could turn back time, but of course, that was completely impossible. Jamie wished for the same thing, but he knew deep down that he had already gone way too far to ever turn back. By the way, what kind of crazy dark magic are you even using? Mayatre could not help but ask right away. Well, it is just ordinary dark magic, you know. Jamie tried to make up an excuse, but it did not work. After all, Mayatre had already tried using dark magic to break the seal before, and it had not done a single thing. Jamie flinched. A dragon learning dark magic? No, of course that was not the case. Mayatre proudly bragged that she had brought someone who could use dark magic here completely of his own free will. She vividly recalled, telling him to follow her if he did not want to die, and he happily complied. But no matter what she tried, the diary never reacted at all until Jamie showed up. Mayatre absolutely hated to admit it, but the power Kanan had been searching for did not even exist in this world. It looked like Jamie could not wiggle his way out of this one anymore, so he decided to tell Mayatre the whole truth. And that truth was that he was the one still carrying out Kanan's final wish. Seriously, is that actually true? Jamie then began sharing Diablo's legendary battles. He had challenged the 12 gods all by himself. He once had many allies, but they either died in battle or ended up betraying him. Ultimately, he lost to the 12 gods and was sealed away into eternity. But even in his final moments, he never once gave up, which was exactly why Jamie could not give up either. Kanan, and perhaps someone even older than him from a very long time ago, had already paved the way for him and the generations after Jamie. Their dying wish will be carried on until all 12 gods are destroyed. Mayatre gestured for Jamie to follow her. She took the bracelet from Kanan's grave and gave it to Jamie, even though it originally belonged to him anyway. Jamie was thrilled to get his belongings back. The bracelet even lit up, as if welcoming back its long-lost master. That was not all. Mayatre also promised to have Jamie's back, no matter what. Back in the day, she was even capable of betraying her own clan, so nothing could ever stand in her way now. Jamie happily thanked her. Getting a dragon's promise was truly a massive win. Now get lost. Mayatre kicked Jamie out right then and there. As for her, she went back to guarding this place beside Kanan. His dream was still being carried on. Outside, Roos had been standing there from the moment it poured cats and dogs until the rain stopped and the clouds cleared, while Jamie glided through the air. Hey, what are you doing? When they finally returned, his mother hugged Jamie tightly, as if they had not seen each other in years. The Ricky brothers were also deeply moved, overjoyed to see him back. The knights bowed their heads in gratitude to Russ, swearing to never forget his kindness. Russ felt instantly pressured. Honestly, he had not done anything. Yet here they were, praising him like a hero, which was pretty embarrassing. In a school within the kingdom of Seam, the territory of Peon Nesman, a girl screamed as a white mouse jumped out of her hands. "What the hell are you doing? Why can't you even hold a mouse, right? You stupid Vina." Her classmates yelled at her while trying to catch the mouse before it ate any chemicals. In the end, Vina was forced to stay behind to clean up the classroom with no end in sight. I wonder when that idiot is finally going to get lost. The two of them were gossiping about Vina right in front of her. Only because the principal was protecting her did they not dare get physical with Vina, choosing instead to bully her by treating her like a servant. One of them tossed a piece of paper at Vina, telling her to bring all the items on the list. Trembling, Vina did as she was told, and left, accompanied by the satisfied laughter of her bullies. Her tears fell like rain as she wondered how on earth her life had ended up like this. Over at the Count's mansion, he hosted a grand banquet to entertain the Welland family and everyone else. The three siblings, sharing the same fate, drooled at the sight of the lavish feast spread before them. Even though Anna could not see, she could smell the delicious aroma of the food. The madam expressed her gratitude for the Count's hospitality, and the dinner went on merrily. That night, Jamie went out to patrol the streets again. Seeing nothing suspicious around, he thought about heading back to his cozy bed. By now, Ricky probably would not be following him around like a lost puppy anymore. Black appeared, making beeping noises. Jamie could tell it wanted to go all out tonight. He accidentally let his bracelet show, which instantly triggered the greed of two cloaked figures behind him. Since such an incredible artifact was in the hands of a mere child, they assumed Jamie must be a noble with incredibly clueless parents to have given him such a precious item. Do you think the principal will like it? He might even give us a massive reward. And just like that, the two of them started heading down the road to hell. Along the way, Brake kept whimpering, which made Jamie realize what was actually going on. It was not that he wanted to do a little dance, but rather that a couple of pests were tailing them. Jamie had no idea what they wanted. But since he was bored out of his mind, having some new toys to play with seemed like a pretty good idea. Jamie quickly blinked up onto the roof, completely throwing them off his trail. To spice things up, he deliberately made some noise around a street corner to grab their attention. Now, all he had to do was wait for his prey to walk right into his trap so he could enjoy his meal. "Excuse me." A voice suddenly rang out, and a distorted magic portal, like something straight out of Dozemon, dragged Jamie inside. This little masterpiece was Vena's doing, and she ended up being blown back 3 meters. Jamie was absolutely furious that someone actually dared to crash his little game. He did not care if she was a guy or a girl. The only thing that mattered was that he was going to kill her right now. "Wait, please, just listen to me." Vena begged for mercy, but Jamie was not having it. His attack blasted toward her, which accidentally forced her to reveal her own dark magic. Seeing that, Jamie stopped his attack. He demanded to know her motive for bringing him here, showing some slack only because she was using the dark magic he had created. "You are so cruel. I was only trying to help," Vena cried out, sobbing. She was terrified that the dark magic of those two creeps would have sent Jamie straight to his grave. Jamie stood there, completely dumbfounded. Why on earth was everyone around him a dark mage? Meanwhile, Vena kept playing the victim, crying about how no good deed goes unpunished. She claimed she had saved Jamie's life, only to get hurt in return. Was it really that hard to be a good person? Why did everyone hate her so much anyway? "Yeah, I get it, so just shut up for a second," Jamie sighed. Out of nowhere, Vena pulled out a rope, crying, "This cruel world does not accept me. Maybe it is better if I just end it all." "Oh, please, go right ahead then." After a brief moment, Jamie figured out that the portal she used earlier was actually connected to the school. Vena had originally felt sorry for Jamie because he was just a kid, but now she seriously wondered if he was actually a child at all. Jamie found the whole thing hilarious. After all, she was a dark mage herself. Even though it was just a guess, she likely played a major role in these twisted, cruel experiments. It looked like Jamie had hit a major nerve. She did not just want to save him. Jamie could see that she was practically begging him to view her as some champion of justice instead. "Stop making excuses. You are just as much of a piece of trash as they are." Jamie refused to let her utter another word of nonsense. Vena did not want to live with the guilt anymore. It tore her apart every time her hands were stained with blood, making her chest tighten so much she could barely breathe. Jamie simply nodded and walked away. He had no interest in digging any deeper. Venna also got up to leave, but she suddenly slammed face first into an invisible wall. This was clearly not part of her plan. Jamie smirked. A brand new game had just presented itself, and there was absolutely no way he was going to pass it up. Meanwhile, Principal Gap was wandering around the school looking for Venna, but the look on his face definitely did not scream good guy. After hearing Venna's story, Jamie was surprised to find out she had actually remained loyal to this school for 10 long years. Well, if that is how it is, there is nothing left for me to help you with. Cry me a river, because the game is over. Venna was completely shocked when she noticed that his black mana lacked any of the usual marks of dark magic, and more importantly, there was absolutely no toxic vibe to it that would ruin someone's life. In fact, it was incredibly pure. Just as Jamie was diving deep into her mind, Venna suddenly snapped awake and grabbed his hand. Jamie immediately yanked his hand back in pure disgust, muttering that it was no wonder she always got on everyone's nerves. Please, make me your disciple. Hearing those words fly out of her mouth, Jamie had absolutely no idea what was going on inside her head. Needless to say, his answer was a big fat no. But while she was only holding his hand a second ago, now Venna was full-on hugging him. She started whining about how her parents had died 10 years ago, which was the only reason she had been forced to become a dark mage in the first place. She spoke of the horrific live human experiments and how her own comrades constantly looked down on her and called her pathetic. But even so, Venna could not just run away. She wanted to end all of this, even if she sounded like a complete hypocrite. Even after hearing all that, Jamie still could not understand what any of it had to do with becoming his disciple. Your black mana is not fueled by sacrificing lives, and I desperately need that kind of power. So, that was her real motive. Jamie found it incredibly laughable that she actually believed his power was not built on sacrifice. Sometimes, only a darkness that pure can allow someone's existence to truly take root. You are dead wrong, and more importantly, I just do not want to. With that, Jamie put her to sleep and headed back to the street. Hearing the word disciple took him right back to his days as Diablo, when he had taken in students and raised them, only for them to turn around and stab him in the back. According to Venna's memories, there were more than 20 members at her school, and Principal Gap himself was a curse. It seemed like something had gone down while Jamie was away. Naturally, he had to go check out what was going on. Inside, a severed head was floating in a water tank, desperately pleading for help. Please, is anyone there? Save me? Well, this was fascinating. Usually, victims like this would be begging for death. Did the curse reversal end up altering her speech? Just then, two cloaked figures walked in, who were students of this very school. They had been conducting horrific, inhumane experiments on both humans and animals. They certainly had some nerve, hiding right inside the academy to carry out their sick, dark research. Now Jamie finally understood how long dark magic had been wiped from the face of the earth, and since he himself had sacrificed countless lives just to stand before the 12 gods, he had no right to judge them. Even so, he had to wonder, what was the actual origin of dark magic? He did not care how it had to be done. As long as he could destroy those gods, Jamie was perfectly willing to throw away his humanity and carry all the sins on his back. Now, you have to go back and collect all those seeds you sowed. Since they've grown into monsters, you're the one who has to harvest them. Meanwhile, Venna is still worrying about Jamie, who suddenly vanished. But she really should be worrying about herself instead, because that old hag Hilla has shown up to bully her. She grabs Venna by the hair, furious that she dared to run away while working for her. Then, Hilla drags Venna to a secluded spot to settle the score. She wants to stomp on a lowly bug like Venna at least once, just to show her what it's like to burn in the flames of pain. Venna drops to her knees, begging for mercy just this once. But of course, that's not going to happen. Right then, Jamie returns and looks at her with absolute judgment, asking, "Are you seriously afraid of people like this?" Before Venna can even make an excuse, Jamie glares at her and orders her to get up, asking if she'd rather sleep on the floor or a bed instead of crawling around down there. I don't know who the hell you are, but you clearly have no brain. Seeing someone else show up to entertain her, Hilla decides to take care of both of them. Jamie says, "Venna, make your choice. Do you want to live or die?" Pushed to the brink, Venna's true nature begins to awaken. For the longest time, she didn't want to submit to people like this. Hilla's jaw drops at Venna's sudden actions and power. Even Venna herself is shocked by what she just did. "I don't know what you just did, but I hope you're ready for the consequences of defying me." Hilla isn't about to back down, but Jamie simply blows on the fire in her hand, snuffing it out instantly. He looks at Venna encouragingly. The first step is always the hardest, but the second one will be a breeze. Only now does Hilla realize that Jamie isn't someone to be messed with. But, unfortunately for her, it's already too late. Meanwhile, in his office, Headmaster Garb leaps to his feet in pure ecstasy. Finally, Venna has awakened her Valkyrie powers. He had orchestrated all those situations to suppress her personality, fearing she might never awaken. But now, he no longer needs to waste his time in this dump. It's time to find Venna and devour her Valkyrie powers. Meanwhile, Venna is still shaking with fear after standing up to her bullies. Jamie can't understand how someone so timid could be a Valkyrie, a high-ranking angel known as a warrior angel, with enough power to wage war against the 12 gods. Even though they failed, they luckily escaped extinction and hid themselves in places far beyond the gaze of the 12 gods. Venna must have had her personality suppressed by Garb for a very long time, because by nature, they are a warrior race that hates bowing down to anyone. They probably wanted to make her easier to control after her awakening. Suddenly, a red alert blares. Venna thinks they are looking for Jamie, but she's wrong. The announcement commands everyone to capture Venna by any means necessary. Venna is in utter panic. Students and professors alike start hunting her down. What is she going to do now? Venna screams, "I'm not the old me anymore." Seeing that she has regained some of her Valkyrie confidence, Jamie teleports them right to where the students are gathering. No need to search, because now it's time for Venna to take the stage. A crowd surrounds them, bossing Venna around and demanding she come over to them. Jamie knows they've all been brainwashed, so he decides to put a few of them out of their misery right away. Right now, they don't have any free will left. They were probably just slaves of this school from the very beginning anyway. Only now does Venna realize that everything they did to her was on Headmaster Garb's orders. Seeing Venna refuse to obey, the students begin casting spells. With a single counterspell, Jamie sends all their magic right back at them. He tells Venna to snap out of it, but she is already consumed by pure rage. For so long, she had endured all this abuse without knowing a single thing. Jamie sees that her true nature is finally showing. If that's the case, she should go ahead and fight for revenge. Venna is pushed right into the middle of the student crowd. She cries, having never even known the meaning of the word fight all this time. But the moment she faces danger, her body moves on its own. Even Venna can't believe it. Spotting someone trying to ambush her from behind, she grabs his arm and flings him away like a sandbag. Shocked once again, she wonders when she got as strong as an ox. But the students aren't intimidated. Even if she's stronger or more agile, they still treat her like trash. Venna leaps up and stomps him flat. It feels like this body doesn't even belong to her anymore. Jamie sees that the rest of them have finally realized the massive gap in skills, so there's no point in fighting anymore. Besides, this isn't the only place with these newbies. But since he promised to harvest them all anyway, Jamie calls upon Break. It has already marked all the newbies, so now it's time for Jamie to harvest. He casts Death Explosion. In the blink of an eye, the remaining students bite the dust, because if he waited for Venna to show off, they'd be here until tomorrow. What on earth is this? My children are all dead. Garb waits until this exact moment to show up. Seeing Jamie's incredible skills hidden inside a child's body, he boldly guesses that the boy is suffering from some chronic illness. And what if I am? I see. So, that's how you're built. His words seriously annoy Jamie. Seeing how insanely talented the boy is, Headmaster Garb immediately tries to bring him on board. If they succeed, they could easily swallow an entire nation. Jamie asks for his specific plan, and Garb bursts out laughing. "Haha, quite greedy, aren't you? We haven't even finalized our partnership yet." Jamie was annoyed, but he had no choice but to agree. It is just a single nation, so why is this guy dragging his feet so much? Venna finally asked why he had ordered everyone to capture her, but the old man only cared about the sheer amount of life force she possessed. As for the real reason he had her captured, he wanted to swallow her whole the moment she awakened. Back when he first took Venna in, he had gone through so much trouble just to erase her innocent personality. How else could he make her awaken in the exact state he wanted? He had even built this entire academy just for Venna. She now remembered how every single time she was bullied, Gap would always be there to comfort her. But he never did anything to stop them. When you lost your innocent nature and started trembling in absolute terror at this place, I was absolutely thrilled. The old bastard was delighted that his plan had worked. Now, she had awakened with the cruelty he had injected into her for 10 long years. Suddenly, a wave of dark power enveloped Venna, causing her to pass out. The mastermind behind this was none other than Jamie. He had deliberately let her hear the whole truth before purifying the wickedness inside of her. "This is impossible. Something like that cannot be purified so easily," the old man yelled, his face turning pale. But to Jamie, it was easier than breathing. He probably thinks it is impossible, because even at his age, he is still just a piece of trash, who cannot even reach level 7. What a loser. Gap screamed in absolute rage. To think that an old man with white hair like him would be humiliated by a kid young enough to be his grandson. Level 7 was his deepest, darkest insecurity. If anyone dared to poke at this sore spot, he would slaughter them in the most brutal and violent ways imaginable. Living up to his title as the Curse Master, he had reached the absolute peak of cursing others. Yet, Gap could never cross the barrier to reach level 6. For a man who had lived for 60 long years, this was the ultimate humiliation of his life. "I will make you writhe in agony forever," Gap roared, unleashing his ultimate move. Despairing Dark Knight, summoning a burning Hydra serpent to wrap tightly around Jamie. Deep inside his subconscious, there was a subordinate whose body had been twisted from undergoing countless horrific experiments. The man still begged the old man to feed him more bodies to continue his twisted research. Jamie saw that the old man was quite tough. His head must be splitting open with pain, yet Gap still acted completely unbothered. It was not for nothing that people called him a master schemer. "But you still should not let your guard down," Jamie said, trapping the old man in a pitch-black dimension. The old man burst out laughing like a complete psychopath. How interesting. To think someone would actually try to use mind magic on me. But he seemed completely unfazed, simply waiting to see if Jamie had any stronger tricks up his sleeve. He directly interfered with his own brain to counter Jamie's magic, but Jamie knew it was already too late. While the old man was busy in his own subconscious, Jamie would attack his physical body on the outside. "This is going a bit too far, do you not think?" Suddenly, the old man spoke, and Jamie's attack reflected right back, piercing straight through him. This was Gap's ultimate counter-curse. It was a highly advanced dark magic, so he was extremely confident after mastering it. Seeing Jamie fall into the abyss he had created himself filled the old man with immense satisfaction, but before he finished him off, he wanted to completely destroy the kid's mind. From this moment on, Jamie would be trapped in one single moment forever. When one single second becomes 10 seconds, then 100 seconds, then 1,000 seconds, a person will slowly descend into madness. A state where the mind rejects everything, a state that never, ever ends. Even if it is just a single second, can Jamie survive that 1 second repeating tens of thousands of times? Time itself is my ultimate curse. Gap could already taste victory, but Jamie just casually asked, "So what?" He reached out and grabbed the old man by his head, catching Gap completely off guard. To Jamie, these cheap tricks were completely useless. Now, it was time to blow this old dog's brains out. The force of the blow blasted Gap 8 meters away. Jamie hoped the old man was strong enough to endure the dozens of curses he was about to unleash upon his fragile old body. After being hit by dozens of unavoidable curses, Gap lay on the ground, taking his final breaths. He was supposed to be the one who won. When strength is equal, gear makes all the difference. Thanks to his ultimate magic resistance ring, Jamie was completely immune to all kinds of curses. Such game-breaking gear made Gap refuse to believe it even existed. But this entire world was already absurd, so he did not need to be so surprised. "Damn it, I am the king of this world." Gap gasped out those final words, which only annoyed Jamie. He was not about to let this old man kick the bucket so peacefully. It would be a complete waste to let someone with such talent die instead of serving Jamie. So now, he would drag him into the gate of eternal damnation, turning him into a sinner who was neither alive nor dead. His new immortality meant he could never truly die, and of course, he would have to spend eternity running errands for Jamie. Gap glared in bitter resentment as his soul was dragged in. Losing was bad enough, but being forced to become a servant was the ultimate humiliation. All he wanted now was to rest in peace, but Jamie told him to keep dreaming. From now on, his new name would be Nevro. Venna slowly woke up from her slumber, and the first person she looked for was the old principal. But he was now in a completely different position, the position of Jamie's personal slave. Jamie gently asked Venna how she was feeling. The people who had tortured her and made her life a living hell for the past 10 years had all paid the price. But Venna did not know what to feel anymore. Starting a completely new chapter of her life left her mind blank. There is one thing Venna is absolutely determined to do: become Jamie's disciple, but he keeps rejecting her flat out. Venna is a Vaki. a race of fairies that existed in the very distant past. They were incredibly brave, never backed down, and always did their best to prove they were right. In the end, they failed and became a race cursed with endless bad luck. Jamie has no idea how their descendants managed to survive to this day, but she might just be the very last Vaki. Venna listens to all this and still has absolutely no clue. What does any of that have to do with Jamie refusing to take her in as his disciple? What Jamie actually means is that he doesn't know a single thing about Vakiji magic, so there is absolutely no reason for him to take her on. Along the way, Anna and Sarah are doting heavily on the chubby squirrel in front of them. The squirrel begs Jamie for help, but his hands are tied too. Fortunately, he knows transformation magic, which is how he managed to bring Venna along. As for the rest, she is on her own. Finally, they arrive at Jamie's maternal grandfather's house, marking 9 years since his mother last visited. "I am so sorry, father. Your foolish daughter has finally come back to see you," she whimpers. The Marquis comforts his daughter, making for an incredibly touching reunion. Jamie stands at a distance with a forced smile. He still doesn't understand what emotions are, and even after being reincarnated, he still feels frustrated with himself. In that endless abyss, he had longed for nothing but revenge, always believing that emotions are completely useless, as they only drive people crazy. Suddenly, Sarah yells, "Mommy, don't cry. Grandfather is a bad man. He made you cry." His mother helplessly tries to explain and clear her father's name, but the little girl already has a bad impression, shouting, "I hate grandfather." Jamie is also at a loss as to how to handle her reaction. He truly doesn't understand human emotions. Putting that aside, Jamie steps forward to greet his grandfather, who has been dying to meet him. Jamie forces a smile and tries to sound relaxed, saying, "I've really wanted to meet you too, grandfather." Grandfather is thrilled that the boy doesn't hate him like Sarah does, and pulls him into a tight embrace. "That's my boy, my grandson. I'm so incredibly happy to see you." "Oh yes, me too," Jamie gasps out, barely able to breathe. Typical Veo family. They all seem to have an obsession with physical touch. That night, grandfather speaks with Jamie's mother about him. Even though he is only a 4th-tier mage, he can still sense a glimpse of the boy's immense power. Sooner or later, the entire kingdom will have its eyes on Jamie, his mother sighs. She understands what her father means: the tallest tree catches the most wind. Although the Count and Countess of Welton can shield him for now, there will come a day when they can no longer protect Jamie. That is why grandfather has prepared something for him. While it isn't a perfect shield, it is far from useless. His mother is relieved that she can still do something to protect her son. Yet, she is still somewhat worried about her husband, the Count. He has made an enemy out of the Janus Church. The Marquis knows this won't settle quietly. Those people are utterly twisted monsters. Because of those bastards, their Firo Church is currently in a highly difficult position. Those Zenith bastards might even be planning to completely wipe out our Firo Church. Suddenly, the door flies open, cutting their conversation short. Meanwhile, back in his room, Jamie is going crazy trying to deal with Venna, who is fast asleep on his bed in her human form. Jamie has to use magic to wake this sleepyhead up, snapping, "Didn't I tell you not to transform back?" Venna grumbles that after living for decades, this is her very first time stuck in the body of a mouse. Jamie's face darkens as he shoots back. What if you get caught? A bunch of terrible scenarios play out in Venna's head. Jamie leaves her to die, and she ends up as a delicious roasted mouse. Just thinking about it makes her future look incredibly bleak, so Venna reluctantly turns back into a mouse. Afterward, Jamie sits down to examine a necklace, deep in thought. But Venna keeps buzzing in his ear, asking a million questions about it until he loses his temper. The result? Venna the mouse gets smacked right on the head. She complains indignantly, "Are you trying to kill my brain cells or what?" Jamie side-eyes her. "Do you even have brain cells to kill?" It turns out he is actually more curious about what this thing is than she is. It is definitely an artifact, but he has no idea what its actual function is. Suddenly, Jamie senses an intense wave of bloodlust radiating from his mother's location. Jamie immediately opens the door and rushes to find her. But his slow physical speed is driving him crazy, so he accelerates his body, flying like an arrow. Jamie quickly finds the source of the murderous intent, but he immediately realizes he cannot defeat this guy. If that is the case, his only option is to run. Jamie immediately charges in to attack. Even though he is panicking, he knows he absolutely cannot use dark magic in front of his family. He fires off a high-voltage purification spell to keep his pure boy reputation intact, aiming to create an illusion so he can slip away with his mother. Well, isn't that just precious? A massive hand grabs Jamie by the collar, lifting him up like a helpless puppy. He gnashes his teeth in frustration, demanding, "Let me go right now." Right now, survival is everything. Even if he has to expose his dark magic, he will save his mother. Suddenly, his mother's voice calls out, "Jamie," leaving him completely dumbfounded. But both his grandfather and mother were even more dumbfounded when he suddenly lunged in to attack. After sitting down to talk, the Marquis burst into a proud laugh, thrilled to have a grandson who was not only talented, but also deeply cared for his parents. Meanwhile, his mother was completely embarrassed by her troublemaking son, who had suddenly lunged at someone he didn't even know. "Have I been too soft on you, huh?" She scolded him while swatting his backside. "All right, that's enough. It's my fault things turned out this way." The man spoke up. Confused, she asked, "What do you mean by that, Sir Bailey?" Jamie was feeling quite indignant over the injustice, but luckily, Bailey cleared his name. He admitted his intention was simply to test Jamie. Bailey Onyx, the Storm Swordmaster, was one of the 5 Swordmasters of the Gum Kingdom. Since the lady still didn't quite get his meaning, he bluntly explained that he had let slip a bit of his bloodlust toward Jamie. She was so furious that she wanted to scream right in the face of the guy bullying her son. But since she was a high-ranking lady, she had to restrain herself. The Marquis gestured for his daughter to calm down. Besides, it was just a tiny test from Bailey. But to the lady, her children came first. She warned him that if he ever dared to do it again, she wouldn't show any mercy. "I am deeply sorry," Bailey said dejectedly. Meanwhile, the lady apologized to Jamie for wrongfully blaming her precious son. Jamie was also quite bewildered, not knowing how to react in this situation. Bailey had detected him and perfectly masked his own presence, an existence whose strength wasn't suppressed by the temple's purification field at all. In short, he was incredibly strong. Feigning curiosity, Jamie asked about Bailey's status as a swordmaster. The Marquis then introduced him, the man known as the Storm Swordmaster. There are 5 swordmasters in the Gum Kingdom. Although, since the 5 of them have never fought each other, it's hard to rank them. However, the King's Sword, known as the Shield Taric, is widely recognized as the strongest swordmaster. Next is Count Welton, Jamie's father, and right below him is Bailey Onyx. Jamie respectfully greeted Bailey and introduced himself. Bailey merely knit his brows slightly, but even that was enough to make the lady slam the table in anger, demanding, "What more do you want from him?" Bailey calmly suggested that Jamie should learn the sword. Swordsmanship was something Jamie had never even considered, so he was quite surprised. Bailey believed that besides magic, Jamie could also achieve outstanding success in swordsmanship, thanks to the genes of his father, who was basically the second-ranked powerhouse on the server. Hearing a great swordmaster like Bailey say this, the Marquis was somewhat convinced. However, he had never heard of Jamie's magical talent before. Bailey had also caught wind of a rumor that Jamie could become a 9th-class mage, growing stronger just by breathing, and none other than Old Man Linmel was the source of this fake news. But swordsmanship is different. It's something that is very difficult to master if you miss the right window of opportunity. Jamie also wanted to practice swordsmanship, but right now, restoring his magic was his #1 priority. Thus, Jamie had to politely decline Bailey's offer. Bailey didn't object or force him to learn, and the conversation ended there. Jamie took a stroll through the vast, meticulously manicured garden of the Bell family, partly to distress and heal after dealing with Venna. He wished his transformation magic could make her only squeak like a mouse instead of speaking human tongue. Recalling his confrontation with Bailey, it felt like standing in front of a towering, unmovable wall. He had been very lucky to regain his mana and seed of life, finding a perfect vessel, but it still wasn't enough. There would come a time when he would hit a bottleneck. 7th class is the level from which one is recognized as an archmage. This realm isn't something that can be achieved just by training one's skills. When a magical formula, created by the mage themselves, reaches its limit, the gateway to becoming an archmage will open. This is known as magical realization. If Jamie did it the same way as his past life, it would be easy, but he would never be able to defeat his enemies if he just relied on the failed methods of the past. Thanks to that person, he was able to realize this. Jamie still had a long way to go. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of relationship Bailey had with his mother, especially with that melancholic, heartbroken expression of his. As he was lost in thought, a lake monster suddenly lunged out of the water, startling Jamie. He immediately raised his shield. Jamie hated nothing more than being interrupted while lost in his own thoughts, so this monster's days were numbered. But before Jamie could even make a move, a figure lunged forward like an arrow, moving so fast that he couldn't even make out their silhouette. A figure in white flew toward the lake monster and took it down in a single blow. Having finished the job, the man rested his sword on his shoulder and casually asked how Jamie was doing. He had heard that the nobles of the Welton family were coming, but since he was swamped with deadlines, he was only getting to meet them now. In contrast to the man's smile, Jamie was on high alert. And rightfully so, since the guy had obliterated that giant monster in just a few seconds. While he might not be as skilled as Bailey, he was definitely just as powerful. Sheathing his sword, the man introduced himself. This was the deputy butler of Marquis Bell's estate. Jamie was completely shocked. A mere deputy butler was this powerful? His grandfather was seriously a beast. Seeing that Jamie was on guard, Hamilton quickly explained. Years ago, he made a binding oath to the Marquis, which was why he was working as a servant now. Hamilton also knew Jamie's name and identity. After all, as the deputy butler, it was his job to know every important figure. Jamie asked about the massive shrimp that had suddenly appeared in the Marquis's pond. Siegfried found himself at a loss for words, struggling to explain it to the boy. Simply put, this was just Jamie's grandfather's bizarre hobby. Like, what the hell? Jamie couldn't believe his seemingly gentle grandfather harbored such an odd interest. Shortly after, Siegfried went to the Marquis's study to report on his duties. He had located a group suspected of being demons, but unfortunately, he lost their trail. The Marquis sighed, wondering who could have expected the Demon King's minions to actually appear. Rumors about demons had already begun spreading to the neighboring territories. Massacres, however, had only occurred in certain areas. The Marquis was convinced this was the real deal, and that the demons had returned solely for revenge. Over 50 years ago, the Marquis's father had defeated the Demon King, forcing them to pay a heavy price by wiping out their entire clan. With their return this time, they would undoubtedly be wiped from the face of the earth once again and by the very hands of the Weltons. Siegfried swore to await any and all commands from the Marquis, but today, the Marquis merely made that statement, sending everyone back to their quarters. Before leaving, Siegfried mentioned his encounter with Jamie. The Marquis wondered how on earth they ran into each other so late at night. Siegfried explained that the boy had been attacked by the monster right by the pond. Since the Marquis was the one who brought that beast home in the first place, he felt incredibly guilty. So, the next morning, as soon as she heard the news, Jamie's mother burst into his room to fuss over him. Jamie, who was fast asleep, was jolted awake by her highly unconventional method. He caught a glimpse of his grandfather and the butler standing behind her, realizing Sable must have spilled the beans. Even though he was saved just in time, his mother was still worried sick. She promised to punish Jamie if he ever dared to wander outside in the middle of the night again. Yes, mother. His groggy reply only irritated his mother further. His grandfather chimed in with an apology, admitting he had forgotten to block off that area, which led to Jamie getting lost. The lady even snapped at her own father. Are you seriously still playing around with those sea monster hunts? Didn't Mom and I constantly tell you how dangerous that is? The Marquis immediately called Siegfried over to introduce him, trying to change the subject. She was deeply grateful to him for saving her little boy's life. Siegfried gently touched her hand in a gesture of profound respect. Honestly, he felt that even if he hadn't intervened, Jamie could have taken down that sea monster all on his own. Observing their exchange, Jamie realized Siegfried was highly disciplined and polite, yet strong and sharp-witted, completely different from yesterday. Jamie, I'm not finished talking yet. His mother would probably hold on to this grudge and nag him about it until she was old and gray. Fortunately, his grandfather stepped in to bail him out. That afternoon, Jamie finally managed to slip away, disguising himself to go out. He immediately asked a passerby for directions to the Pyro Church. She hesitated, vaguely pointed in a direction, and quickly hurried off, leaving Jamie utterly confused. Was that supposed to be east or west? Suddenly, screams erupted from the crowd. There's been a murder. It's a demon. Jamie quickly squeezed his way through the crowd to see what was going on. Lying on the ground was the corpse of a guard with a gaping hole where his heart used to be. Since this apparently wasn't the first heartless corpse they'd found, the townspeople immediately rushed off to notify the Marquis. Hearts were commonly used in demonic summoning rituals, so everyone assumed this was the work of demons. No wonder the adults were so on edge. They probably thought he was oblivious to it all, but Siegfried's piercing gaze gave Jamie a sudden jolt of anxiety. Their target was definitely revenge for the past incident, or more specifically, a direct strike at the Welton family. Jamie sighed. This meant the Pyro Church would be on high alert too. No wonder he hadn't heard a peep from those three chatterboxes who usually kept him in the loop. In the end, he had to go handle it himself. Jamie turned invisible and flew over to the Pyro Church. Perched on a treetop to observe, he suddenly got goosebumps when he saw the Archbishop, who was radiating an astounding amount of holy power. Lars was discussing something with the Archbishop, but Jamie couldn't make out their words. Suddenly, the Archbishop glanced up at the exact branch where Jamie was perched, but saw nothing. He remarked to Lars that it was likely just a squirrel. Lars noted that the Marquis was waiting, so they needed to depart immediately. Besides, it had been a long time since the Archbishop had last seen the lady. Hiding behind the leaves, Jamie's heart hammered in his chest. How on earth was that old man's intuition still so incredibly sharp? Luckily, since he was heading to the Marquis's estate, Jamie could finally slip inside the church. In the prayer room, Ricky and Anna were sitting and chanting. Suddenly, Ricky burst out laughing, leaving Anna utterly bewildered as to what kind of fit her brother was throwing now. Ricky stood up and told Anna to wait for him, explaining that he had to go out to meet a friend who was none other than Jamie. After slipping inside, Jamie sensed a powerful energy emanating from the sanctuary. In that case, he would have to sneak inside while remaining invisible. Suddenly, a hand touched him, scaring Jamie out of his wits. He coldly brushed it off. Just as he was about to unleash a mind-blowing strike, he saw Ricky's goofy face. The boy was trying to scare him, but failed miserably. Still, Jamie had been genuinely startled. Just as he was gearing up to yell at him, Ricky immediately covered his mouth to shut him up. Ricky figured Jamie couldn't afford to be seen by anyone else, so he offered to lead him to a much more private spot. Who would have thought that Ricky's private spot was the Archbishop's office, the exact place Jamie was trying to avoid? More importantly, how on earth did Ricky manage to sneak up right behind him without giving off even a trace of his presence? What? Did you come all this way because you missed me? Ricky's completely off-topic question just leaves Jamie feeling super annoyed. Ricky quickly explains that this place is under the direct jurisdiction of the goddess, Pyro. Even though he hasn't reached the absolute peak of an apostle's power yet, being here is helping him get closer by the day. In fact, you could say Ricky is slowly becoming one with this very place. Jamie guesses that Ricky might actually become omniscient and omnipotent within this cathedral. Plus, Jamie can't feel even a trace of undead energy coming from Ricky anymore. It's wild how overwhelmingly powerful his apostle abilities have become. Ricky was actually just about to go look for Jamie to deliver a message from the goddess, but Jamie ended up showing up on his own. So now, he is going to establish a direct link with Pyro right away. Before Jamie can even prepare himself, a bright light suddenly erupts from Ricky's body. His eyes overflow with divine power, a far cry from how they looked when he first awakened. He even gets an instant outfit change, looking incredibly badass. Jamie can clearly feel a fragment of Pyro's actual divine presence manifesting right here. Speaking through Ricky, Pyro warns that a dark energy is beginning to stir inside a pitch-black forest. It has to be stopped before it spreads and completely destroys her territory in this region. Before Jamie can even figure out how this involves him, Pyro demands that he head to that forest to take care of it, adding that she hopes he won't suffer any losses. With that, Pyro vanishes, leaving Ricky's body completely exhausted. Jamie is still trying to process what the heck just happened. How could she just say whatever she wanted and leave without letting him ask a single question? Ricky apologizes on Pyro's behalf, explaining that she isn't very strong right now after being forced to descend into a mortal vessel last time. That incident put way more strain on the goddess than anyone had anticipated. Either way, Jamie doesn't get why Pyro has to ask for his help. She has a whole army of devoted followers who would gladly lay down their lives for her. Ricky explains that Jamie is the only one who can pull this off. Pyro mentioned that as the successor of that person, he would understand. And that was all. Pyro is probably resting to recover her strength. Talk about selfish. With a sigh, Jamie takes his leave before the Archbishop can return and escort him all the way back to the mansion. Ricky watches him vanish as quickly as he arrived, praying the gods will protect him. Jamie heads back home with a confident smirk, thinking he didn't get caught, but reality is about to hit him hard. Sears casually appears right behind him, saying, "The weather is absolutely lovely today, isn't it? It looks like you've just been out somewhere." Caught red-handed, Jamie scrambles for an excuse, claiming he just went out for a quick stroll. But as the tension grows awkward, he quickly pivots, pretending he's not feeling very well. Sears mentions that they had an important guest visit today, Archbishop Saphira of the Pyro Church. Jamie already knew this, but he still has to act surprised. Sears adds that she's been scouring the entire mansion looking for him. Jamie instantly panics. When is he ever going to outgrow this grounded phase? He really needs this body of his to grow up faster. Trying to change the subject, Jamie asks about Beryl, but nobody seems to know where he is. For such a massive guy, he comes and goes like a gust of wind. Before leaving, Sears warns Jamie not to get too curious about Beryl, gently explaining that she only has his best interests at heart. Then she wishes him a peaceful rest. Oh, and by the way, if you do decide to go for another walk, stay away from marine forest. It's incredibly dangerous, Sears says with a knowing smile. That night, deep inside a wild forest, two figures in black cloaks are carefully tending to a strange object. Just a little longer, kiddo, and you'll finally break free from that suffocating place. The day you awaken will be the day our mission is finally complete. The next day, while having tea with his mother and sister, Jamie boldly asks his mom about her relationship with Beryl. When his mother falls silent, he figures it's a secret he isn't allowed to know, but she gently shakes her head. It is not like that. Where do I even begin? I met him when I was 7 years old. Back then, Beryl's father brought him over to the Marquis's estate to play because our fathers knew each other. His father was worried he wouldn't find a good enough mentor for Beryl because the boy only knew how to swing a sword. So, Marquise Bell helped them find a mentor for Beryl. Meanwhile, Sears was absolutely thrilled to have someone older to play with, so she dragged Beryl to the garden to catch butterflies. Since Beryl's father gave the okay, Beryl finally found the courage to tag along with her. Sears scrambled up an apple tree to show off her prize to Beryl, but in her pure excitement, she ended up losing her footing. Beryl rushed over in a total panic, but they both ended up tumbling hard onto the ground. Even so, Sears had a blast and wanted to do it all over again, though Beryl was completely terrified by then. After heading back inside to change their clothes, they got to enjoy their prize. Beryl could only sigh in defeat when Sears somehow produced a massive pile of other apples out of nowhere. Right then and there, Sears decided she was going to learn swordsmanship, and Beryl would be her teacher. Beryl sighed, knowing this day was bound to come, especially since Sears didn't have a single ounce of talent for it. 3 years later, Beryl's father got caught up in a gold mine tragedy. Despite being warned countless times by the Marquis, his father felt he had no choice, as he couldn't just stand by and watch his family's honor be dragged through the mud. But in the end, the family head took his own life, leaving Beryl all alone as his family completely collapsed. The Marquis offered him a place to stay with them. Beryl insisted to Sears that he was fine, but deep down, he was totally devastated. In the years that followed, Beryl became so completely consumed by swordsmanship and his quest for revenge that he didn't even realize he had shut Sears out of his life. Years later, when Sears grew up and made her debut, a lot of guys started eyeing her, and every single time, it completely got on Beryl's nerves. He dealt with anyone who even tried to talk to Sears. But when Sears saw this dark side of him, she was devastated. The sweet brother she once knew was completely gone. One day, Jamie Welton visited the Marquis's estate, acting as his family's representative to ask for advice. Sears was the one who welcomed Argino. Right then and there, he fell head over heels for her smile, which shone as bright as the sun itself. The Marquis highly praised Argino, calling him a swordsmanship genius who might even become the next sword master. Argino remained humble, downplaying the praise, but looking at Sears sitting there and smiling completely shattered his defenses. In the following days, Argino became the target of Beryl's intense jealousy. Sears got so sick of it that she didn't even want to speak to Beryl anymore. "Don't you love me too? You're the only one I've ever had eyes for," Beryl said in deep disappointment. But Sears could no longer see the person she once cherished as an older brother. Beryl never listened to her, he only tried to control her. Driven mad by Sears's cold rejection, he couldn't hold back his rage and grabbed her, demanding answers. Suddenly, a hand gripped Beryl's arm. Argino had arrived just in time, looking equally furious. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" "Let go of her," Beryl snapped back, but Argino didn't budge. Instead, Argino yanked Beryl's tight grip off Sears and demanded that he apologize to her immediately. But Beryl refused to apologize. Instead, he challenged Argino to a duel. Though it wasn't what Argino had planned, he accepted the challenge. Sears then rushed to tell the Marquis everything, begging her father to stop them. But her father was at a loss. He had planned to marry her off to Beryl from the very beginning. "I will never agree to that," Sears said flatly. Over the past few years, she had watched Beryl turn into nothing but a bloodthirsty demon who only knew how to swing his sword, or a control freak obsessed with tracking every single man she met. "He only does this because he loves you," the Marquis tried to explain. But to Sears, that wasn't love. Tears streamed down her face as she realized the gentle, caring brother Beryl used to be was gone forever. Suddenly, The Marquis asked Sears about Count Welton, though she didn't quite grasp what he was getting at. He then dismissed her, sinking deep into his own thoughts. He realized he would have to apologize to his late old friend. On the day of the duel, under a pouring rain, Beryl lay on the muddy ground, gasping for breath with a fresh scar slashed across his face. Argino had won. "Are you okay?" Sears cried out, running onto the field. Beryl turned his head away, claiming he was fine, but he quickly realized Sears wasn't running to him, she was running straight to Argino. Seeing them locked in a warm, happy embrace drove Beryl to utter despair. He packed his bags and left in the dead of night, and the Marquis accepted that this was probably the best outcome for everyone. 3 years later, Sears and Argino tied the knot, and they soon had a baby on the way. One day, Argino came home from work and shared some news about Beryl. He had officially become a swordmaster. On top of that, he had successfully exacted his revenge on the 3 families that had pushed the Onyx family into a corner. "I see. Actually, there's something I need to tell you too," Sears said with a serious look, making Argino feel a little nervous. As it turned out, the thing Sears had been losing sleep over lately was choosing a name for their baby. If it was a boy, she wanted to name him Jamie. And if it was a girl, Sarah. And that brings us to their long-awaited reunion after so many years. Jamie had no idea his parents' past sounded like a straight-up fairy tale. Who would have thought his goofy dad had actually defeated such a monstrously strong warrior? It was clear Jamie had inherited his incredible physical traits from his father. Just as the mother and her 2 children finished their little chat, the Archbishop arrived. He was delighted to see the former tomboy Sears again, which made her blush with embarrassment right in front of her children. Jamie, acting like a perfectly polite little angel, greeted him smoothly, while Sarah, who hated strangers, shyly hid behind her brother's back. However, the moment Anne was mentioned, Sarah instantly perked up with excitement. The Archbishop mentioned that Ricky was always talking about Jamie, making them seem like some legendary pair of best friends. Lars chimed in, teasingly adding that Ricky was practically dying to see Jamie again. Of course, little did they know, the 2 boys had already met. Sable offered to lead them inside, so the Marquis and the Archbishop could have their chat. Before taking his leave, the Archbishop blessed Sears' 2 children. "So, what should we do now?" the doting mother asked, playing with her 2 precious little ones. She then recalled that Jamie had once begged her to take him to the massive fountain. Jamie immediately asked about Marine Forest, remembering that Sable had strictly warned him to stay away from it. "How do you know about Marine Forest? Have you been sneaking out there?" His mother's sharp, piercing gaze instantly made Jamie freeze in his tracks. She couldn't understand why Sable would suddenly bring it up to him. He just wanted me to be careful, that's all." Jamie looked away, avoiding his mother's incredibly tense face. Even though he was a mage, she constantly drilled it into his head that he must never go out alone, before pointing toward Marine Forest. Jamie thought it looked like any other ordinary forest. Why on earth was everyone so terrified of it? But in reality, it was one of the 6 great forbidden regions of the world, and right behind it lay another one, the massive Ariaz Great Forest. In a way, Marine was basically a part of it. Jamie's face darkened. There was a very high chance this was the exact place Pyro called the Dark Forest. His mother suddenly snapped him back to reality, and that's exactly why you are never to set foot in there. Understood? "Of course, Mother," Jamie said. But of course, he was absolutely going to go. Tonight was the night, the perfect time for Jamie to sneak out like a little menace and explore the place that gave everyone the ultimate creeps. A barrage of lightning split the sky, striking down relentlessly upon the Marine Forest. The culprit was none other than Jamie, but he couldn't use his dark magic in this forest. "Master, look out behind you." Bina rushed over, grabbing Jamie's shoulder as she kicked the monster behind him away. Jamie was sent flying. He was about to yell at her, but shut his mouth the moment he saw Bina rip the monster apart with her bare hands. Well, beggars can't be choosers, so he had to swallow his pride. Bina couldn't use dark magic here either, yet she was feeling better than ever. That smug, show-off look on her face was really getting on Jamie's nerves. But anyway, it was a good thing for him in this situation. Since the Vakiji are a forest tribe, they are naturally affected by the forest's energy. Bina asked again why they were here, which annoyed Jamie because he had to repeat what he'd already told her on the way. They had to break in here because of Pharaon's request. But what was the next step? Before Jamie could figure it out, they both fell into a black hole. Jamie couldn't even use flight magic and was left in a free fall. Turns out his mom was right when she said this place was dangerous. If he kept falling at this speed, he'd literally lose his life from the impact instead of being defeated by magic. But after hitting the ground, It felt as if they had just woken from a dream. Bana bolted upright and screamed, "Are we not dead yet?" Jamie looked around, casting a light spell to illuminate the ruins. He read the ancient characters written on them and muttered, "To leave or to enter." The door opened instantly. Jamie didn't know who had built this, but it was pretty interesting. It seemed like he might get to see his past life here. That night, the patrol team found another corpse. The captain immediately ordered his subordinate to call Sable over right away. Sable stood there, observing the bizarre power. Based on the condition of the body, the person had been dead for at least 4 hours. What's more, the body was left right on the patrol route, a path the soldiers frequently used whenever they swapped shifts. Yet, absolutely no one had reported it. The captain cursed. He didn't want to get involved in such creepy cases, but decided to check the patrol schedule to find the traitor. Suddenly, a figure in black appeared and ripped his heart out. "You fool, keep searching. Let's see if you'll ever be capable of catching me." But before he could even gloat for 5 seconds, Sable appeared. Sable was extremely annoyed to be dragged into this mess because of him. Before the assassin could even make a move, Sable had already slashed him multiple times in a matter of seconds. When Sable's eyes finally opened, they struck absolute terror into the assassin's heart. A body corrupted by demonic energy shouldn't be allowed to die such an easy death. Meanwhile, Jamie and Bina were still wandering through the labyrinth, surviving a series of trials that made them feel like they should have died a long time ago. Giant armored soldiers immune to magic, automatic crossbow traps, and even scorpion pits. The endless gauntlet of traps was utterly exhausting. Finally, the two arrived at the very door Jamie had been searching for, the place where it lay sleeping. Jamie's words made Bena incredibly curious about what lay behind that door. The door swung open, and a gigantic bear appeared, freezing them both dead in their tracks. Bina was busy gushing over how cute and fluffy it looked, completely oblivious to the massive paw about to crush her into minced meat. "Watch out!" Jamie screamed, lunging forward just in time to push her out of the way of the beast's giant paw. Surprisingly, the bear could speak. "You kids must be pretty capable to have made it this far and still be standing on 2 feet. Do you have any idea who I am?" Jamie barked through gritted teeth, but the bear didn't pay him any attention. It grabbed a rock and hurled it at them. Jamie conjured a shield, but with his energy depleted, the impact sent him crashing to the ground. Most of his ribs were shattered. Fortunately, he had the seed of life. Otherwise, he would have kicked the bucket for the 2nd time. The bear claimed it had neutralized his power, leaving him helpless against what was about to happen next. It turned out this beast was the one behind the dark magic trap that bound them. But how on earth did you? You don't need to know. The giant teddy bear charged. Bina had been holding in her anger long enough, and now she punched back. It was fine if they hit her, but absolutely no one was allowed to lay a hand on her master. "Jamie!" Meanwhile, the man in black was still being brutally tortured by Sable. Sable glared at him with a menacing expression. "You've crossed the line and completely messed everything up. I specifically told you to leave these soldiers alone." The assassin whined that Marquis Bell had already left, so they had nothing to fear. But those words only made Sable even angrier, prompting him to intensify the torture. He wasn't afraid of Marquis Bell. What angered him was the assassin's insolence. "A filthy, lowly demon like you should have just followed orders. Everything must go according to my father's wishes," Sable muttered. Meanwhile, back in the ruins, Bina had been blown back, but her eyes were still filled with worry for Jamie. Thanks to her drawing the bear's attention, Jamie managed to cast his magic. The bear seemed slightly surprised by his spell, but against its colossal body, the attack did absolutely 0 damage. The two of them froze in absolute shock. Since when did Jamie become so weak? The bear scoffed. Jamie had been flailing his arms and legs for over an hour. Yet he only managed to singe a few of its hairs, and yet, he still refused to surrender. "Do you expect us to just stand here and die? You're the one who attacked us out of nowhere." The master and disciple yelled back in outrage. The bear attacked because it thought the two of them had left that disgusting item in its forest, so they had to be punished. Jamie was frustrated at being falsely accused, but the bear did not believe him, insisting that the dark power protecting that filthy demon egg definitely belonged to him. Jamie did not expect there to be a demon egg in this forest. However, the teddy bear thought they were just pretending and that it would be the one to destroy the demon's minions. Jamie did not want to fight anymore and explained that he came here to destroy that egg under the summoning of Goddess Foe. Hearing this, its claws stopped instantly, just a few millimeters from his face. Jamie swore on everything he had. If it did not believe him, he would prove it right now. But the bear did not need that, because if Jamie had lied and defiled the goddess's name, he would have been punished long ago. This forest was also part of Goddess Foe's territory. However, it could not feel any divine aura from Jamie, and the power it blocked clearly did not come from the gods. Jamie explained, "I am not Fiero's subordinate, but her ally. She asked me to come to this dark forest and stop that dark magic from awakening. Fiero even said I would understand why she asked me to come here, instead of one of her apostles." But to the bear, this was completely unbelievable. Venna immediately asked about the egg and the power protecting it to get more information. The egg appeared in the forest about 1 month ago. The bear had planned to destroy it immediately, but the dark power protecting it was incredibly sinister. The power was so deep and immense that no matter what the bear did, it could not break through the barrier. So for now, it could only temporarily suppress the power guarding that egg. Jamie could not sense any divine authority from the bear, so he wondered how it could possibly hold back the dark power. It was all thanks to this artifact in the form of these ruins. Jamie was curious about who created it and how the bear knew the ancient runes carved on it. But the bear was not too sure either. This place was built about 600 years ago. Jamie asked another question about why it kept blocking that dark power. Since the power was protecting the egg, the bear should have been able to destroy the egg right then and there when it sealed the dark power, but instead, it just kept the dark magic in that state. The bear said that the egg was still intact, because to block that magic power, the artifact's user was forced to stay inside the ruins, and it still had not found anyone who could help it crush that egg. Hearing this, the two of them froze in awkward silence for the third time. Basically, the bear did something, but it did not really accomplish much. The bear then revealed its name was Tiberion. As soon as it finished introducing itself with a sassy attitude, Jamie immediately mocked it, calling it a big talker who was all bark and no bite. "Can you feel this girl's power?" Jamie sneered at Tiberion while pointing at Venna. "Her Vakiji life force?" Tiberion frowned and asked back. "No, something else. A power similar to mine. Her power is also being blocked, so how could it ever compare to the thing protecting that demon egg?" Jamie replied in a low voice. Hearing the bear reveal that Venna's power was completely different, Jamie became even more convinced that he was the only one with this kind of dark magic. Seeing Jamie constantly urging it to release his power, the bear instantly went on high alert, growling as it glared at him. "Please trust us. Once Master gets his power back, he will destroy that demon egg in a heartbeat," Venna eagerly added, but she was met with a deadly glare from Tiberion, making her feel incredibly awkward. "All right, looks like my power is back." Jamie suddenly snapped his fingers, and a dark aura instantly surged through the room, terrifying Venna and Tiberion as they struggled to understand what was happening. "No one is allowed to control me," Jamie smirked and shouted, the evil energy swelling with his every movement. But just when he was gloating, thinking he finally had absolute control over everything, Tiberion, with those deadly sharp claws, brought Jamie crashing back to reality with a strike that made him spit up blood. Facing its ferocious figure, Jamie was not afraid at all. He calmly wiped the blood from his mouth and coldly threatened, "That is enough. I will personally destroy these ruins if you do not stop this." It was like Tiberion had been struck right where it hurts, and his massive, thorny hand, which had been thrashing wildly in the air a second ago, instantly froze as if paralyzed. Venna turned pale, with fear, upon seeing Jamie cough up blood, but he assured her he was fine. "It is like a firewall, isn't it? Pretty strong, though it could never fully block me." He smirked and thought to himself, "It seems my connection to these ruins has been severed." "Did you do that? How could you manage to do it in such a short time?" Tiberion asked curiously. "That is right. I modified it so that I am now its secondary master. You are out of luck. Your master is not the only one skilled with artifacts. Who would have thought an artifact could block my power? There is no way I would just let that slide and walk away. Well, looking closely now, it seems it did not completely block my power after all. It's totally absurd that it can block my power when it's only designed to capture gods. How can something like this even exist? There's definitely something fishy going on here. Well, like it or not, that's just how it is, so stop following me. Besides, even if you wanted to, you probably couldn't even escape these ruins anyway, right?" Jamie smirked mockingly at Tiberion, then instantly channeled his power and vanished like the wind, leaving the furious bear to roar in vain. The next morning, the Marquis's eyes nearly popped out of his head in sheer terror when he heard that as many as 9 bodies were found last night. Seeing him trembling and growling, frantically looking around in hopes of finding Cole, his subordinate stammered, reporting that no one had seen Cole since yesterday afternoon. Hearing this, The Marquis felt as if he'd been struck by lightning, unable to believe it was true. No one knew that Cole was currently standing on the mountain peak, lost in thought, looking as if he were waiting for something. A moment later, the Marquis went to see the Archbishop to ask if there was any news from the Grand Temple. Yes, my lord. They said they've already dispatched the Divine Executioner Squad. They should arrive around tomorrow afternoon, and it looks like a top-tier expert will be among them. Sighing, the Archbishop replied, "This definitely wasn't an easy decision for the Pope either. Who would have thought we'd need this many resources at a time like this?" The Marquis let out a depressed sigh. Meanwhile, Sibello was eagerly waiting for his target to show up. After teleporting out from Tiberian's place, Jemmy and Venna were a bit surprised to see Jemmy's dark magic filling the entire sky. Not only that, but there were even letters inscribed within each stream of magic. Seeing Venna's curiosity about what the words meant, Jimmy read a few lines aloud for her. But the further he read, the more shocked he was to realize it was Leviathan, a grimoire that was actually a part of him. Now I know for sure that my memories are fully restored. I can even suddenly remember how I once challenged the gods. It's so weird. There's clearly a massive gap in my memory, yet none of it feels off to me. After zoning out in thought for a moment, Jimmy handed Venna a ring, an artifact he had grabbed before leaving the ruins, and told her to channel her magic and intent into it. The moment Venna did as told, with a sharp swoosh, a seriously badass weapon materialized right in her hands, leaving her absolutely speechless with joy. "Good. Now take that and go scout this area. This is probably going to take a while," Jamie said, reaching out to touch the floating dark magic inscribed with words in front of him. But strangely enough, the instant he touched it, the dark magic abruptly turned into black mist, accompanied by letters that glowed blood red. "Return to me, your master." This freaked Jemmy out big time. After a few seconds of pure shock, he suddenly seemed to realize something and immediately let loose a torrent of curses at this freaky black mist. Seeing it start to shoot up into the sky, a panicked Jamie quickly called out to Venna to help him stop it. Gripping her hammer tightly, Venna slammed a devastating blow right into the streak of black mist, knocking it straight down to the ground in a flash. But because she exerted way too much power, Venna took severe internal damage, making her knees buckle as she coughed up blood, utterly exhausted and gasping for air. As for that streak of black mist, just as Jamie suspected, it was actually a transformation of that green-haired chick from the Janus Church. What business did the Janus Church have in a place like this anyway? "Are you here to destroy the demon forest, or are you trying to protect it?" Jamie demanded, glaring at her. The green-haired girl had just returned to her original form, but she didn't answer Jemmy. Instead, she rushed to attack Venna, for the simple reason that Venna had pink hair and carried a hammer, the two things she hated most. Venna was just minding her own business when she got physically assaulted out of nowhere. Dazed and clutching her body, which hadn't even recovered from her previous attack, Venna trembled as she tried to defend herself in vain. Seeing the green-haired girl preparing to throw a punch at Venna, Jamie screamed in panic, telling her to get out of the way. Thanks to his timely warning, a struggling Venna managed to dodge to the side just in time, even though her counterattack didn't manage to touch a single hair on the green-haired girl. Mocked by the girl, a furious Venna channeled all her strength into her hammer and charged with a growl, but all her efforts were blocked in an instant. After trading blows fiercely for a while, the sneaky green-haired girl caught Venna off guard with a surprise attack from behind, landing countless slashes that left her bleeding heavily from wounds crisscrossing her body. Horrified, Jamie screamed her name and tried to rush over to take the blows for her, but a stubborn Venna insisted she could still take it. "Oh dear, that looks like it hurts quite a bit, doesn't it? Though if I just slice you in half with one blow, it won't hurt at all, right? Are you really planning to keep fighting in that state?" "Seriously?" The green-haired girl jeered, bursting into mocking laughter at the sight of Venna's pathetic state. Hearing the girl suggest she should betray Jemmy, Venna simply smirked and replied, "I know, but I can only rebel against people older than me." The moment the words left Venna's mouth, the sensory reversal curse surged, catching the bewildered green-haired girl completely off guard. Taking advantage of her confusion, Venna gritted her teeth and swung her hammer, delivering a devastating blow that smashed her face first into the dirt and left her staggering. Absolutely furious after taking that hit from Venna, the girl instantly drew her sword and lunged back at the young girl in a desperate attempt to retaliate. As the two clashed, their powers colliding and blending together, a violent explosion suddenly erupted, booming and burning the entire forest to ashes. By the time Bina opened her eyes, she was already sprawled flat on the ground, her body completely battered and utterly exhausted. Despite the excruciating pain, She forced herself to remember one thing. She had to get up and protect her master. "You filthy dark mage, how dare you scratch my skin? That brat you're trying to protect, I'm going to tear him limb from limb right in front of your face." The blue-haired woman growled, towering over Bina with a crazed, menacing look. But she clearly forgot that Jamie hadn't even joined the fight yet, and now was his time to show her what he was truly made of. Lightning fast, Jamie ordered Leviathan to lunge forward, clamping its dark magic-infused jaws onto her arm like a blood-sucking leech. Her face paled as she thrashed around frantically, but she couldn't break free no matter how hard she tried. "Thanks for buying me some time, Bina. It's thanks to you that I finished absorbing it, so you don't have to worry about a thing anymore." Jamie gently reassured her, which finally brought some relief to her worried heart. Just as Jamie suspected, the blue-haired woman was no ordinary priestess, throwing Leviathan off her arm in an instant, like she was just brushing off a harmless snake. "Since you're pretty cute, I was actually going to go easy on you," she screamed, unleashing a sanctuary spell so packed with holy power, it made Jamie flinch a bit. The entire atmosphere shifted. That level of divine power and combat prowess easily surpassed even a high priest. "She's going to be a pain to deal with." Jamie swallowed hard, breaking into a sweat. "That magic you just used, even if it was only for a split second, it completely swallowed up my power. Are you really a dark mage as well? If you are, I'm going to grind you to dust," the blue-haired woman shrieked, her blood boiling as she waved her arms, firing a relentless barrage of blasts straight at Jamie. "Is that so? Then let me introduce you to someone else. Come on out, Nebros," Jamie replied with a wicked smirk. He realized that facing her devastating attacks alone wasn't smart, so the best move was to summon some backup to help out. A torrential rain of rocks and debris summoned by Jamie's helper came crashing down on the blue-haired woman, forcing her to scramble frantically as she gritted her teeth, trying to find a way to counter. Watching from the shadows of the forest, a hooded blonde guy turned pale with pure terror as he saw the egg swell to the size of an elephant. He was consumed with regret, wishing he had sacrificed more hearts. "Haha, just as I thought. Are you enjoying this dark energy? You're that filthy demon worshipper, aren't you?" Jamie suddenly appeared out of nowhere and spoke, startling him half to death. Facing a barrage of panicked questions, Jamie didn't bother wasting his breath on explanations. He simply gave a casual snap of his fingers. In an instant, Ra complied, drawing his sword to send him to meet his maker in the blink of an eye. Before breathing his last, the blonde guy desperately reached out a trembling hand toward the giant egg with sheer regret. Suddenly, countless rubbery, blood-red veins burst from the egg, stretching violently to wrap tightly around the deceased blonde guy. Luckily, Ra dodged just in the nick of time, or he would have been a goner too. It was bound to happen. It must have absorbed enough life force. Soon, a demon will rise, Jamie warned in a heavy voice after witnessing the horrifying sight. Meanwhile, the blue-haired woman was still struggling in her fight against the skeleton who also happened to be Jamie's trusty sidekick. What on earth happened to that egg? If anything goes wrong with the plan, my master won't let this slide, she thought anxiously. Then, in an instant, surges of a foul, bloody mist erupted out of nowhere, making the skeleton shake violently as if it had been hit with a sudden sickness. Seeing this, the blue-haired woman smirked triumphantly, feeling that the filthy monster of her dreams had finally arrived. Seizing the moment, while the panicked skeleton was trying to warn Jamie about the monster, she delivered a lightning-fast, devastating punch straight into the poor thing. Back in the kitchen, Ricky suddenly felt a spine-chilling energy wash over him, sending shivers straight down his spine. Everyone is going to die. If we just stand by and do nothing, we're all going to end up dead. Ricky mumbled frantically, breaking into a cold sweat while Anna watched in utter confusion. Realizing they would only be a burden if they stayed, Ricky immediately grabbed Anna's hand to get them both out of there. Pep and the Marquis also felt the ominous magic radiating from Marine Forest, and they frantically ordered the troops to assemble immediately. Just then, Sia slammed the door open and burst inside, sobbing uncontrollably as she told them Jamie had gone missing. "I think he went to Marine Forest," she said through her tears, leaving the Marquis completely stunned. Jamie could now feel the foul, bloody aura of the demons, breaking into a cold sweat. This was exactly why he absolutely despised demons. Those vile creatures that do nothing but look down on and torment the weak, he thought to himself grimly. To Jamie, demons were creatures whose very existence was a blight to every other living thing on Earth. Jans's group was also trembling with fear, frantically urging Jamie to get out of there as fast as he could. But Jamie had zero intention of running away. Instead, he chose to face the beast head-on in a direct, one-on-one showdown. After ordering Jans and the others to take Baina to safety, Jamie stayed behind alone to face the grotesque monster. So, did he really think he would be fine all on his own? Where's the fun in it if you just give up this easily? Just as I thought. Trying to rise up this way is seriously annoying. Out from the thick, murderous aura, a noble demon emerged with a deep, booming voice, making Jemmy's face turn completely pale. The demon introduced himself as Ruesta, a baron of the great demon realm. A baron. That means he must at least be an expert-level fighter, Jamie thought anxiously. Don't be so scared. Just accept it. Since I've made it this far, I'm never going back. The demon kept babbling, which actually helped Jamie calm down from being scared shitless. He then activated the ultimate defense shield from the bracelet on his wrist. Jamie's fancy gear caught the demon's eye. Its greedy, thieving instincts kicked in, and it demanded that Jamie hand it over. But like hell, Jamie would give it to him. He was handsome, not stupid. Well then, I have no other choice. Let's see how much you can take. The demon twisted its body and howled like a wolf. A massive surge of blood energy erupted, directly clashing with Jamie's Leviathan. This intense dragon versus tiger clash, where neither side backed down, amused Bo greatly as he watched from afar. How tragic. A baron is the weakest among the 5 noble ranks, but to humans, I bet it feels like a sudden natural disaster striking from the sky. But even so, shouldn't you have left something behind to guard the house? Bo looked down at the royal army scrambling in utter chaos below, smirking arrogantly. Following Jamie's orders, Jans had brought Venna to safety in time, but he was still incredibly worried about Jamie. Are you absolutely sure? After all, the fact that I'm still here is proof that he's still alive. Jans placed his hand over his chest, trying his best not to let the shocking battle raging behind them shake his composure. Once Venna woke up and heard Jans recount everything that had happened, she was so shocked her hands and feet went completely numb. She leaned against a tree, trembling as she watched a pillar of bloody smoke rise from the battlefield. She was restless with worry, knowing he was fighting that monster right now. If you go, you'll only drag him down, Jans warned. But even if I die, if I can just buy him some time. Before Venna could finish her sentence, Jans suddenly vanished, replaced by the giant hammer she had used the day before. Standing there amidst the loud, thunderous explosions, memories of past humiliation replayed in Venna's mind like a slow-motion movie, and she couldn't hold back her tears. How fascinating. A young Vac. A Vac with pure, powerful blood. You might not be fully ready yet, but today, I shall allow you to wield me. Remember this feeling. My name is Fionn, a hammer forged by a legendary blacksmith, created specifically for your queen to wield. Give it your all. The hammer glowed with star-like brilliance, its high-pitched voice cheering Venna on. After enduring countless devastating blows, Jamie was completely exhausted. I don't even have enough energy to fly anymore. I've lost too much blood. I wish my life core would give me just a bit more power. If only I could summon the darkness and buy myself some time with a high-level spell. It wouldn't have ended like this. In deep pain, Jamie gave up, letting himself fall from the sky as if accepting his end. Surprisingly, he didn't crash onto the rough ground. Instead, he landed on Tiberion's velvet soft fur. Who would have thought that instead of running away, you fought that demon all by yourself? Just as I thought. You have a noble heart. You truly are the one chosen by the goddess. Tiberion clicked his tongue in praise, while Jamie just stared back, completely clueless. Enough talking, Tiberion roared, instantly charging at the demon as it flew in to attack. The demon's sharp claws ripped through Tiberion's thick fur, spraying fresh blood everywhere. I was actually planning to slice your arm right off. But for a creature of the surface world, you're pretty strong, the demon remarked with a nod. Seizing the moment the demon let its guard down, Tiberion suddenly lunged his massive, smelly form forward, biting down hard and making the demon spit a fountain of blood. I'm also pretty fast, Tiberion smirked, and I didn't come alone either. Tiberion smirked, firing back at the demon's earlier comments. In the distance, a sparkling light appeared. It was none other than Venna and Filion, rushing to the scene at breakneck speed to back up Tiberion. Her massive hammer strike smashed straight into the demon's head before it could even react. Tiberion then immediately swiped it, sending it flying and leaving it screaming in pain. Even after taking such a brutal beating, the demon stubbornly fought back, unleashing its blood energy. Just a few casual blasts were enough to make Tiberion cough up blood. Meanwhile, the Marquise's army was completely blocked by evil energy, unable to advance any further. Why don't we just wait for the people from the Piro Church to arrive first? That way, we can get their blessings," a soldier asked. The Marquis stammered, unable to answer. His face was pale as he stood there, paralyzed by fear and deeply worried about Jamie. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew past, delivering a letter straight into the Marquis's hand. Meanwhile, the green-haired girl finally managed to escape after a frantic, near-death chase by Jamie's minion. Ugh, disgusting. This damn evil energy. Well, at least I managed to summon that demon. My job is done. I just hope Master won't punish me anymore. But before she could even finish that thought, a flash of light sliced right through her neck, sending her head rolling and blood spraying in the blink of an eye. Teberon and Venna had already been beaten to a bloody pulp by the demon. They lay there completely unconscious and motionless, accompanied only by the creature's high-pitched, shrill laughter. Kihehe, I must say, I am truly surprised. Who would have thought I'd get to have such an intense battle on the surface world? What was the name of that spell again? I can feel a truly destructive power within it. The demon growled in awe. The power Jamie had just unleashed was annihilation. It was a form of black magic, capable of releasing all the energy absorbed by Leviathan all at once, possessing immense destructive potential. And this is the last chance Venna and Behemoth bought for me, Jamie thought in utter frustration. For his final words, he told the demon to just go ahead and finish him off. Just as Jamie was gloomily bracing himself for his impending death, a violent gust of wind carrying a sinister aura suddenly swept in like a hurricane, slicing the demon clean in half at lightning speed. It was so fast that no one could have possibly reacted or foreseen it. Meanwhile, Sable had actually gone to the church to find the archbishop, even though he was not welcome there at all. "If you still have any respect for the goddess, I suggest you leave," the archbishop said, coldly turning Sable away the moment he showed up. "So, you're saying if I don't worship that goddess, I don't have to leave, right?" Sable smirked as he fired back, leaving the archbishop absolutely furious but powerless to do anything except issue a warning. "Do you really think you can pull this off? Can you really withstand the ultimate strike of Genis?" Sable suddenly drew his sword threateningly, making the archbishop turn pale as a ghost. "May the eternal slumber always accompany this blade of mine. Today, that wretched goddess will suffer a devastating blow and be completely wiped out." Sable raised his sword high, chanting his prayers like a song. Meanwhile, Lars's troops were frantically gathering and lining up in front of the church. Suddenly, the door behind Lars burst with a brilliant light, startling him as he thought the archbishop had finally arrived. It turned out Beryl Onyx, with his Tempest strike from earlier, had saved Jamie in the nick of time. Jamie's jaw dropped. He couldn't believe anyone could swing such a massive sword that fast. On top of that, the destructive force of the wind infused in his attack was absolutely terrifying. When Beryl demanded to know why Jamie was there, the boy just scratched his head and tried to play dumb. But in truth, Beryl had already seen right through him. Hearing Beryl's sarcastic, probing remarks made Jamie incredibly anxious, wondering to himself just how much the man actually knew. Beryl explained that he was here today on a mission to retrieve an artifact left in this place at the request of Isis. "Are you with the frontier?" Teberon asked. "I hope you can open the gate of Gremia," Beryl replied. Jamie stood nearby as they spoke, feeling completely out of the loop. He had absolutely no idea what they were talking about. "I'm sorry, but I can't open that gate for you," Teberon replied. "I'm no longer the master of Gremia." Hearing Teberon say this, Jamie finally realized with a shock that they had been talking about the ruins all along. The group immediately headed into the cave. Carrying Venna on his shoulder, Beryl clicked his tongue as he sized Jamie up, amazed that a kid like him dared to mess with demons and get involved with Gremia. After receiving the ownership from Jamie, Teberon cracked his knuckles and channeled his power, creating a pocket dimension that enveloped them all. In the blink of an eye, Jamie's surroundings turned into a blank, snow-white expanse. Suddenly, the spirit of an old man appeared before him, the very one who had prevented Jamie from seizing control of Gremia earlier. "I knew you weren't just some security system," Jamie guessed. "You must be the creator of Gremia, aren't you?" "Indeed, I am Acme. When I was alive, I was a genius artisan and one of the very few Ninth Circle magicians among humanity. Though I am indeed close to Isis, I am not part of the frontier. I am merely guarding this lightning dragon sword under her orders. But Gremia wasn't created just to guard that sword. It was made for someone I have been waiting for all this time. A master of black magic, possessing the power to slay the gods themselves. I have been waiting for the one capable of wielding that very black magic," the old man declared in a long speech. "How do you know about ancient runes and things that should have been forgotten by history?" If you can't give me a convincing answer, I will destroy you. Jamie questioned him, deeply perplexed. He asked this because he knew that even Gav couldn't possibly know about that god-slaying power. Any entity that exists in this world will always leave some trace of their presence behind. I learned the ancient language while following those traces, the old man explained. Wait, are you saying there are still traces of Diablo Volfir left in this world? Jamie gasped in shock, but the old man just stared. So that was his name? Even though I searched my entire life, I could never find it. But it seems you are the successor of his black magic. In that case, I suppose it's only right that I give this to you. Saying that, the old man snapped his fingers, releasing a massive surge of power that instantly filled Jamie's mana core. My entire body is overflowing with energy again. Zermia is an artifact that can exist in many different forms. Its form and function can be decided entirely by the user's will. This is what I, a man who was completely helpless in the face of reality, poured everything into creating for that fateful day. Now, I will transfer its ownership completely to you. With that, the old man tossed Zermia over to Jamie. Holding this high-tier artifact in his hands, Jamie couldn't wipe the massive grin off his face. He silently realized that this thing might be even more powerful than the 3 great divine artifacts he had created himself. As the cathedral doors swung open, Ross was met with a horrifying sight. The archbishop, covered in blood from deep wounds, was slumped against the door. This sent Ross into a total panic. No matter how hard Ross tried to heal the archbishop, some kind of dark divine power seemed to be blocking his magic. I am fine, so go protect the apostle and the saintess right now, the archbishop gasped, using his final ounce of strength to urge Roz. Roz burst into tears like a child, completely devastated by the chaotic state of the cathedral and the helpless state of the archbishop. Sobbing, he promised he would avenge him. Don't seek revenge, focus on protecting instead. Now, go. Trembling, the archbishop offered a gentle, loving smile, his hand softly patting Ross's head. Ever since returning to the real world, Jamie had been feeling lightheaded and dizzy, which immediately made Onyx, who was walking right beside him, extremely worried. Seeing Jamie ask about him, Onyx mentioned that he had finished his business here. So, what happened to Zia? I don't know if you're aware, but you're a step behind us. And now, the bond between me and Zermia has been completely severed. What on earth happened in there anyway? Tiberian asked Jamie, utterly confused. I met the consciousness of Myung and obtained Zermia. Here, take a look, Jamie said as he pulled a mysterious jade-green sphere from his pocket. It emitted a brilliant glow, leaving Onyx and Tiberian completely slack-jawed. This was truly a magnificent artifact. It is basically the ultimate masterpiece, completely overflowing with pure spiritual energy. That is exactly what the old man meant. As soon as the Blue Thunder Dragon Sword was released, he handed full control over to me, Jamie proudly shared. Gently reaching out, he cast a spell similar to healing magic on Tiberian's arm, making its wound close up and heal in the blink of an eye. This miraculous magic was all thanks to Zermia. The rain was pouring harder by the second. Just as Jamie was about to rush home with Onyx and Tiberian, a sudden, inexplicable chill ran down his spine, turning his face pale. The apostle of the goddess is in grave danger. We have to find him right now, Jamie yelled in a panic, his voice filled with urgency. In a flash, Onyx, proving he was too fast and too furious, scooped Jamie up onto his shoulders the second he heard the warning and bolted east like a rocket. The two of them took off like bats out of hell, moving so fast that Tiberian didn't even have time to say goodbye. To make matters even worse, Onyx had ditched Vina, who was still half conscious, leaving Tiberian to deal with her, which was just a massive pain. Meanwhile, the Marquise's forces barely had time to celebrate the disappearance of the demon's power source before they were hit with more terrible news. A group of demons had suddenly appeared in their territory, savagely attacking everyone in sight. Although the rearguard knights managed to hold them off, there were reports of demons disguising themselves as civilians and soldiers. Worst of all, the news of the Archbishop's assassination sent shockwaves through the Marquis. According to eyewitness accounts, Sibel was spotted at the scene when it happened. Under the pouring rain, Sibel was locked in a direct, intense sword duel with Ross. Getting to handle the apostle of the goddess for the first time made Sibel absolutely thrilled. With just the first strike, Ross's shoulder was slashed open, dripping with blood. Watching Ross get hurt, Ricky and Anna cried out in non-stop tears. But despite his injuries, Ross remained determined to face Sibel all on his own.